Chapter 4787. Heaven's Limit Mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was very interesting. From time to time, there would be a huge shadow that would appear and use a sacred art. The only thing left to do was to comprehend it. This shadow didn't exist for long. It would only exist for 3 to 5 breaths of time or 7 to 8 breaths of time. Such a phantom would only appear once every 3 to 5 days. It might appear once every 10 days or half a month, or it might even appear once a day. It was just that they would appear during this period of time. After this period of time, the Heaven's Limit Mountain would usually be quiet. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place with sacred arts. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place of war. When Lin Fei came over, he sensed a different aura. Many of these auras were filled with terror and danger. These dangerous auras weren't targeted at him. Lin Fei knew that these were definitely the thoughts left behind by those powerful existences. They had all returned to their original state. They didn't have any offensive capabilities. That was why these phantoms had appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei was standing in the sky. In the distance was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. One after another, tall mountains began to appear. Lin Fei's luck wasn't bad. When he arrived, he saw a huge shadow. It was a fist technique. This fist technique was quite profound. It could combine all of one's strength into one point and instantly unleash dozens of attacks. Such a technique was quite terrifying and could catch one off guard. As a sacred art, it was quite useful. In the sky, Lin Fei caught sight of figures one after another. These figures were all sitting down cross-legged as though they were trying to comprehend something. Most of them were heading towards the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei had already retracted the demonic energy on his body. Demonic energy was actually a combination of all sorts of negative emotions. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to retract it. In fact, it was extremely easy. If it was somewhere else, it wouldn't be a problem. But this was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei wanted to make his presence known. Therefore, he had to keep the demonic energy first. With this, Lin Fei was no different from an ordinary person, and his body did not exude a strong aura. He stowed the small flying shuttle away. Lin Fei flew towards the extreme Heaven Mountain. His speed was not very fast, and he only suppressed his strength to that of a 5-star heaven god, which was about right. It was neither too tall nor too short, and neither was it eye-catching. He was prepared to learn more about the Heaven Pole Mountain. This kind of strength was enough. As long as he didn't make a move, the devil chi on his body wouldn't appear. He would be able to observe the extreme Heaven Mountain better. Entering the extreme Heaven Mountain, Lin Fei found that he seemed to have entered a huge array. The array was broken, but even so, Lin Fei could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura within it. As expected of the battlefield of the past. Once the formation was activated, it would definitely be able to unleash a top-notch attack that far surpassed that of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He saw it clearly. Within the extreme Heaven Mountain, there was a dangerous aura everywhere. He could also see some illusory figures, as well as some traces left behind from the battle. It was not easy for a place like this to be preserved until now. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He actually sensed the aura of a 10-star demon god here. If he had not fought with a 10-star demon god before, Lin Fei would not have been able to sense it. To think that there was such a great master here. In a place without a god of war, a 10-star heavenly god was the strongest. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was the caretaker. A place like this was still very valuable. It would be a pity if it was destroyed by someone. After all, there were still many talented people who could comprehend some god skills, and they would become experts in the future. If this place was destroyed, it meant that there would be much less opportunities for them to become experts. It was normal to leave a 10-star heavenly god here. At the center of the extreme Heaven Mountain range, Lin Fei finally saw a huge platform. This platform was not simple. Someone had used a divine weapon to cut it flat. There were 10 round stone platforms on this platform. Many figures appeared in the surroundings. Some of them were strong, some were weak. The strongest one was an 8-star heavenly god. The rest were all 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. They were fighting, and it seemed like they wanted to climb up to the big round stone platforms. Lin Fei was in no hurry to go over. After watching from the side, he understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a core area in the extreme heaven mountain. If one wanted to go there, one had to be qualified. These 10 round stone platforms were for them to fight for. Whoever could last the longest would be able to enter the depths of the extreme heaven mountain. If one could last until the end, they would naturally be able to enter the depths of the extreme heaven mountain. There were even more powerful god skills that one could comprehend there. There were even some special techniques. Lin Fei also understood why there was a 10-star heavenly god guarding this place. It was used as a judge. It was also used to guard that special place. If there was no one guarding it, wouldn't everyone be able to go in and comprehend? Lin Fei felt that such a place would have a definite effect on one's comprehension, which was why they came up with such a method. This made Lin Fei even more satisfied. There was a 10-star heavenly god sitting here, but Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. It was best not to fight if he could avoid it. How could a 10-star heavenly god not have any tricks up his sleeves? Perhaps he had even grasped a formation. With the power of the formation, a 10-star demon god would be able to unleash the power of a war god. Lin Fei's gaze landed on one of the round stone platforms. There was a young figure sitting there. It was the 8-star heavenly god. He was very young and had a strong aura. Someone attacked him. It was 3 7-star heavenly god powerhouses. It seemed like they had discussed it beforehand to test this person's strength. Many blood-colored lotuses appeared in the sky and instantly covered them. After the lotuses shattered, all of them spat out blood and retreated. It was obvious that they were injured in just one move and weren't a match for him. Many people gave up on dealing with this 8-star heavenly god. They turned to attack others. All of a sudden, it was really lively. Lin Fei also came nearby and realized that there was a layer of power here that wouldn't affect the outside. He glanced around. Everyone here was a righteous path expert. As for the demon path, there wasn't a single one at all. That made sense. This was the world of the righteous path. So how could the demon path disciples do as they pleased? Such a gathering was destined to belong to the geniuses of the righteous path. Lin Fei was delighted. He could use this chance to get famous and let everyone know that there was such a person like him. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and so could raising one's presence. Chapter 4788. The battle on the round platform below was very intense. At the start, some people went up, but they were immediately chased down. Basically, no one could stand firm in a short period of time. The people around them wouldn't give them a chance at all. So whether or not they could stand for long depended on their strength. Was he the strongest? And the most stable one was that 8-star celestial god. He basically didn't have anyone to fight anymore. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. After the blood-colored lotuses rose up, they were injured. It could be said that the one who had the easiest time in the factory was this young man. Lin Fei watched for an hour and finally decided to go down. Since he was going to start, he had to do it right from the start. He had to let people know that he existed. He couldn't just wait until the end. That would be so boring. Anyway, his infinite divine body tier 15 couldn't do much else, but his defensive physical strength was really terrifying. Lin Fei was prepared to act as a body cultivator. Anyway, body cultivators were the most common, so of course, they were considered unpopular. That way, no one would suspect him. Lin Fei flew down and randomly chose a round platform. He had just arrived. The person on the round platform raised his hand and many flying daggers came slashing over. These were small flying daggers. Each one was very sharp and was a pretty powerful treasure. Of course, there were many of these small flying daggers. There were a total of 99 flying daggers. It formed an absolute vacuum in the surroundings. This was the strongest move the other party had. Anyone who wanted to get close was basically chased away by these small daggers. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because these flying daggers had the strength of a 5-star celestial god. The other party was a 6-star celestial god. His realm wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. Coupled with this set of flying daggers, he did have the right to occupy a spot. He had held on for a long time. When he saw Lin Fei coming over, he controlled the flying daggers to slash over. Peng 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 peng. Flying daggers came flying over one after another. When it was only an inch away, it was blocked by a force. It was the infinite defense. Only after breaking through his infinite defense could he truly harm Lin Fei's physical body. These flying daggers were shaken off one by one. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei arrived in front of the round table. He threw a punch. Just a single point of power was enough to force the other party to retreat countless steps. Another close-range attack followed. Another punch. With a loud bang, the young man was sent flying by a single punch. All the flying daggers gathered in front of him could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch. He was knocked out of the round platform. After landing on the ground, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. What a powerful physical strength. I can't even block it. An absolute expert. Lowering his head, he saw that the treasured armor on his body had cracked. His heart was bleeding. Where did this body refinement expert come from? It was truly ferocious beyond belief. Lin Fei stood on the round platform and smiled faintly at everyone. He smiled faintly at everyone and said, "You don't have to fight anymore. This round platform is mine. In my eyes, all of you can't even withstand a single blow. None of you are qualified to own this round platform. However, I am different." The moment Lin Fei said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. Their anger soared to the heavens. What an arrogant guy. This round platform is not up to you. Have you asked for my Qingquan sword's permission? It turned out that the people here were basically all genius disciples. They had never heard such words before. Especially since this young man looked inconspicuous and dared to say such big words. He really didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei also received a lot of hatred at this moment. He didn't expect these guys to hate him so much. Thinking about it, they were all righteous disciples and each of them had a reputation. He really had to be thick-skinned. After hearing what Lin Fei said, it would be strange if they didn't hate him. The disciples of the Xianmen sect usually looked serious, but when they fought, they were fiercer than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei had learned something new. Then, a series of attacks came over. Lin Fei stood there quietly, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. It's not that I look down on you. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't do anything to me. I never talk big. If there's one, then there's one. Just watch carefully. Lin Fei really stood there and didn't move. He let the attacks fall on him, but they were all blocked by his infinite defense. They couldn't move at all. Their strength was really too weak. Even if they had more people, they couldn't do anything to Lin Fei at this time. Tell me where this kid came from. I can't even break his defense. This defense is a bit strong. My treasure can't even break it. What the hell? He must be a physique cultivator. Only a physique cultivator can have such a strong defense. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone, let's attack together. Isn't it just a physique cultivator? Let's see how long he can last. Everyone also guessed the opponent's cultivation. He should be a physique cultivator. Against such a person, there was really nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just that he could withstand it? They had treasures and time. With so many people here, how could they not be able to defeat him? For a moment, Lin Fei's round table became the target of everyone's attacks. This also made the other people on the round table secretly heave a sigh of relief. They really admired this kid. He dared to say anything. Didn't he know what kind of situation he was in now? He actually provoked all these people in one breath. Interesting, really interesting. Even the 8-star celestial god looked over at this time. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, it was unknown how many people had participated. God knew how many treasures had been used. But the other party just stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. They all knew that they had encountered a great expert. So many people couldn't do anything to him. His strength wasn't something they could contend with at all. So, one by one, they retreated. They didn't dare to attack anymore. On the contrary, the people on the round table who had just heaved a sigh of relief felt afraid. It was like a fierce tiger had invaded their territory. They really couldn't beat such a person. I've already told you that I'm taking this position. Even if you did anything, it would have been a waste of time. Look at it now. You've wasted 4 hours. If you had that time, you could have chased away the people on one of the round tables. Lin Fei laughed. This made the people's expressions even more unsightly. But they didn't dare to attack anymore. He was already so strong even when he didn't resist. If he attacked, they would be chased away. Chapter 4789. Lin Fei easily took down one of the round tables. The others didn't dare to come over for a while. After all, Lin Fan's strength was there for all to see. No matter how they attacked, nothing happened. And this was under the condition that Lin Fan didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have been injured more or less. Facing such a fierce existence, they naturally chose to change their approach. They couldn't afford to offend him. I don't like people standing around, so I can only let you go down. Originally, the people on the 2 round tables were very cautious. But when Lang Wuqing heard this, his heart sank. Then, a figure flashed over. 2 sounds. The 2 of them were instantly blasted away. The treasure in front of them shattered instantly. Then, Lin Fei returned to his original position. This scene also caused the other people to be stunned. The people on the round tables in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so lucky that they weren't next to this guy. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. This guy's temper was really bad. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged again. He looked at the people around him indifferently. Previously, I gave you face and didn't make a move. Now, if anyone dares to make a move, then I won't be polite. I'll kill you directly. Anyway, no talent is no talent. You want to try your luck too much. Lin Fei's words made everyone very angry. After all, these words were really too provocative. They were hit so hard that they made a rattling sound. Even though some of them were furious, no one dared to come up for a while. One must know that everyone was smart. It would be a big mistake to come up and fight with someone over a few words. If they had the time, they might as well focus on other sources. Anyway, they didn't have the guts and courage to do so. Lin Fei thought that they would come up after he provoked them. He didn't expect that he was thinking too much. These guys were slippery. They were like loaches in a pond. Once they encountered any wind or grass, they would immediately escape. It seemed that it was really difficult for him to kill a few of them. Then, he would just close his eyes and rest. They had to stay on the round platform for a month at a time. Of course, you could also make a move at the last moment. That way, you would have the highest chance of winning. Therefore, the last day was the most intense. Lin Fei didn't come too early or too late. There were 13 days left before the 1-month deadline. It was neither long nor short. The news that a powerful body-forging cultivator had arrived at the extreme Heaven Mountain spread like wildfire. In particular, this body-tempering cultivator was extremely overbearing and did not allow others to appear at his side at all. Of course, there were some people who were not convinced during this period. Wasn't he just a body-refining cultivator? He had plenty of treasures. But as soon as he made a move, he was killed by a single punch. That scene left a deep impression on everyone. This guy really knew how to kill people. No one knew where he came from. Was he not afraid of offending people? After all, some of these genius disciples were disciples of sections. If you killed them, it would be equivalent to offending the sects behind them. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to a month. The competition was also very intense. On the 10 round platforms, the most stable ones were the 8-star Celestial God and Lin Fei. Of course, there were still empty seats on the left and right sides. As for the remaining 6 seats, the competition was very intense. You go up and I go down, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day. On this last day, everyone became even crazier. Everyone became even more frenzied. Of course, more people were staring at the 2 round tables beside Lin Fei. After all, those were 2 empty seats. With a single sentence, everyone didn't dare to go up, and it also filled everyone's hearts with a lot of anger. Of course, for Lin Fei, the hatred he had gained these days was not bad. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a big improvement. These people really hated him, and they all contributed a lot of hate points. Lin Fei was also glad that he was smart. Leaving 2 round platforms undoubtedly made them stare at him. The more he did this, the more hatred he could contribute. I see that everyone is quite interested in these 2 round platforms. How about this? If anyone can give me some negative treasures refined with demonic methods, then it will naturally belong to you. I wonder what my suggestion is. Who asked me to have such thoughts about this thing? With Lin Fei's strength, naturally, not everyone dared to come up and snatch it. Those who dared to come up on this round platform ended up in a pool of blood. So for a while, no one dared to come up. Now that they heard the other party's words, they were slightly stunned. Demonic treasures? Negative emotions. This guy was a little different. No wonder he was so arrogant, no wonder he was so overbearing. It turned out that his style was actually a little similar to the demonic path. If you want demonic treasures, then I happen to have some here. I killed some demonic experts and took them. See if you are satisfied. Someone flew over and threw out a string of beads. The beads were rippling with demonic energy. Each bead was actually a small skull. Lin Fei instantly felt a strong negative emotion from this demonic artifact. Of course, these strong negative emotions were some of the emotions that came out of torture. Lin Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It was indeed a treasure. He also contacted the king of 10,000 fiends to see if he could extract the negative emotions from it. Others might not be able to, but the king of 10,000 demons still had the ability. He answered immediately without any questions. It was just a waste of time, so he just gave a discount. If it was 100%, there would be a 30% discount, which meant that he could still get 70% of the negative emotions. One is too little, I want all of them, so that I can guarantee that you can stay until the end. I don't know if such a deal is worth it, I don't think I can find a second one. Originally, everyone thought that there was something wrong with this body cultivator. But they never expected that he would throw out such a sentence. This instantly made everyone's jaws drop. The young man who came up was even more delighted. After all, if he wanted to enter the core area to comprehend the god's methods, he had to rely on strength. And his strength wasn't considered strong or weak, so he had no chance at all. But now that he said that, it was as if he had turned on a cheat. Maybe he would have a chance this time. I still have some demonic artifacts here, but not many of them are here. Take a look. One by one, the treasures flew over to them. All of them contained demonic energy. Lin Fei checked them, they all had some negative emotions, some more, some less. Anyway, they were bored. This round table belongs to you. You just need to sit quietly. Under everyone's envy, the young man directly sat on the round platform. Chapter 4790. No one would have thought that a guy with a low cultivation base would actually sit on a round table all of a sudden. In total, he had paid a dozen or so magic tools in exchange for an opportunity. Everyone was stunned. After all, this guy was just a 5-star celestial god. His strength was neither high nor low. In the eyes of many of them, he could not withstand a single blow. Of course, this body-refining cultivator was another matter. His body was strong and invincible. It was not easy to deal with him. However, this guy was different. They did not expect to be so lucky. If they had known earlier, they would have gone up as well. They all more or less had some magic tools, but the functions of these magic tools were dispensable. At most, they would hand it over to the sect in exchange for some contribution points. But now, they could actually exchange it for another opportunity. This was indeed a little unexpected. Where did this guy come from? He actually wants a demonic artifact. Is he from the diabolism? Logically speaking, he should not be from the diabolism. Those guys are hiding in the Hades mountain and do not dare to come out. If he dares to come out, he will be courting death. For a moment, everyone thought of the expert from the diabolism. After all, the experts from the diabolism were very arrogant and overbearing. There were very few people from the diabolism who walked the path of body refining. Not many of them could achieve such an achievement. At least, they thought that it was impossible. They could only say that this guy should be from a small sect. No one knew at all. They did not expect that he would become famous in the celestial pole mountain. So far, no one dared to go up. Unless their strength was at the level of an 8-star celestial god or a 9-star celestial god, there was no chance at all. Now, there is only one round table left. Don't miss the opportunity. If you miss it, who knows when there will be another opportunity. Who asked me to be in a good mood today? Lin Fei's words came again. This time, everyone was moved. Just now, they had missed an opportunity and were picked up by someone else. This time, they would definitely not miss it. Friend, I have 20 demonic artifacts. So what if you have 20? I have 30 of them here. I have 40 demonic artifacts. In an instant, the place became very lively. The people on the other round tables didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It hadn't been easy for him to come up here, and he still had to face the joint attacks of the others. In the end, he was doing business here. This kid was really quite capable. They knew that they couldn't do this. In the blink of an eye, the number of demonic artifacts had exceeded 100. Everyone, don't fight with me. I don't have a lot of other things, but I have a lot of magic tools. I'll pay 200. At this moment, a voice floated over from afar. A few experts escorted a young man over. This young man looked very ordinary, but his realm was also very unremarkable. In other words, he was a 3-star heavenly god. However, the two experts behind him were different. They were both 9-star celestial gods. Everyone could tell at a glance that this guy was a young master. I wonder if my 200 demonic artifacts are qualified to get this round table. This 3-star celestial god was a chubby man with a round face. The moment he came over, he was all smiles, and the others recognized him. I was wondering who had come. It's the eldest son of the Money Chamber of Commerce. No wonder he can take out 200 demonic artifacts in one go. He's really rich. I can't compete with him. I give up. I give up. The Money Chamber of Commerce was considered one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in this world. There were many experts there. However, their eldest son's potential was only average. He had accumulated a large number of elixirs, but he was only a 3-star celestial god. They didn't expect him to come to the celestial pole mountain this time. They didn't expect him to come across such an opportunity. If they had known that there were 200 demonic artifacts, they would have collected some and brought them with them. They could have come in handy at critical moments. They really missed this opportunity. If no one has any objections, I'll go up to this round table. The chubby man landed on the round table with a smile. In fact, he was still a little nervous. Just now, his guards had told him that this young man's strength was unfathomable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Therefore, it was quite worthwhile to use 200 demonic artifacts to buy a round table. No, it should be a chance to clear this round table. At the very least, there weren't many people present who dared to do so. It seems like they won't be bidding. Congratulations, this round table belongs to you for the time being. I'll bring the two of you to the end. The chubby man was called Jin Yuan Bao. What a happy name. Jin Yuan Bao's cultivation was indeed average, but he was definitely good at doing business. When others could only offer 100 demonic artifacts, he offered 200 in one go. In his opinion, 200 demonic artifacts could be exchanged for the method to comprehend the sacred art. If there was a chance, the harvest would be huge. At critical moments, Jin Yuan Bao had always thought that he would have to pay a big price. He casually threw a ring over and lowered his head to store the 200 demonic artifacts. The quality of these 200 demonic artifacts was not bad. Lin Fei took them and glanced at them. He nodded in satisfaction. He casually gave them to the Demon King. When the guy saw the 200 demonic artifacts, he was slightly shocked. Because the quality of these demonic artifacts was really too good. Sir, these 200 demonic artifacts are really good. If there are no accidents, they can be exchanged for at least 30 million resentment thought beads. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. He didn't expect these 200 demonic artifacts to be worth 30 million resentment thought beads. That would be a lot of hate points. This little fatty wasn't bad after all. Then hurry up and get these resentment thought beads for me. Lin Fei didn't expect his small actions to bring about such a huge harvest. He finally saw tens of millions of resentment thought beads. This would be a huge amount of hate points. He finally found the right way. The surrounding people were originally thinking about this round table. But they didn't expect it to be snatched away by two weak guys. They couldn't afford to offend Jin Yuan Bao, but the other one was really too ordinary. He used more than 10 demonic artifacts to exchange for it. They were really a little unwilling. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken out dozens of demonic artifacts from the start. They could still try their luck. Now, they could only stare at their luck. They really missed an opportunity. But they really didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 4791. In a cave abode in the Empyrean Pole Mountain, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. He saw everything that was happening in front of him clearly. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a young expert to be so arrogant. His strength is not bad too. He actually dared to occupy 3 seats in one go. This is going to be interesting. It's rare for there to be a commotion. It's not as peaceful as before. The person who was sitting with his legs crossed was the guardian of the Empyrean Pole Mountain. He was a 10-star heaven god expert. 10-star heaven gods were also known as extreme heaven gods. They were said to be the strongest among the heaven gods. With him guarding the place and the broken formation, with his current strength, even if a battle god were to show up, he would be able to withstand a few attacks from him. Ordinary 9 stars heaven gods and 10-star heaven gods were no match for him at all. They would be suppressed directly. There had never been any special situation in the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This time, it was a young man who made this sparring session quite interesting. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think of stopping everyone. He wanted to see what kind of expert would appear this time. Not everyone could occupy the round platform. The competition would be more intense in the last few hours. This was just the beginning. As soon as Jin Yuan Bao and the others sat on the round platform, they felt the gazes of the people around them became unusual and full of envy. Of course, it was also full of hatred. If it wasn't for them, how could they snatch the round platform? Originally, they still had a chance. Now that there was such a powerful expert guarding the place, things were different. If they wanted to get rid of them, they had to get rid of this mysterious man first. Until now, they still didn't know where this young man came from. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. This was a little thought-provoking and very unrealistic. Lin Fei just sat with his legs crossed, unhurriedly. You two don't have to worry. Since I said this, you two just sit there obediently. I guarantee that you will get one of the qualifications. I'm quite efficient when I work for others. After Lin Fei's words floated over, they sat even more firmly in their seats. Anyway, this demonic artifact wasn't a good thing. So what if it was used? There was nothing to feel heartache about. It would be different if he could get the qualification. As a result, the competition for the remaining 7 positions became even more intense. There really weren't many people who came to make a move. So. All of a sudden, several streaks of light flew towards Lin Fan. Apart from him, the 2 people next to him were also being watched. It turned out that there was someone coming from afar, and it was a godly archer. This arrow became very terrifying. He actually had the power of an 8-star celestial god. This was not a simple matter. Many people noticed it and became excited in their hearts. Finally, an expert had arrived. They did not dare to challenge him because they were too weak. But now, someone finally dared to challenge him. This move gave them a glimmer of hope. After this arrow light, there was another sound that came at lightning speed. A stream of light instantly appeared and enveloped Lin Fei and the other 2. I heard that you've been guarding here for a long time. Let me see how strong you are. This stream of light was like a crescent moon, and it instantly made people feel a sense of danger. One by one, the figures quickly distanced themselves from each other, and a small empty space was quickly cleared out. At this time, no one was willing to stay in the vicinity. If a fire broke out at the city gate and affected the fish in the moat, they would be the unluckiest fish in the moat. A layer of frost appeared in front of Lin Fei. All the methods were instantly frozen when they came in contact with the frost. Even if they could move forward a little, they could not reach Lin Fei at all. Jin Yuan Bao and the young man looked at the color of frost that appeared in front of them and took a deep breath. The endless coldness made them not dare to move at all. In an instant, the cold air of the frost could completely freeze them. No wonder he could easily take the attack. You have the nerve to attack me with such a small trick. You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and the frost spread out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. It was very terrifying along the way. In an instant, a few figures fell out of the void. Even the person just now was instantly retreating. Even so, the treasured armor on his body was covered in frost. It was impossible for him to resist. After one layer was shattered, another layer appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The power of the great Arctic frost was fierce and domineering. The void was frozen. Those who thought that there would be a good show to watch all took a deep breath and did not think too much about it. This guy was really too ferocious. As for the godly archer in the distance, he actually turned around and directly fled. He did not dare to stay any longer. He seemed to know that he could not win at all. Since you can send me an arrow, I can naturally send you an arrow. Take this. The endless frost turned into an ice arrow and instantly pierced through the void. A muffled sound came from afar. That person was hit. As for the extent of his injury, it was obvious from the sound. If you want to attack me, come at me. As long as you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. It just so happens that they will have companions on the road. Lin Fei did not stand up from the beginning to the end. His cold voice floated out. Everyone did not dare to look at him. He was simply a ferocious existence. Even God's godly archer was in danger, let alone that guy who had been close to him. He was still killed, and there was not a single breath left. This was an 8-star celestial god, and he died just like that. This made them even more glad that they did not attack. If they had really attacked, they probably would not have a good ending. As time passed, there were really not many people who dared to attack. There were only 2 hours left, and the competition for the 7 positions was even more dangerous. It made people's scalps go numb. Deaths and injuries continued to appear. Such a situation was very normal in the extreme Heaven Mountain. This position is mine. A figure in white came from afar. Step by step, the distance between them widened by a large distance in an instant. When this person in white came out, many people were shocked. This time, an expert finally came. This is great. Finally, a powerful 9-star celestial god Bai Yunfei. It's great that young master Bai Yunfei is here. He is one of the 10 young masters. This time, I want to see if this young man dares to be ruthless. When everyone saw that young master Bai Yunfei was here, they felt like they saw hope. At the very least, they could chase this guy down. Chapter 4792. Bai Yunfei's arrival caused quite a commotion. After all, he was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Xianmen sect behind him was one of the more powerful ones. Everyone was very confident that they could suppress this body-tempering cultivator. If they let him occupy these 3 positions, then they would have no chance this year. Once every 10 years wasn't that easy. It would be best if they could make it. As long as they could, they would have a chance to fight for it. There was no need to waste time with those people. When Jin Yuanbao and Jin Bao saw Bai Yunfei, their expressions changed. Bai Yunfei was a genius with unlimited potential. They didn't expect him to come this time. Didn't he say that he didn't care about this extreme heaven mountain and these techniques? How could he have the nerve to fight with them? He was simply shameless. Friend, you have to be careful. This Bai Yunfei's cloning technique is quite powerful. He can create 3 clones, each equivalent to about 80% of his strength. The 3 clones can also form a joint attack formation. Jin Yuanbao was a very cunning fellow. He'd completely stripped away Bai Yunfei's foundation in one go. After all, it wasn't easy for him to sit here. Naturally, he didn't want this young cultivator to be beaten down. Therefore, he revealed Bai Yunfei's foundation first. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. So he knows the cloning technique. No wonder he is so confident. With this kind of strength, he can indeed suppress many geniuses. He is no different from a 4-star celestial god. Lin Fei also smiled. He didn't take Bai Yunfei seriously. At this moment, Bai Yunfei had already come over. Just now, his small trick couldn't do anything to the other party. Everything was within Bai Yunfei's expectations. As expected of a body-tempering cultivator. Your strength is really domineering. I can give up your position, but hand over the 2 positions beside you. This is the greatest leniency I can give you. Bai Yunfei said coldly the moment he came over. The other party was just a body-tempering cultivator. However, he didn't take it seriously. With his strength, he could definitely suppress the other party easily. As for why he didn't find anyone else, it was because he felt that this person had some strength. If he could really defeat him, he would naturally be able to make his presence known. More and more people knew that Bai Yunfei's strength was far greater than they had imagined it to be. To put it bluntly, Bai Yunfei was someone who liked to show off. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no way he would miss it. Bai Yunfei knew that he had found the right person when he saw everyone's expressions change. The more overbearing this fellow was, the better. When the time came, Bai Yunfei would beat him into a pulp. Naturally, everyone would approve of him. It was quite good to make his presence known. While he was out and about, he was constantly raising his influence. Such influence wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Yuan Bao coldly snorted. Bai Yunfei, you may be a member of the Xian School of Righteousness, but don't you think you're going too far? I bought this seat. If you have the ability, why don't you buy one too? Unlike others, Jin Yuan Bao still had some confidence. After all, their family ran auctions. They might not have much else, but they had a lot of money. Everyone would want to be on good terms with their merchant guild. After all, when would they be short of money? When would they be short of resources? Naturally, they needed to find a rich merchant guild. Bai Yunfei looked at Jin Yuan Bao with disdain. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Jin Yuan Bao. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up such a bargain. But you've probably given away your 200 demonic armaments for nothing. In a bit, I'll kick you out. If you have the ability, then fight with me. Let's see if you can beat me. Even if I give you a handicap with one hand and stand still, you still won't be able to beat me. Jin Yuanbao was still very angry. This Bai Yunfei was teasing him. Could it be that Bai Yunfei couldn't see that his cultivation wasn't high? Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out 200 demonic armaments. Ha 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 ha, then if you want me to go down, you'll have to get through this brother first. I don't think you have the ability. Don't think that you're very strong just because you've mastered the cloning technique. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. He felt that this Jin Yuanbao was quite interesting. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still quite courageous. If a normal person were to face a 9-star celestial god, they would definitely not have such thoughts and would not speak in such a manner. He wouldn't speak like that, so this gold ingot was quite to Lin Fei's liking. Not being afraid of anything was what a cultivator should have. One couldn't cower just because the opponent's cultivation level was higher. This would naturally affect one's cultivation. Bai Yunfei snorted coldly and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. I've already said that as long as you give up 2 positions, you'll naturally get a position. Otherwise, when I make my move, not to mention 2 positions, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your position. Bai Yunfei was really a rather domineering person. It was already very difficult for him to say something like this. What did it mean to make a move with a good reason? Bai Yunfei had to make a move with a good reason. Do you know what I'm going to do now? If you've guessed correctly, then I'll definitely let you suffer a little less. Bai Yunfei's expression turned ugly. This guy actually didn't intend to give up his position and seemed to dare to make a move against him. Did he really think that a body refining cultivator could be unparalleled? Then he was definitely thinking too much. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. Then give it a try if you have the ability. Bai Yunfei really wanted to see the strength of this body refining cultivator. To be able to suppress so many people, it was naturally not simple. He was also a capable person, so he naturally had nothing to fear. If you can withstand 3 of my slaps, then I'll consider you powerful. But I don't think you can even withstand 1 of my slaps. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, a slap came out and landed heavily on Bai Yunfei's body. Instantly, a 7-colored light appeared around Bai Yunfei's body, forming a barrier. I knew you would dare to sneak up on me, but with this strength, you're thinking too much. Before Bai Yunfei could finish a complete sentence, the 7-colored light collapsed in an instant, and then a huge palm landed on his body. A loud rumbling sound. In an instant, Bai Yunfei turned into a star and disappeared without a trace. Then, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was unknown whether it was a mountain collapsing or not. I already said that this person can't withstand 1 of my slaps. I didn't expect that he really can't withstand it. This strength is too weak. As expected, he got it by taking pills. Chapter 4793. Young Master Bai was sent flying just like that. Brutal, too brutal. He actually sent him flying with 1 slap. Who can tell me what's going on with this brutal guy? A 9-star celestial god. Oh my god, he couldn't even withstand 1 slap. If it was me, I would have been killed with 1 slap. Could this guy be a 10-star celestial? Originally, everyone thought that Bai Yunfei had a high chance of winning once he made a move. They didn't expect this physique cultivator to be so brutal and domineering. He sent Bai Yunfei flying with 1 slap and turned him into a star. It even caused a mountain peak to crumble. They didn't dare to imagine. Jin Yuanbao was already prepared. If he really couldn't do it, he could only run. He couldn't lose all his face. He didn't expect Bai Yunfei to be so weak and be sent flying with 1 slap. Was this still a 9-star celestial god? Jin Yuanbao felt so good. It wasn't just a normal kind of good. He took out a bottle of wine on the spot. He gulped down the wine in 1 gulp. He had always been unhappy with these geniuses. Didn't they just have better potential than him? They deserved this outcome. Pretending to be weak wasn't like this. They actually pretended to be strong in front of an expert. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Shameless guy, how dare you sneak attack me? An angry roar came from afar. Then, Bai Yunfei flew back. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire face became ferocious. In his opinion, this was a sneak attack. He just wasn't prepared. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he would feel that he was inferior to this physique cultivator. Lin Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. You people really can't afford to lose. He raised his hand. Another slap came down. This time, Bai Yunfei seemed to be prepared. However, his resistance was broken instantly. Then, there was another loud rumble. He was directly sent flying. Then, a phantom appeared. It turned out to be a mystique. Lin Fei's strength was so domineering that it directly triggered the phantom mystique. Now that Bai Yunfei had been slapped a second time, everyone shut their mouths. He didn't dare to make another sound. If he had underestimated the enemy the first time, then he would really not be able to withstand the second time. No one dared to ignore this body refinement cultivator anymore. The strength of this man was truly unfathomable. Even this 10-star heaven god who was overseeing the extreme heaven mountain was visibly moved at this moment. What a good physique cultivator. Even I have misjudged him. I didn't expect his physique to be so strong. Young Master Bai Yun is a 9-star celestial, but he couldn't even take a single palm strike from him. The guardian 10-star heavenly god was naturally able to sense the power of that palm strike. It was purely a combination of strength. Unless you were stronger than him, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was defense, because his strength had reached the upper limit of one's defense. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to break through one's defense. I hope this Bai Yunfei is smart enough to stop struggling. Otherwise, he'll suffer for it. This 10-star celestial god would have to rely on Bai Yunfei. He was also a genius from the orthodox Xianmen sect. It would be a pity if he was killed. After all, he was a 9-star celestial god. If those 3 and 5-star celestial gods died, then so be it. It could only be said that they weren't strong enough. 9-star celestial gods were different. They were all qualified to become 10-star celestial gods. In other words, they were more qualified to become war gods. There had always been a saying in their world. If one wanted to become a war god, they had to become a 10-star celestial. Only then would they have a higher chance of becoming a war god. If a 9-star celestial god tried to become a great perfection celestial, it would be very difficult. The chances of failure were even higher. Once they failed, they would basically be crippled. It would be impossible for them to try again. Bai Yunfei came over again. He was in an extremely sorry state. His entire face was swollen. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. At this moment, when he saw this body-tempering cultivator again, his violent anger directly erupted. Bastard, shameless guy, I'm going to kill you. No one has ever made me look so sorry. You're the first. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Looks like you won't repent until you see the coffin. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to retreat. If you don't, I'll send you on your way with 1 slap. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud, but everyone's hearts trembled when they heard it. This body refinement cultivator wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. He only gave Bai Yunfei 3 breaths of time to think. Didn't he know that Bai Yunfei was from the Xianmen sect? If he killed him, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Young Master Bai, don't be afraid. He's just scaring you. How would he dare to kill you here? We all support you. Let's see if he dares to kill you. Even if he has 100 guts, he won't dare to kill you. We can all be witnesses. All the people present cheered loudly. The appearance of a body refinement cultivator had already made them unhappy. Now he had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. Could it be that he really didn't take them seriously? If it was any other time, it would be fine. But at this time, with so many people present, they really didn't believe that this body refinement cultivator would dare to be so heavy-handed. Even Bai Yunfei himself was the same. Hearing the cheers of the people behind him, Bai Yunfei was also full of confidence. To be honest, he really wasn't afraid that this guy would dare to kill him. After all, he wasn't that easy to kill. He also had a life-saving treasure on him. Although this guy was very strong and gave him a feeling that he was unfathomable, he still needed his face. You really have a big tone. Since you dare to kill me, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. If I, Bai Yunfei, move, I'm not Bai Yunfei. Lin Fei shook his head gently. There are really many people who are not afraid of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I really haven't killed a disciple of the Xianmen sect. It's more interesting to kill a 9-star celestial deity like you. The gigantic hand came crashing down. As soon as the hand came down, Bai Yunfei could feel the aura of death looming over him like a black cloud. His eyes were round and wide. How dare you? How dare you? He immediately released all the treasures on him. Crack. Crack. Countless treasures were broken. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to release them. Then, the giant hand crushed his body and broke them into pieces. All that was left was a puddle of blood, which slowly dripped down. Look, I'm a man of my words. I said that I would kill him, so I killed him. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously. Who can he blame? Chapter 4794. A single slap was all it took for Bai Yunfei to be killed. He couldn't be any more dead. Even if it was a treasure ring, it was still taken away by him. Jin Yuanbao and the other young man sitting next to him felt their hearts tremble, and they finally understood. The person sitting next to them was really an overlord. His attack was so ferocious and overbearing, which made Jin Yuanbao feel even more delighted. Bai Yunfei feigned ignorance, but this time he had really hit an iron plate. He had been dealt with a single slap. It's over, it's over. Something big is going to happen. How dare this guy kill someone? How dare he? He's a disciple of the Xianmen Orthodox faction. I guess this guy is going to be in trouble soon. The fact that Bai Yunfei was pretending to be 13 had given everyone a huge shock. For a moment, everyone didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to look over. Even those who had thoughts before didn't dare to think about it anymore. He dared to kill Bai Yunfei, let alone the others. The void moved. A figure appeared out of thin air. When the figure appeared, a terrifying pressure swept across the area. Everyone knew that this was a 10-star celestial god. It was very likely that he was the guardian of this place. The guardian of this extreme mountain. How could you kill Bai Yunfei? How dare you? Don't tell me you don't know who he is? A 9-star celestial god. The guardian glared at him as soon as he came over. He didn't have time to stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yunfei was killed in a single strike. Of course, he was also surprised. This young man's strength was so domineering. The Xianmen Orthodox faction's disciple was killed so easily. I told him not to do it, so why did he do it? So I could only kill him. You really can't blame me for this. Lin Fei said indifferently. He knew that there would be a guardian here. He didn't expect that he would come out just because he killed Bai Yunfei. It didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. So what if he came out? Anyway, he had already made it very clear just now. Bai Yunfei was just pretending. He had given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Naturally, he would kill him and save himself trouble. Just by looking at the people around him, he knew what was going on. The guardian was infuriated. How could there be such a guy? You think you're right? That Bai Yunfei was a 9-star celestial god. He had a chance to become a 10-star celestial god in the future. He might even become a war god. But you killed him just like that. Geniuses like this were indeed worthy of attention. That was why the guardian had come out. I'm warning you now. If there's a next time, there's no need for you to head here. The guardian had given this young man a lot of face. After all, it was not easy for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate to such a level. Let's give him a chance first. I'll say the same thing. It's naturally the best if they don't come looking for trouble with me. If they come looking for trouble with me and refuse to listen to me, then I can only kill them. Anyway, killing one is one. These people have no hope of becoming a war god. Could it be that he has a better chance of becoming a war god than me? Lin Fei's words instantly infuriated the guardian. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any words to refute. This young man indeed had a lot of potential. Especially since he was a body refinement cultivator. This was rare and commendable. If he really became a war god, he would be one of the more powerful war gods. I hope you're on your own. I'll only say this once. The guardian disappeared again with a swoosh. Everyone naturally knew that there was a guardian on the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This person had a bad temper. If he started a massacre here, it was very likely that he would be suppressed. He didn't expect this guy to kill Bai Yunfei right away. He even got the guardian out. Fortunately, this guardian seemed to be more restrained and didn't make a move. Of course, everyone took his words to heart. He did have the capital to do so. It was already difficult for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate. If he could reach such a level, his future would be even more limitless. Bai Yunfei could only say that he was unlucky. After such an incident, no one dared to come again. Even those who came later didn't think much of it when they heard that Bai Yunfei was killed. This guy really knew how to kill people. Lin Fei didn't expect anyone else to come. This was a little different from what he had thought. He came this time to gain some fame. If he couldn't gain fame now, he would wait until he got inside to gain some fame and throw all these people out. At that time, he would naturally be able to attract those experts from the Xianmen sect. Once he came out, he would directly kill all of them and make a profit. Lin Fei began to ponder in his heart. Jin Yuanbao and another young man at the side lowered their heads. They were obviously the same age, but he had already become a great expert. He didn't even dare to make a move on the guardian and could only give a warning. Of course, this also made them heave a sigh of relief. This transaction was really worth it. They probably wouldn't come across such a transaction more than a few times in their lifetime. Minutes and seconds passed. Soon, it was the end of the time. No one moved the 3 round tables that Lin Fei had. The competition for the remaining 7 round tables was very intense. They were all replaced by 8-star celestial god experts. As for 9 stars, there wasn't a single one. Of course, this was also very normal. 8-star celestial gods might not seem like much, but they actually had a lot of potential. In the future, they would definitely be able to cultivate to 9-star celestial god. As for whether or not they could cultivate to 10-star celestial god, that would depend on their own foundation. They all had the qualifications to become 10-star celestial gods and even had the chance to become war god. Such a realm was not bad in this huge world. Time's up. A dignified voice rang out. With a whoosh, the 10 round platforms rushed into the depths of the Empyrean Extreme Mountain. Just like that, space-time doorways appeared. In the blink of an eye, these doorways disappeared. Of course, it was the same for the 10 round tables. Of course, everyone knew that they had reached the depths of Heaven's Extreme Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found himself in the depths of Heaven's Extreme Mountain. This was a special space. In this space, there were actually many huge illusory figures. These illusory figures were all using mystic techniques. Compared to before, they were much more profound and exuded a strong sense of existence. You will have a year to comprehend here. After a year, you will be automatically sent away. The Guardian's figure appeared. Chapter 4795. As soon as the Guardian came over to remind everyone, he left. Of course, he took a look at the young body-tempering cultivator. After all, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. No matter how he looked at it, it was like a big tiger had mixed in a group of sheep. Therefore, after leaving, the guardian also stared at the young body-tempering cultivator, hoping that he would not cause any big trouble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be polite. These 8-star heavenly gods still had a lot of opportunities. If they were to comprehend some powerful divine ability, it would be a great boost to their personal strength. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to a higher realm. After the guardian left, everyone present was excited. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were a little afraid. After all, this guy was quite strong. Even Bai Yunfei, a 9-star celestial, was not a match for him. Since everyone is here, I just happened to tell you something. I think it should be easier for you to hear. You too can choose a place to comprehend the divine ability. My words are still reliable. Who told me to be a person who pays more attention to credibility? Jin Yuan Bao and the young man were stunned, but they immediately understood the meaning behind it. They immediately went into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they went to comprehend magic. The remaining 7 people subconsciously moved closer, feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's words. Sir, what do you mean by this? They were more afraid of this body-tempering cultivator. Who asked this guy to be so strong? It was best not to fight. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning at all, so they could only rely on the guardian. Nothing much, I just feel that there are too many people here, so I decided to let you guys out. Do you want me to throw you out, or do you want to go out by yourselves? Make your choice. At least you can save some face when the time comes. Lin Fei looked at them and said. The expressions of the 7 geniuses changed instantly, and they glared at him. Sir, you are too overbearing. You occupied 2 round tables, and we didn't say anything. Now, you actually have the nerve to ask us to go out. That's right, that's right. You're too bold. Even if you're a guardian, you won't let us do this. If you have the ability, throw us out. We're not leaving. I think we should go our separate ways. If you really find trouble with us, then you will definitely regret it. Not to mention anything else, the guardian will not let you cause trouble here. These people were indeed very afraid of this body-forging cultivator. When he thought about the fact that he had a guardian and the fact that he had the strength of a 10-star heavenly god, he was not afraid that this body-tempering cultivator would stir up any trouble. Lin Fei sighed softly. You people have really cultivated so much that you've become muddle-headed. Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything just because a 10-star heaven god is here? Fine, I'll send you on your way. In any case, you people don't take yourselves seriously. A bright light appeared in an instant. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the faces of the 7 8-star heavenly gods fell, and they all unfurled their treasures. In an instant. Just like that, their treasures shattered. The beam of light was about to crush them, but at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. A beam of light collided with the beam of light and blocked it. It was the guardian of the 10-star heavenly god, Lei Xing. Kid, aren't your methods a little too overbearing? Do you really not take me seriously? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to do anything. Now, I'm officially disqualifying you. The guardian, Lei Xing, was really angry. He never thought that this body-forging cultivator would actually dare to attack and throw these people out of this place. Such a thing had never happened before. You want to disqualify me? Then you'll have to have the strength first. I don't think you're a match for me at all. Let's see how long you can protect them. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Whoosh, whoosh. The great glacial spell immediately spread out. Although these 3,000 great Daos were not powerful great Daos, when they were used by Lin Fei, their power was absolutely terrifying. The entire void froze in an instant. Lei Xing had just activated his treasures when he realized that the geniuses behind him were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Even he himself felt like he was in the 9 heavens freezing ground. His entire body was cold, and the chill constantly seeped into him. He finally realized that he had underestimated this body-forging cultivator. He did not expect this guy to be someone who walked 2 different paths. I don't care where you come from. Since you dared to kill them in front of me, don't even think about leaving this place today. I'm going to suppress you. The aura on Lei Xing's body surged, and with a rumble, it shattered the frost. Flying swords in the void directly attacked Lin Fei. The flying swords were very powerful, and each attack had the power of a 10-star heavenly god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were infinitely suppressed. They could not get close to Lin Fei at all. He was sent flying away. Time slowed down around Lin Fei. Although it was only 10 times, it was enough for Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand, and with a loud rumble, the Great Five Elements technique, the Great Frost technique, followed by the Great Karma technique, enveloped Lei Xing. Lei Xing's vision turned black, and in an instant, he was sent flying. His entire body was covered with cracks. Then, a big hand came over and lifted him up by his neck. Then, a punch pierced through his chest, and he immediately lost consciousness. Under Lin Fei's ferocious attack, Lei Xing was naturally unable to withstand it. With a wave of his hand, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces and vanished into thin air. The entire place became quiet. I told you not to be so serious, but you didn't listen. Why did you have to do this? Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guardian was very strong. Coupled with the array here, he could definitely burst out with the power of a war god. Lin Fei showed his absolute strength right from the start. Lei Xing also underestimated his opponent. He did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even have time to summon the array, and was directly killed. Although I killed this Lei Xing, he should have other tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he will inform others, or the Sky Prides will do the same. So, all I have to do now is wait, and at the same time, I can see what kind of powerful magic skills there are here. Lin Fei could see that some of the skills here were indeed very powerful. In the past, there were indeed great masters who fought here. He could also learn some experience here before killing them. Master, the magic skills of these phantom images are a type of negative emotion. If you collect them, you can condense a lot of resentment thought beads. At the very least, there will be more than 100 million beads. Chapter 4796. This news came too suddenly, even Lin Fei did not expect it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. However, when these words came from the mouth of the king of 10,000 demons, it was completely different. This guy made this kind of resentment prayer bead. If he said he could do it, then he would definitely be able to do it. There wouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei's expression became slightly serious. Are you sure you're right? It's really difficult for the negative emotions here to condense resentment prayer bead. Don't joke with me. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll directly kill you, so that you don't have to exist. This was extremely important to Lin Fei. If the negative emotions here could really make resentment prayer bead, then it would definitely be a huge gain for him. Hundreds of millions of resentment prayer bead would definitely be able to harvest a large amount of hatred value. At that time, someone would be able to increase his strength. Where else could he find such a good thing? After all, to Lin Fei, it would be quite difficult to unify this place in 500 years. What he could do now was to continuously increase his strength, and increase it as strong as he could. This way, his chances would be much higher. What I said is definitely not wrong. The negative emotions and sacred art methods here are actually a type of negative emotion. Even though they look no different, they are actually all negative emotions, and I have a way to collect all of these negative emotions sacred art, and the number of resentment prayer beads here might be even more than you think. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and released the king of 10,000 demons. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see how many resentment prayer beads these negative emotions can contribute. Don't waste your time in the end. If you want these negative emotions, I'll have to trouble Master to activate all of them. Only then will I have a chance to collect them and completely light them up. I can't do it alone. The king of 10,000 demons also knew that this was a chance to perform. If he did it well, he would naturally be able to leave a better impression in Lin Fei's heart. If he did not do it well, who knew when he would be killed by a palm? At this time, he had to go all out. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. You just need to collect these negative emotions. What I want is the result, I don't care about anything else. At the same time, inside a sect, a figure walked out. This figure was none other than Lei Xing. Lei Xing didn't expect that his original body would actually be killed in the extreme heaven mountain. Fortunately, he had left behind a doppelganger back then. However, the strength of this doppelganger was much weaker. His original body was already a 10-star heavenly god, while this doppelganger was only a 5-star heavenly god. This was just a way to save his life. It would take a long time to recover. Fortunately, there were some treasures here, but it was still a heavy loss. Sect head, something bad has happened to the extreme heaven mountain that we are in charge of. A tyrannical body refinement cultivator actually killed all those geniuses. Even I was killed by him. Lei Xing came to report immediately. With his current strength, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Even if he went, he would only be killed. When the sect master heard this news, his expression changed immediately. The Celestial Pole Mountain Range was jointly managed by many sects and forces. This time, it was their sect's turn. Now that even Lei Xing had been killed, even those geniuses had been annihilated as well. This was definitely not a small matter. I suspect that the body refinement cultivator should be a devil cultivator. When he was killed, Lei Xing could more or less feel the aura of the devil cultivator. Although it was well hidden, there was still a trace of it. Apart from this explanation, Lei Xing really couldn't think of another explanation. The sect master's expression turned even uglier. Who didn't know that the devil cultivators were hiding in the Yuming mountain range and didn't dare to come out? Once they came out, they were no different from rats on the street. But now, there was actually someone who dared to come out and go to the extreme heaven mountain under their eyes. He went to the extreme heaven mountain and killed all those geniuses. He even killed the 10-star heavenly god Lei Xing, who was in charge. He didn't put the sect in his eyes at all. Immediately bring the experts of the sect to kill this person. We can't let him leave alive. Otherwise, we will lose face this time. Since when did a devil cultivator have the right to be presumptuous? The sect master said nothing and began to lead the experts towards the extreme heaven mountain. They had to race against time. Who knew what else that guy could do inside? Outside the extreme heaven mountain, loud rumbling sounds were heard one after another. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they didn't know what was going on. Can you tell me what happened inside? Good heavens, another sacred art was activated. But why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that there are many geniuses inside this time? They can really comprehend many sacred arts. Could it be that it's that barbaric body refinement cultivator? That guy is very terrifying. He even killed Bai Yunfei. Do you think that guy really has this possibility? After all, his potential really can't be compared to anyone else. These people had all seen how powerful that barbaric body refinement cultivator was. Bai Yunfei was directly killed. A stream of light flew over from afar with great momentum. Following that, 3 spaceships stopped in the surroundings. When the 3 spaceships stopped, dozens of experts flew out. As soon as these experts appeared, the people present were slightly gloomy as they recognized them immediately. It's Bai Yunfei's sect. They must be here for revenge. That guy is out of luck. Good heavens, there are 5 10-star celestial gods and 15 9-star celestial gods. This lineup is really not small. Seeing this scene, a trace of joy rose in the hearts of the people who saw this scene. After all, they also didn't like that guy. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was strong, they would have a good fight with him. But even Bai Yunfei was killed, so they really didn't have the courage. It's better to be honest. The guy who killed Bai Yunfei is here. That's a barbaric body refinement cultivator. He killed Bai Yunfei with 3 slaps. The people present began to hit him when he was down. No matter what, they couldn't let the barbaric cultivator live a good life. If it wasn't for that guy, they would have a certain chance to fight for the round platform. In the end, they missed the opportunity for nothing. They couldn't swallow this anger, and now they could finally vent it out. We can't beat you, but but can't others? Chapter 4797. The sect Bai Yunfei belonged to was called the Sky Cloud sect. It was considered a relatively powerful first-rate sect. Bai Yunfei was also considered a genius in the sect. They didn't expect that he would be annihilated here. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. Now that they heard that it was a body-tempering cultivator, they frowned. Since when did body-tempering cultivators become so overbearing? They didn't take the Sky Cloud sect seriously and even dared to kill Bai Yunfei. Looking at the extreme heaven mountain in front of them, they frowned slightly. They didn't dare to enter this place easily. There were 10-star heavenly gods guarding this place. It was said that the array formation could even unleash the strength of a war god. Most importantly, the extreme heaven mountain was formed by various forces of various sizes. Therefore, everyone could only comprehend within the mountain. Anyone who dared to make a move here would become the common enemy of all the sects and forces. Then guard that body-tempering cultivator here. As soon as he comes out, take him down and bring him back to the Sky Cloud sect. He has to pay the price for killing Bai Yunfei. Even the forces behind him have to bear the wrath of the Sky Cloud sect. An expert from the Sky Cloud sect said coldly. They just waited here. Many sky prides who were about to retreat stopped one by one. Everyone knew that there would be a good show to watch soon. It would only be a year at most. For cultivators, a year's time wasn't very long. It was very short. A few more days passed. Streaks of light flew towards them. When these streaks of light appeared, their expressions changed slightly. They actually saw the forces behind many sky prides coming over. When they arrived, all of them looked at the extreme heaven mountain. Lei Xing, come out. Why did our sky prides die in the extreme heaven mountain? You have to give us an explanation. Why did our sect's sky prides die here? If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. As soon as these forces arrived, they all rushed inside and shouted. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this. What exactly happened? As they spoke, they instantly understood what was going on. The sky prides who went in earlier were all dead. Now, their expressions were even more incredulous. They immediately connected the dots. Could it be that this was done by that unreasonable body refinement cultivator again? If this was really the case, then this tyrannical body refinement cultivator was really overbearing. Putting aside the fact that he had killed Bai Yunfei, he had actually killed the rest of the prodigies as well. He really thought too highly of himself. Even the experts from the Heavenly Cloud School, where Bai Yunfei was, frowned when they heard this. Bai Yunfei's death had truly angered them. Now that their geniuses were dead, things were different. Many of these profound sects and righteous path forces were comparable to their Heavenly Cloud sect in strength. He didn't expect them to come at this time. It's probably the work of that barbaric physique refiner. My Bai Yunfei was also killed by him. The expert of the Heavenly Cloud sect said indifferently. When the other sects heard this, they became even angrier. It was actually a body refinement cultivator. This was simply too arrogant. Since when did a body refinement cultivator dare to be so audacious? At this time, they needed Lei Xing to give them an explanation. That was Lei Xing's territory. After all, their sect was responsible for guarding the extreme heaven mountain. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally couldn't take it lying down. It was fine if one died, but 7 geniuses had died at this time. Including Bai Yunfei, there were 8 geniuses. Every genius was not easy to cultivate. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter how they spoke, Lei Xing's figure didn't appear again. This made their expressions even more unsightly. Could it be that he was avoiding responsibility? If that was the case, then they would directly go to him to seek justice. Don't ask me why I couldn't control these geniuses. It's because my original body was also killed by that body refinement cultivator. Are you satisfied now? I suspect that person is a demonic expert. A lot of time passed again. Just when everyone's expression was extremely unsightly, another voice finally sounded. Finally, they heard another voice. As this voice appeared, everyone turned their heads to look at it. They saw a big flying ship coming over. When they saw this big flying ship, they were even more shocked. Why did even the sect master come over? When they heard Lei Xing's words, it was even more difficult for them to accept it. Lei Xing had the strength of a 10-star heaven god. Together with the formation here, he could definitely unleash the strength of a war god. But now you're telling me that you were killed by a body refinement cultivator. How could they believe it? Fortunately, the last few words of a demonic expert made their pupils shrink slightly. They exploded with endless anger. Even the people nearby found it hard to believe. That body refinement cultivator was actually a demonic expert. After a short while, they finally returned to the city. I finally understand why that guy was so overbearing. It turns out that he really is a demonic expert. When I first asked for this demonic weapon, I already felt that they were not normal. I didn't expect that it was really the case. That guy hid his strength too well. He's definitely an old fart. He actually dared to come to the extreme heaven mountain. He's really audacious. Those geniuses are really unlucky. They actually encountered such a demonic expert. Everyone present understood what was going on, and they were all sighing. Fortunately, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. Just look at these experts. They were all geniuses. But now, they were directly eliminated. Even other people's sects had come over. We really didn't do the right thing. We will definitely teach this demonic expert. When the time comes, we will also kill him and the demonic forces behind him to give everyone an explanation. This was the only thing they could do now. First, they would capture this demonic expert. Then, they would uproot the forces behind him. This was the only way to quell the anger of these first-rate forces. Previously, they were really annoyed. Now that they heard that it was a demonic expert, their anger had changed. In that case, they really couldn't be blamed for this matter. The demonic experts had always been famous for being cunning. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. Now, they really hated demonic experts more and more. Since the sect master said so, they naturally wouldn't say anything else. Chapter 4798. Outside the extreme heaven mountain, all the forces were waiting. After all, even they wouldn't be able to enter the extreme heaven mountain from the start. The news also spread out in the first place. No one expected that an expert from the Devil Dao would actually come to the extreme heaven mountain and kill 8 8-star celestial god experts. This was like poking a hornet's nest. It had been a long time since a demon cultivator dared to act so wantonly. All of a sudden, the extreme heaven mountain became very lively. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of abilities this body-tempering cultivator had. To think that he would be able to kill so many 8-star heavenly gods right off the bat. Bai Yunfei, a 9-star heavenly god, was among them. It wouldn't matter if his cultivation was a bit lower. But his cultivation wasn't low either. Any 9-star heavenly god had a chance to become a 10-star heavenly god. They even had a chance to become a war god. Now that one was dead, it was definitely a big loss for the sect. Who knew how much time and effort it took to nurture one? It was very likely that the one they lost would be a war god in the future. The Heavenly Cloud sect's hatred for the body-tempering cultivators in the sect was monstrous. Inside the extreme heaven mountain, Lin Fei was constantly activating these god art phantoms. One had to admit that there were a lot of them. Some of them were very powerful. Even Lin Fei had to be careful. Fortunately, these phantoms didn't have any offensive abilities. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. This world was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though they were divine ability phantoms, they were sometimes extremely powerful. One could imagine that he was definitely a war god level fighter when he was alive. They could even leave behind such phantoms for others to comprehend. Lin Fei originally wanted to comprehend them, but he realized that they didn't fit his style, so he gave up. He decided to activate them one by one. The king of thousand demons started to search through these phantoms. This fellow had also brought a complete set of treasures. According to him, this was a set of treasures that he had spent a great deal of effort to develop. It was specifically used to refine these negative emotions, and in the end, turn them into resentment beads. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the King of 10,000 Devils' performance. This guy was indeed an expert. It was much easier than expected for him to collect negative emotions. In the first month, he had collected 5 million resentment will beads. It wasn't much. But it was a start. In the second month, he earned 20 million yuan, and in the third month, it rose to 50 million yuan. In the fourth month, it broke through 100 million. In the fifth month, it was 200 million. Basically, it was constantly improving every month. Until the last month. The number of resentment rosary beads he obtained exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Even the king of the 10,000 devils was extremely shocked. In total, all the beads of resentment added up to 5.3 billion. There wasn't much of an increase after that, but the number of resentment rosary beads was quite a lot. Sir, all the resentment rosary beads are here. All the negative sacred arts here have been taken clean. From now on, the Sky Pole Mountain will no longer have any sacred arts. The king of 10,000 devils chuckled. This fellow was really interested in destroying things. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. What he wanted were these resentment rosary beads. Now that he had gained so much hatred, it wasn't a small amount. For someone who cultivated the infinite God body, these hatred points were useless. He needed glory points. Since he couldn't raise the infinite God body anytime soon, Lin Fei directly exchanged for a new 3,000 Great Tao. This 3,000 Great Tao was none other than the so-called Space Great Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained the Time Great Tao. Now that he obtained the Space Great Tao, it was the best of both worlds. Once he grasped the Space Great Tao, Lin Fei obtained one of the most basic abilities, which was space collapse. With him as the center, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles would collapse. Anyone who entered this area would suffer from the impact of the space collapse. It was extremely terrifying. As for this move, Lin Fei really liked it. Together with the Time Shroud, it could really become a killer move. Now that he had grasped the Space Great Tao and Time Great Tao, there was only one Great Tao that he hadn't grasped yet. That was the so-called Destiny Great Tao. The Destiny Great Tao was different. No one could sense the existence of such a Destiny Great Tao. It was used to change one's own destiny. Of course, using destiny to kill people was also very terrifying. This time, the hatred points were just right. He could only exchange for the Space Great Tao. Therefore, the Destiny Great Tao could only be put aside. It's been almost a year. I guess those guys outside are getting impatient. It's just the right time to go out and farm hatred points. It's a pity that I can't get any faith beads. It seems like I have to farm some faith beads when I reach Hades Mountain. The faith beads came in handy. With these things, he would be able to cultivate infinite divine body. Outside Heaven's Pole Mountain, everyone was waiting anxiously. A year wasn't a long time, but it was definitely unacceptable for these people. This was because the mirages of the divine abilities on Heaven's Pole Mountain had disappeared without a trace. Even they didn't know what was going on. However, they were sure of one thing. It was definitely the destruction of the demonic experts inside. They were completely crippled in the hands of the other party. From now on, there would be no more Heaven's Pole Mountain, let alone a place to comprehend. As for the cultivation of the younger generation, it was a devastating blow. The eyes of the various forces at the scene were cold like the ice of the 9 heavens. They felt uncomfortable all over. If they didn't eliminate this demonic expert, they wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in their hearts. He's out. Without any warning, a figure directly rushed out. He appeared in front of everyone. As soon as this figure appeared, countless mystic arts were unleashed. There was no need for any nonsense at all. However, after these attacks were unleashed, the other party easily withstood them. Didn't I just eliminate a few geniuses? There's no need to make such a big fuss. We can just nurture them again. Naturally, the one who came out was Lin Fei. He chuckled at everyone. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys should go home and do what you need to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to lose your lives here. I'm still a reliable person. These divine abilities couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. They were directly sent flying. This caused everyone to be slightly moved. He was indeed a powerful demonic expert. Chapter 4799. Lin Fei's words made everyone laugh. They had never seen such an arrogant demonic cultivator. He actually had the nerve to ask them to go home. Was he planning to kill them all in one fell swoop? All demonic cultivators deserve to be killed. You want us to go home? You're dreaming. We're not afraid of death. I want to see how you're going to deal with us. What kind of ability do you have? Can you kill all of us here? The sect leader of Bai Yunfei's sect also roared angrily. He stared at this young physique cultivator. Was this the person who killed Bai Yunfei? This was simply a big slap to their sect's face. You killed Bai Yunfei. How dare you? Who allowed you to kill him? The sect leader's eyes were cold and his killing intent was so cold that everyone felt a terrible chill. Bai Yunfei is dead, and we also lost a genius. Now, the only thing I want to do is to kill you and dig out the force behind you. They must pay the price in blood. They did not feel any demonic aura from this young physique cultivator, but his actions were no different from those of demonic cultivators. Therefore, they naturally did not mind classifying him as a demonic cultivator. After all, demonic cultivators were all people who deserved to be killed. If he was killed, then so be it. There was nothing to care about. These people were quite strong. When the time came, they would use the title of demonic cultivator to exterminate the force behind him. Only then could they let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, they began to roar angrily as if they did not care about Lin Fei. Lin Fei just looked at them indifferently. You're almost done, right? If you're almost done, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you're completely hopeless. So, I still have to say, it's just a genius who died. We can go back and train another one. Why do you have to joke around with your life? Everyone burst into laughter again. But it was a kind of sneer. A kind of mockery. They never felt that there was a demonic cultivator like this young man, who really thought of himself as a super strong cultivator. After all, everyone present was a 10-star heavenly god. With the help of some treasures, even a war god would be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. But now, this young man actually had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill all of them. This was really the funniest joke they had ever heard. It seems that you don't plan to leave. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Anyway, killing one is killing a whole nest is also killing, it doesn't make much difference. I haven't been a demonic expert for a long time, it's just the right time for me to be a so-called demonic expert, to make my presence known, to let everyone know that there is a person like me. I also feel quite proud. Everyone was confused by what they heard. Is this guy's head clamped by a board? Otherwise, how could he say such words? Collapse. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. He spat out 2 words that were neither light nor heavy. Just as these 2 words came down. Swoosh. 300,000 kilometers of the void around Lin Fei instantly began to collapse. A wave of power came crashing down, causing everyone to lose their balance and fall. Then, the power of the void came crashing down, crashing into their bodies. Bam, 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 bam. Clumps of snowflakes exploded one after another. The weaker experts were directly obliterated by the power of the void collapse. Only the 9 stars heavenly gods and 10 stars heavenly gods could still hold on. Even so, they were in great pain. This power was very strong. Wave after wave of collapse, the power kept attacking, and soon, the 8 stars heavenly gods were gone. Then, 9 stars heavenly gods, until only 10 stars heavenly gods were left. There were quite a number of 10 stars heavenly gods present, a total of 10 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, their faces were extremely pale, terrified and uneasy. An unprecedented fear shrouded their hearts. They had never thought that this young man would be so strong. In an instant, they were all heavily injured, and all the experts on the Heaven Extreme Mountain were wiped out. Only now did they truly understand why the other party told them to go home and not participate in this matter. It turned out that the other party was so terrifyingly strong. With such a deep accumulation of power, he was actually able to unleash a killer move. They didn't even notice it at all and were hit by it directly. The blurry lights started to struggle. All sorts of treasures were pushed to their limits, but the power of the void collapse was too strong. It wasn't easy for them to break free. All they saw was a flash of light, and then they fell, dying without a complete corpse. In just 30 breaths of time, all the experts had been wiped out. The outside of the extreme heaven mountain had turned quiet. Sigh, I already told you, but why didn't you listen? Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, all the rings flew over. When they reached Lin Fei's hand, they were kept. It was more or less a harvest. Lin Fei turned his head. He slashed at the Heaven Extreme Mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The saber light swept through the extreme Heaven Mountain in this region. From then on, there was no more Heaven Extreme Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain. After Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain, in less than half an hour, 3 figures broke through the void and came out. The moment these 3 figures came out, they had a strong aura. One of them took a deep breath. Good fella, he actually killed hundreds of experts in one breath, and there were more than 10 star celestial gods among them. He is definitely a demonic expert. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was very shrewd, but at this time, his expression also became serious. Many people. We are still one step too late. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Such a big loss hasn't happened for a long time. It seems that this demonic expert really doesn't take us seriously. Ninth sister, use your treasures to find this fella. You must find him. How dare he kill people like this? He really doesn't take our demon extermination hall seriously. These 3 black-robed experts exuded a strong aura. Although they were only 10-star celestial gods, they were much stronger than any of the previous 10-star celestial gods. The most important thing was the 3 words, Demon Extermination Hall. The meaning of these 3 words was different. No matter who heard it, they would feel great pressure. Chapter 4800. The Hall of Demon Extermination was considered a relatively strong force in this world. Their mission was to hunt down all kinds of demonic experts. Those who were relatively strong would come over once they received the news. This time, they also received the news. After all, so many experts had died in the Celestial Pole Mountain. They also received the news immediately, and were even more certain that this was a great demonic expert. Although the other party did not display the strength of a war god from the beginning to the end, his strength was definitely at the top of the 10-star heaven gods. If he stepped into the war god level, he would definitely be in great danger. Therefore, the 3 of them chased after him. The one called Sister Jiu was a woman. The woman called Sister Jiu took out a treasure in the shape of a compass. She activated it right in front of them. One after another, illusory images of the Celestial Pole Mountain began to appear. In the blink of an eye. In the end, it landed on a figure. A beam of light was drawn over and gathered on the compass. It was Lin Fei's appearance. What a young guy. I didn't expect him to be an old monster. No wonder he's so strong. The 3 of them were slightly stunned when they saw the young figure. They subconsciously felt that he was an old monster. Only an old monster could maintain his youthful appearance. A guy like him would also be very strong. It was very likely that such a person would soon step into the war god level. A great demon god at the war god level would definitely be very difficult to deal with. If I'm not wrong, this guy must be preparing to break through to the war god level. We can't let him succeed. Immediately inform the experts of the Hall of Demon Extermination to chase after him. We can't give him any chance to catch his breath. We must kill him. Otherwise, he'll be a strong enemy for us and we'll have another expert on our side. The war god realm had always been a threshold between a 10-star heaven god and a war god. It was very difficult to break through this threshold. Even if there were 10,000 10-star heaven gods, there might not be many who could break through to the war god level. This was also why more than 10 10-star heaven gods had come all at once. There were many people in this realm, but it was too difficult to break through to the next realm. They were both in the god realm, but one was the sky and the other was the war. Naturally, it was different. No one knows better than them how terrifying this war god is. This also aroused their great interest. After all, the demonic path experts he usually killed were only average in strength. However, a demonic expert like him was different. He was a true expert. If they didn't go after him now, when would they? Lin Fei's side had a sufficient harvest, so he didn't plan to wander around outside. They headed straight for the Dark Mountain Range. Lin Fei was still thinking about the faith beads. Without the faith beads and his infinite god physique, it would be hard for him to cultivate. Fortunately, he had finally exchanged for the great Tao of space this time. It could be considered a good harvest. He really had to thank the extreme heaven mountain. Moreover, when he tested the strength of the spatial collapse, it was indeed quite strong. Wave after wave of endless attacks. If one's strength wasn't very strong, they would have been annihilated immediately. Only the 9-star celestial gods and 10-star celestial gods could hold them off for a while. However, it would only last for a short while. A 10-star celestial god would barely be able to escape. However, they were killed right in front of Lin Fei. It was just that the consumption was a little too high, which made him feel a little unhappy. As for the rest, he felt that it was acceptable. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After all, his current goal was to head to the Dark Mountain Range. It wasn't easy to survive outside. The demonic path had become the target of scorn. He had merely killed a few 8-star celestial gods and he was surrounded by a group of forces. There were already more than 10 10-star celestial gods. How was he going to survive? He might as well run to the Dark Mountain Range. So. It had only been half a day and there were already people ambushing him. Beams of light instantly turned into a torrential flood that surged over. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Damn, he had finally made a name for himself. There were actually people ambushing him. Lin Fei knew that there would definitely be people coming to kill him after he killed so many people in the extreme heaven mountain. He didn't expect them to be so strong. He attacked with the strength of a 10-star celestial god. The attack of the flowing water instantly turned into endless frost that spread on Lin Fei's body. It contained a different kind of attack. This kind of attack was very powerful. It could often catch people off guard. However, to Lin Fei, he could split it in the middle with a single slash. The attack of the flowing water flowed to both sides and was easily resolved. 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were all at the level of a 10-star celestial god. However, they had accumulated a lot of experience. Just by standing there, they were equivalent to the aura of more than 10 10-star celestial gods. You are so ruthless. You actually killed all the experts of the extreme heaven mountain. You won't be able to escape today. We have already set up a void array here. Don't even think of escaping. You'd better obediently return to our Hall of Demon Extermination. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Damn, even the people from the Demon Extermination Hall had come out. They even came to stop him. It was no wonder that they could move so quickly. Lin Fei had read the memories of others and naturally knew about the existence of the Demon Extermination Hall. The strength of the Demon Extermination Hall was indeed very strong. There were even experts at the level of a war god. If a 10-star celestial god could not handle it, then a war god expert would appear. Once a war god expert appeared, almost no diabolism expert could escape unscathed. Therefore, the Demon Extermination Hall was a nightmare for diabolism experts. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that the people from the Demon Extermination Hall could catch up to me. It seems that I am quite influential. However, do you really think that the three of you can take me down? The void collapsed. It arrived in an instant. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and it came crashing over. A ball of light instantly appeared around the three of them and protected them. Even such a momentary impact caused their bodies to tremble slightly. Then, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was much stronger than those 10-star celestial gods. Oh no, this guy has a spatial treasure. He can actually cause the void to collapse. This is bad. Even though they were separated by the treasure, they could feel the terrifying power of the void collapsing. Wave after wave of power came crashing down. The entire void was already fragmented. They could not stand still at all because they could not find the point. This place was already fragmented. Chapter 4801. The three experts from the Demon Killing Hall immediately felt the immense pressure. They couldn't take it at all. The power of the void's collapse continued to crush down on them. The treasures around them were pushed to their limits, but they still couldn't take it. One attack after another landed on their bodies. With the first slash, there was a second slash. With the second slash, there was a third slash. Their defenses were getting weaker and weaker. They knew that they had been too careless this time. They didn't expect this demonic expert to be so strong. He even had a spatial treasure. This was the scariest thing. The most important thing was that this spatial treasure was actually an attack-type treasure. In just a short while, they had already met with such a terrifying opponent. After they were injured, the great chill art came crashing down on them. In an instant, they couldn't move at all. Following that, a series of sharp blades slashed over. One slash after another, they were severely injured in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. They couldn't take it at all. After more than 10 slashes, the three experts from the Demon Killing Hall were killed. Now that I have killed 3 experts from the Demon Killing Hall, I reckon there will be half-step battle gods coming soon. Or perhaps they will be real battle gods. Lin Fei waved his hand and took all the treasures in their hands. He headed towards the Yuming Mountain. He knew that he had to reach the Yuming Mountain as soon as possible. That place was a protected area. Battle gods wouldn't dare to kill their way there so easily. However, he still had to be careful along the way. Who knew if battle gods would come? The Demon Killing Hall would definitely not be able to take it lying down after losing 3 experts. Along the way, Lin Fei kept a low profile. He was getting closer and closer to the Yuming Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away. At this distance, Lin Fei could even feel the black aura of the Yuming Mountain. At the place where heaven and earth intersected, a black mountain range flashed with lightning. It extended all the way, as if it was going to split the sky and earth into 2. Seeing this black mountain range, Lin Fei knew that the Yuming Mountain was right in front of him. There were still about 1,000,000 kilometers left. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. At that time, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was a little surprised that there weren't any war god level experts chasing after him. Could it be that the Demon Extermination Hall did not take this matter seriously at all? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. The Demon Extermination Hall had always strived for stability. As long as they saw an expert of the demonic Tao, they would definitely kill him. A person like him would never be left alone. Then the possibility of a war god level fighter being sent out is extremely high. You killed the experts of my Hall of Demon Extermination, and you still want to run to the Yuming Mountain range? Do you not take me seriously? There was a loud bang. A huge world enveloped them in an instant. Lin Fei's vision changed drastically in an instant. World of War God. As soon as this world appeared, Lin Fei knew what was going on. This is the world of war gods that only war gods have. It was just an illusory world, but it had a terrifying pressure. This instantly made Lin Fei feel uncomfortable all over his body. A figure appeared in the world of war god and looked down at Lin Fei from above. This person was a war god from the Demon Extermination Hall. He was a 1-star war god. Heavenly war god. The war god realm also ranged from 1 to 9 stars. Of course, there was a 10-star war god. However, it was too difficult to become a 10-star war god. Only the 5 top-notch war gods had reached the level of a 10-star war god. They had been at this level for countless years. They had never been able to break through to a new level. I didn't expect that after killing 3 experts from your Demon Extermination Hall, a war god level fighter would come. I'm quite flattered. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet a war god level fighter so soon. A war god level fighter's speed was also very fast. A single world of war god covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. In an instant, he was pulled into his own world, and his strength was directly suppressed. He was more or less affected. Unless he also had a world of war god to fight against, he would be at a huge disadvantage in this aspect. You also know that you killed 3 experts from our Demon Extermination Hall. You should be proud that I'm here to kill you. Do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it personally? In front of a war god level fighter, no matter how strong your foundation is, you're no match for me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Heavenly war god waved his hand. Instantly, a ray of light came down. The light grew bigger and bigger. Its power was also getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He could finally meet a war god level fighter. He activated his infinite defense and instantly stood in front of him. The ray of light instantly broke through the infinite defense and crushed over layer by layer. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Fei and landed on Lin Fei's body. Even though the force was dispersed, there was still 50% of it that landed on Lin Fei's body. He took a few steps back. His chi and blood began to churn slightly. The strength of this 1-star war god was really strong. So this is the power of a war god level fighter. It's really strong. I've learned something new. Lin Fei suppressed the surging blood and chi in his heart. In the war gods, world of war god, the war god was indeed very powerful and domineering. No wonder it was said that no matter how strong a 10-star heaven god was, they were no match for a war god. This was indeed the case. To be able to block 10% or 20% of my power, you're really not bad. No wonder you dared to kill experts from our Demon Extermination Hall. Now, I'll let you have a taste of something even more powerful. I'll also let you know the difference between a heaven god and a war god. In the void, another ray of blade light slashed out. This ray of light was longer and bigger than the previous one. It directly turned into a long river of blade light, majestic and mighty. Lin Fei instantly activated Void Collapse. For a big move like this, he had to disperse the force. He couldn't take it head-on. Although his infinite divine body was also not bad, there was a gap at this moment. Naturally, a war god level fighter's combat power was not weak. There was a loud rumbling sound. An extremely strange scene took place in the world of war god. Even the war god frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. He had underestimated this young man. He didn't expect that a spatial treasure could actually block his attack. You still have such a treasure. It's actually a spatial treasure. This is priceless. This should be the result of a spatial treasure. Void Collapse, it's really powerful. From now on, it belongs to this old man. The war god laughed loudly and directly pounced forward. Everywhere he passed, there was a loud rumbling sound. In an instant, he stepped into the void and collapsed. Chapter 4802. Battle God Empyrean directly entered this area of the void collapse, and a wave of power directly crushed it. However, a layer of defense appeared around Battle God Empyrean. These defenses quickly blocked the power of the collapse, and Battle God Empyrean walked over step by step with ease. This spatial treasure of yours is indeed very powerful. Even if a 10-star celestial god met you, he would definitely die under such a big killer move. However, you met me, Battle God Empyrean. I can only say that you're unlucky. Battle God Empyrean was really very happy at this time. He actually chased after a demonic expert and obtained a spatial treasure. It was really a waste for this spatial treasure to be used by the other party. If he used it, it would be different. It would definitely be a real killer move. No matter who it was, they would feel great pressure. Therefore, Battle God Empyrean had to snatch this treasure. He would never allow it to fall into the hands of this demonic expert. Finally, he picked up a big bargain this time. Fortunately, those people didn't care about it. Lin Fei was in a bored mood to kill time, but he encountered such a good thing. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Then you're thinking too much. If I'm that easy to deal with, I wouldn't be a demonic expert. The power of the void's collapse suddenly became incomparably fierce. Clatter, clatter. In an instant, the defense around Battle God Empyrean was broken, and it instantly rushed to his body. In the blink of an eye, Battle God Empyrean spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly changed, and he slashed with his saber. In an instant, it was pressed back by the power of the void collapse. You cunning guy, I'm going to kill you. How dare you hide the power of the void collapse? Previously, Battle God Empyrean did not care much about the void collapse. No matter how strong it was only used to deal with 10-star celestial gods. It was naturally useful to deal with them, but it was of no use to him at all. That was why he swaggered in. However, as soon as he came in, he found that he had thought too much. This void collapse was more terrifying than he had imagined, and its power was not as weak as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. The power of the entire void around him increased again. It kept pounding on his body. For a moment, the Empyrean war god was unable to move. It's been a long time since I've killed a war god level fighter. Today, I'll kill you and see how rich you are. I didn't come here for nothing. This is really what they call coming from 1,000 miles away to deliver a gift. The power of the void collapse kept increasing. From 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. In an instant, 100% power erupted. This was going to be terrible. How could the battle god of the heavens have expected this to be so dangerous? In the blink of an eye, he was already riddled with wounds. Following that, a karma-linked technique blasted out at his heart. Boundless darkness shrouded over in an instant. The battle god of Empyrean couldn't withstand it and was plunged into the endless darkness. He was killed in an instant. There was a loud rumble. With the death of the one-star war god, the god of war world also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei reached out his hand and took his ring away. Coupled with a great teleportation, he arrived at the edge of the dark mountain range in an instant. With another great teleportation, he directly entered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 breaths after Lin Fei left, a figure walked out of the void. It was a figure surrounded by demonic aura. It was a war god. The god of war world behind him was faintly discernible. This seems to be the aura of the one-star war god, the Empyrean. I didn't expect such news. Since when did we have such a powerful fighter among us? He's the only war god's aura here. Doesn't that mean he was killed by a heavenly god? The figure surrounded by demonic aura was a war god. After looking around, he confirmed one thing. The one-star celestial god war god had been killed. It wasn't a war god, but a heavenly god-level fighter. This surprised the war god. Interesting, very interesting. A heavenly god-level fighter can kill a one-star war god. Seems like there's going to be one more fighter among us. Shameless demonic sex, how dare you kill the Empyrean war god of the demon extermination hall? Die. In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky and slashed down with a saber. The devil cultivator raised his demonic chi and laughed loudly. So it's the third king of the demon extermination hall. So fast. Isn't it just a one-star war god? What's there to be surprised about? So many war gods of our demonic sects have died, but they didn't even make a sound. How dare you say that? Under the boundless majesty was a furious murderous intent. With a loud rumble, the two war gods started fighting. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. It also let countless people know what was going on here. Third King, it's not that easy to kill me. This is the Dark Mountain Range. If you don't leave now, the war gods will come and surround you. Lin Fei, who had entered the Dark Mountain Range, quickly stopped using the Great Teleportation Technique. He had used the Great Teleportation Technique 3 times. He didn't expect the Dark Mountain Range to be so big. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a swamp. There were many demonic beasts living in this swamp. These demonic beasts were not weak. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, they immediately pounced on him. Rays of sword light flew out, leaving a ground full of demonic beasts' corpses. Lin Fei sensed the movement outside. He could still feel it from far away. This was the aura of a war god. With a war god attacking, and from this direction, Lin Fei seemed to understand what was going on. After he left, a war god came to kill him. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. As for the other war god, he didn't know. However, if he could fight with the other war god, it was very likely that he was a war god of the Dark Mountain Range. The war god's power has very strong penetrative and destructive abilities. It is indeed different from the war god level. It seems that I have to improve my infinite divine body. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. To him, there were indeed many experts in the Dark Mountain Range. In addition, this territory was huge. It was quite difficult to travel the entire Dark Mountain Range in a short period of time. Perhaps it was because of this that the righteous experts didn't dare to enter the Dark Mountain Range. Chapter 4803. The Hades Mountain Range was very large, and there were many experts here as well. After Lin Fei entered, he sensed a faintly discernible and powerful aura. He didn't need to ask to know that these auras belonged to war gods. There were quite a few war gods. Lin Fei couldn't even sense some of them. No matter what, after coming to this place, Lin Fei had a mission. That was to gather faith. How to gather faith here was naturally to take down a sect. Only by bringing the sect to greater heights would they be able to gain faith. This was the fastest way to gain faith. This was the route that Lin Fei decided on after thinking for a few days. There were quite a few sects in the Hades Mountain Range. Of course, they were all demon path sections. Some were big, some were small. Lin Fei set his eyes on a middle-tier sect. Of course, this sect was rather secluded. Within the sect, it wasn't eye-catching and wouldn't be remembered. Lin Fei didn't really care about the more eye-catching and powerful sections. If he really took them down, it would be hard for them to develop. Moreover, after Lin Fei walked around a few places in the Hades Mountain Range, he understood one thing. It was within the Hades Mountain Range. The power of a sect was intricate and complicated. Therefore, it was most convenient to follow them. This was also the easiest way for Lin Fei to obtain faith beads. If he wanted to develop, the best way was to go out less. That way, he wouldn't be targeted. Anyway, the Hades Mountain Range was already quite messy. After all, there was a war god guarding this place. For the current Lin Fei, he could gather enough. They were faith beads. No, they were honor points. Only then would he be able to improve his time and space Dao. After all, the difference was still quite big. He could only rely on honor points to improve it. Without it, it would be too hard to slowly improve it. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. He found himself in the most remote part of the country. There were very few demonic path experts in these places. Of course, they also met some demonic path experts along the way. There were all kinds of schemes to cheat others, but they all fell into the hands of Lin Fei. This Black Fiends sect is great. This Black Fiends sect was a sect that Lin Fei had been eyeing for a long time. He had been observing them for quite some time. In the end, they decided on this Black Fiends sect. It was a simple sect, and not many people paid attention to it. Its overall strength was average. The strongest among them was only an 8-star heavenly god. Apart from them, there were 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. The entire sect only had 200 to 300 disciples, which was really very inconspicuous. There were many small and medium-sized forces like this, and this was the one that satisfied Lin Fei the most. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the Black Fiends sect. Although the Black Fiends sect had a defensive array, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was really useless. He entered the room effortlessly. The sect leader of the Black Fiends sect was an 8-star heavenly god expert. In order to break through, this fellow was basically in seclusion, which was why the entire sect was in a mess. The two deputy sect leaders had their own opinions about the sect leader's thoughts. This was because their sect leader didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through, then he would be completely gone. Hence, the two sect leaders, who were also the two deputy sect leaders, were a little tempted. The moment Lin Fei came, he found the place where the sect leader was in seclusion. With a teleport, he entered it. Even if it was a formation, it wouldn't be of any use now. This sect leader's body was indeed filled with streaks of death energy. If he didn't break through, then he would be completely finished. The moment Lin Fei entered, he sensed it. He opened his eyes and 2 streaks of light shot over. However, it was of no use. A hand easily grabbed his neck. "I'll borrow your sect for a while, and you as well." Lin Fei laughed and directly snapped the other party's neck. Of course, it also searched through his memories in an instant. No, it should be said that he searched through everything. At this moment, Lin Fei's body shook and he instantly looked similar to this person. This was the idea that Lin Fei thought of. Replace him. Of course, Lin Fei didn't plan to do it himself. He just wanted to change his appearance. After all, he had wiped out many people outside and there were war god level experts chasing after him. He believed that the Demon Extermination Hall would definitely be interested in him. Even some war god level experts in Hades Mountain would know a little about him, or perhaps they would be curious about him. Lin Fei felt that it was better for him to keep a low profile. For example, he could pretend to be this person. Who asked Lin Fei to have other methods? Hence, if he pretended to be the real one, no one would be able to tell. Unless Lin Fei said it himself, otherwise, he would be the sect leader of the Black Fiends sect. Crackle and crackle. Lin Fei's aura instantly stabilized at the level of a 10-star heaven god. In other words, he had changed from an 8-star heaven god to a 10-star heaven god. Only in this way could he smoothly change his appearance. He also had enough strength to attack the surrounding sections. Otherwise, how would he be able to farm faith beads? The King of 10,000 Devils was also released. This guy had been performing well recently, especially at Heaven Extreme Mountain where he gained a lot of hatred. "Sir, the strength of the people here is average." The moment the King of Demons came out, he sensed that they really weren't strong. There were only a few 7-star heaven gods. The rest were unassuming and weak. Of course, in the outside world, he would have a certain level of strength. If I use them to farm faith beads, I can expand the sect and recruit all sorts of experts. This way, the influence will slowly show and I will be able to collect faith beads. The King of Demons quickly got into work mode. Lin Fei had completely digested all the information. Now, he was the sect leader of the Black Fiends sect, Big Dipper. The current Lin Fei didn't look like the previous Lin Fei at all. Of course, there was still a little bit of it. However, he was the real Big Dipper now. As long as he didn't say it, no one would be able to tell that he was the new sect leader of the Black Fiends sect, Big Dipper. You will follow me. In the future, you will be managing the entire Black Fiend sect for me. However, this sect is too ugly. We will change it to Massacre Sect. Massacre Sect is good. I also feel that the Black Fiend sect is too simple and doesn't have much power. Massacre Sect is different. Chapter 4804. Lin Fei disguised himself as Big Dipper and prepared to go to the front stage of the Slaughter Sect. But before that, he had to get rid of the two vice sect masters of the sect first. He had to establish his authority at the same time. Then, he could start preparing to increase his faith. Only when the people of the sect knew about it would they be more determined. He had to become a part of the Slaughter Sect. The first step of increasing faith would start from the Slaughter Sect. Dong, 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 dong. Slaughter Sect. No, it should be said that the big bell of the Black Fiend sect had finally rung. When the disciples heard it, they were very surprised and flew out one after another. They all came to the square of the sect. The square wasn't very big, but at this moment, many figures began to appear. Whether it was disciples, elders, or deacons, they all came. After everyone landed, they looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Do you know what's going on? Why is the sect's bell ringing? I didn't hear anything big was going to happen. How would I know if you ask me? I don't know either. Let's see what's going on first. Or is the sect master going to choose a new successor? That's hard to say. After all, our sect master doesn't seem to be in a good situation. What was the situation of the sect like? The disciples of the sect were quite clear, so they all lowered their heads and discussed. Then, two figures came over. They were the two vice sect masters of the Black Fiend sect. They were both 7-star celestial gods. Both of them were constantly looking for opportunities to break through to the 8-star celestial god level. After they came over, they each stood on one side. Many people followed behind them. Obviously, they had a lot of influence in the Black Fiend sect. Everyone looked at each other and was full of fighting spirit. After a while, the sect master came over, but there was a black-cloaked man beside him. The black-cloaked man's face couldn't be seen at all. He just appeared in front of everyone. Most importantly, he was beside the sect master, Big Dipper. This was a little surprising. Did something happen? Why did everyone gather here? Or is it because of the wind blowing the grass? For example, some forces are attacking our door. The two vice sect masters asked immediately. Don't think that there are no battles in the Yuming mountain range. In fact, the struggle in the Yuming mountain was also very intense. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. Their cultivation was very cruel. They kept killing each other, and the ones who survived were the strongest. The demonic Tao had always recognized this principle. If he wanted to continuously improve his strength, then he had to constantly train. What was the best experience? Of course, it was blood and fire. Through constant training, one's strength would become stronger and stronger, and only then would one be able to go further. Therefore, in the forces of the Devil Tao, the junior brothers of the same sect would compete with each other, and there would be people who would secretly betray others. Even if it was his senior brother or master, he could still kill them. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything, and no one would say anything. This was the cruelty of the demonic path. It just so happened that this was a very normal thing for demonic path disciples. Everyone was used to it. This was also why the two vice sect masters had such thoughts when the sect master of the Black Evil sect was in seclusion. In their opinion, it was very difficult for an 8-star heaven god to break through to 9-star heaven god. Especially for the Black Evil sect, they weren't a big force, and they didn't have any good resources. It was very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. This time, when they saw the sect master come out, the two of them had even more serious thoughts. They didn't know what happened, but their gazes would occasionally land on the black-cloaked man. This guy looked a little suspicious, but it was better to wait and see. Lin Fei walked over. He saw the two vice sect masters right away, and they did have some ideas. He was full of ambition. Good fellas. One of them actually broke through to the 8-star heaven god level. It seemed like he had just broken through. He was prepared to give everyone a huge surprise. Even if he didn't come, the old sect master probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The other party was newly promoted, and he was a veteran. Plus, he had death energy, so he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Today, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The moment Lin Fei came over, he spoke to everyone, and the scene quietened down. Everyone wanted to hear what the sect master had to say. Our black evil sect has always been lukewarm, and our location is remote and we lack resources. So, after thinking about it, I have decided to change the name of the black evil sect to Massacre Sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked quite a bit. Especially the elders, deacons, and the 2 vice sect masters. For a moment, they didn't understand why the old sect master would say such a thing. Wasn't the black evil sect doing well? Why would it change to Massacre Sect? This was a little different from what they had imagined. Could it be that there was something wrong with the old sect master's head? But to many of the disciples, this Massacre Sect sounded even more domineering. It sounded much better than the previous name. Apart from that, all disciples of the Slaughter Sect can obtain some rewards from me through their achievements. But before that, I will reward you with an extremely powerful cultivation method. With this cultivation method, you will be able to break through to the level of Heavenly God. Even breaking through to the level of War God in the future won't be a problem. Naturally, no one had any objections to just changing the name. But the last words were different. All the disciples were moved. Breaking through to the Heaven God level was not an easy thing, let alone breaking through to the War God level. It wasn't easy to break through to the Heavenly God realm, let alone the War God realm. Many disciples didn't dare to think about it for the rest of their lives, but now they were all moved. They seemed to feel that today's old sect master was indeed different. He changed the name and taught them the skill. There's something more important. I found that there are more mountains in our sect, and I have decided that from now on, mountains can't exist anymore. Lin Fei looked over indifferently, and his gaze fell on one of them. Xiong Sanlin, what do you think? Xiong Sanlin was the one who had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level. It wasn't easy for you to break through to the 8-star Heaven God level. You should at least take it out to dry. Don't hide it like this. That's not good. If you want my position, just say it. Kill me and this position will be yours. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiong Sanlin, the vice sect master. He had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level. But why was the old sect master able to tell at a glance? Chapter 4805. Everyone looked at the vice sect master. They did not expect that the vice sect master's strength would increase all of a sudden and that he had been hiding his true strength. If the old sect master had not seen through it at a glance, no one would have believed it. As for the other vice sect master, his expression changed drastically. He knew that he had lost. It was a crushing defeat. Of course, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old sect master. The old sect master was the one who had hidden his true strength. He did not expect that he would be able to see through Xiong Sanlin's true strength at a glance. He did not know how long it had been since Xiong Sanlin had broken through. It seemed like he was preparing to secretly surprise everyone. He did not expect the old sect master to recognize him at a glance. Xiong Sanlin's expression also changed drastically. He did not expect that the old sect master would be able to see through his breakthrough. It had only been half a month since he had broken through. He was prepared to catch everyone off guard. Even if the old sect master was an 8-star celestial, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Ha ha ha, the old sect master is indeed the old sect master. I did not expect you to see through me. In that case, I will say it directly. I have my eyes on the position of sect master. I hope you can hand it over. It's that simple. Xiong Sanlin laughed loudly. Then, the aura on his body exploded. One layer after another, he reached the level of an 8-star celestial. At this moment, everyone could feel the immense pressure bearing down on them. Even the other vice sect master was the same, unable to withstand it at all. There was a huge difference between a 7-star celestial and an 8-star celestial. At the very least, if they really fought, a 7-star celestial would never be a match for an 8-star celestial. For example, Xiong Sanlin. It seems that you are indeed interested in the position of sect master. However, I want to know if you are qualified to take this position. I don't think you are. It will be the same even if you become an 8-star celestial. Lin Fei shook his head. He raised his hand. In an instant, countless saber lights slashed out. These saber lights were the great slicing technique. One after another, they instantly turned into a super terrifying killer move. Old sect master, you're overthinking things. I'm an 8-star celestial god. He was so dead that he could not be more dead. Such a scene caused the hearts of all the disciples to tremble, following which an exceptionally strong sense of worship emerged in their hearts. The old sect master was indeed the old sect master. Once he made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the other deputy sect leader, who was called Luo Yi. Sect Celestial, Sect Master, Luo Sect Sect Luo Master. Sect Luo Sect Master O's Luo, was Sect Master. Sect Master, Luo. Just look at Xiong Shanlin. He had secretly made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he was killed by the other party with a single move. Luo Yi kneeled on the ground. Sect. Luo Sect Master O's Luo's Sect Master was. Luo of Luo's lured. How could Luo's Sect Master have any other thoughts? If he did not beg for mercy, he would be dead. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of saber lights landed on Luo's Sect Master. You can be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. From now on, you will be an ordinary disciple of the Massacre Sect. When you have made contributions, you will return to your sect master position. With just one move, Luo's 7-star celestial was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived. He panted heavily and knelt on the ground again. Thank you, sect master, for your mercy. I will definitely fight for the sect. It was good enough that he survived. As for the vice sect master, he was gone. However, he knew that from now on, the whole sect would be different. From now on, the sect will be called the Massacre Sect. Since it is such an awe-inspiring name, all the disciples will naturally have a motivation. Therefore, I will teach you a powerful technique. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of techniques. Any one of them was enough for these demonic sect disciples to practice. In the end, Lin Fei took out the 13 slaughter stacks. This cultivation technique was one that advocated killing. Every time a disciple was killed, they could obtain a part of their strength, which was their essence and blood. At that time, their strength would slowly increase. Of course, such a technique was very overbearing. After Lin Fei took it out, it instantly made everyone feel motivated. Although they only got the first level, it was an instant motivation for them. Cultivate, cultivate. Wasn't it to make their strength stronger and go further? And now, the opportunity had finally come. Just like that, the Massacre Sect underwent a complete transformation. In the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed in the Massacre Sect. In this half a year, all the disciples of the Massacre Sect had been working together to cultivate. Because the 13 slaughter stacks was just too much to their liking. First, they kept looking for demonic sect experts in the surrounding area and killed them to absorb their strength. Their strength was also breaking through. Most of the disciples had broken through to the first level. Their strength had also increased by a lot. But this wasn't enough. All of them mustered up their strength and were ready to go outside and improve greatly. No one disliked the name, Slaughter Sect, anymore. Instead, they liked it very much. Because of this, their strength had increased. And now, they were ready to expand in one fell swoop. Luo Yi was one of the people who had improved relatively fast. From a 7-star heavenly god to an 8-star heavenly god. He had also reached the second level of the 13 layers massacre technique. Sect leader, I think it's time to make a move. The sect disciples are all full of fighting spirit, it's time to make a move. Although he was still an ordinary disciple, his strength was the strongest among all the disciples. He originally had some opinions about the old sect leader, but now he was convinced and finally understood why the old sect leader's strength was unfathomable. Even if he had reached the 8-star heavenly god level, he still felt that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the old sect leader. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It wasn't just a thought, it was really like that. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. I remember that there are 6 small forces in this area. Let's make a move and get rid of them. It's also a good opportunity to expand. I want everyone to know about the existence of the massacre sect. Chapter 4806. Master, this is the faith pagoda that I specially made. As long as we place this thing in our territory, we will be able to smoothly gather enough faith. The King of Thousand Demons hasn't been idle recently. Instead, he has been continuously refining specialized treasures. That is the faith pagoda. This thing is a pagoda. Just place it there and you will be able to gather faith power. This is a very mysterious existence. Even Lin Fei is very curious about this faith power. One has to say that the King of Thousand Demons is quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hunted down in public and become a street rat. Even so, he is still very awesome. Then let's refine more faith pagoda. When they expand their territory, we will release them one by one. Lin Fei left this matter to the King of Thousand Demons. Anyway, the King of Thousand Demons is getting more and more ambitious. Following such a strong existence, his days will definitely get better and better. The massacre sect's disciples finally started moving. There are a total of 6 demonic path forces in this area. They aren't very strong. Every demonic path force's strength is about the same. This time, the leader is Luo Yi. Luo Yi had put on a good performance. After all, he is quite strong. Plus, he learned the 13 slaughter stacks cultivation technique. Naturally, he is different. On a dark and windy night, Luo Yi led all the massacre sect's disciples to attack one of the forces. They really caught them off guard. Luo Yi, how dare you bring disciples to attack our sect? Quick, block for me. We must block them. Damn massacre sect's people, how did they become so strong? Sect leader can't block them. Sect leader can't block them. They are too strong. In just a few hours, the force was wiped out just like that. The entire sect was wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. All the treasures were robbed. The next day, the news spread and caused a huge commotion in this small area. All of them were very shocked. Although they knew that the massacre sect had changed its name, no one knew that it was actually so strong. They wiped out one of the forces in an instant. Instantly, the surrounding 5 forces were caught off guard. He didn't expect this at all. Just when they weren't prepared. The second night, another faction was besieged. For a moment, the expressions of the remaining 3 forces changed drastically. In just a short span of 2 days, 2 forces had been destroyed. Wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them would be annihilated? At this moment, the remaining 3 forces could no longer sit still and gathered together. This situation doesn't seem right. I don't know what that Big Dipper of the Slaughter sect is thinking. He actually changed the sect's name and destroyed 2 sects in one move. Who knows if there's something wrong with that guy's brain? Speaking of which, the Slaughter sect is actually this strong. I thought they were weaker than us. Also, Luo Yi's strength has risen so quickly. Those 2 sects didn't even have a single survivor. What the hell? After the 3 sect masters discussed for a while, they decided to temporarily unite together to teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Therefore, the 3 sect leaders brought their subordinates and headed straight for the Slaughter sect. He demanded an explanation from them. He wanted to see what they were planning to do. Could it be that they were planning to annihilate the three sects in one move? This time, they brought a total of 500 experts. 500 heavenly god-level experts. They weren't strong or weak. But to many forces, it was definitely a very terrifying thing. They also arrived outside the slaughter sect's gate at the first moment. Once they arrived, they felt a little different. But this time, they had 500 experts. Adding them and some other experts, they really weren't afraid of the slaughter sect. Big Dipper, come out for me. If you don't come out and explain clearly, we will directly fight our way in. Your slaughter sect is really awesome. Annihilating 2 forces in one move. Are you planning to annihilate our 3 forces too? Give us an explanation. The sect masters were very angry. One must know that they had been in this area for hundreds of years. They didn't expect that this time, the slaughter sect actually annihilated 2 of them. If it was just a grudge, then it would be fine. But they simply didn't know what grudges those 2 forces had with the slaughter sect. In any case, they were annihilated just like that, so they felt vigilant. Annihilating 2 of them, didn't that mean that they had to be annihilated as well? So they took the initiative to come over. They had to clarify things first. Just in time to give the slaughter sect quite a bit of pressure and knock them down. This could also be considered as earning some benefits first. After all, the wealth of those 2 forces wasn't a small number. They were a little unwilling to be swallowed by the slaughter sect just like that. Just in time to borrow the strength of the 3 forces to suppress Big Dipper and make him hand over the wealth. No matter what, they had to eat a mouthful of meat first. Lin Fei was also the first to know that the 3 sect masters had gathered together. Moreover, they had brought a large number of experts. This saved a lot of trouble. Luo Yi also came over immediately. Sect master, why don't I bring people out and annihilate them all? Just in time to catch them all in one net. These guys are really tired of living. I haven't even gone to look for them, and they actually came. If it was in the past, Luo Yi would definitely have a headache dealing with these 3 sect masters. He wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. But it was different now. He was confident that he could fight them alone. Maybe he could even annihilate 1 or 2 of them. This was the confidence that came with the increase in strength. Lin Fei smiled faintly. You can annihilate so many people? But those 500 experts are quite suitable for our sect's disciples to train. Just in time to keep them here. Towards these existences that came to him on their own initiative, he wouldn't be polite at all. Just in time to annihilate them all and consolidate this area. You want me, Big Dipper, to come out? You guys don't have the qualifications. But I can give you a gift, like this. A ray of light appeared without any warning. It was the Great Cutter technique. When Lin Fei used the Great Cutter technique, its power was extremely terrifying. It directly slashed the 3 sect masters. Pata. The 3 sect masters directly fell from the sky. Then, the experts of the slaughter sect all rushed out. Kill. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Those who dare to disrespect the sect master will be killed without mercy. Half a day later, all 500 experts were annihilated without exception. Chapter 4807. In a not-so-small restaurant, many people were drinking here. Did you guys hear? There's been quite a commotion over there recently. It's the slaughter sect. They actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one go. Slaughter sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be a newly risen force? You guys must have heard of it. This sect used to be called Black Fiend Sect. The sect leader is called Big Dipper. It can't be. It's that Big Dipper guy. Don't tell me he already has half a foot in the grave. He's actually so ostentatious. He even changed his name. Who knows? Anyway, the slaughter sect's strength is quite strong now. Who knows how many people went to join them? It's making my heart itch. News like this kept spreading in the surrounding cities. In a small part of the Hades mountain range, many people everywhere knew about this slaughter sect. After all, annihilating 5 surrounding forces in one go. This strength was not considered weak. As for those who knew about Big Dipper, they were all a little surprised. After all, they were very clear about Big Dipper's realm. Half a foot was already in the coffin. Who knows when he would lose it? But now, he actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one move. This was preparing to carry it forward. Or was he preparing to sweep the surroundings and form a unique slaughter sect? This news was not considered big in the Hades mountain range. But it more or less made many people feel interested. Many people remembered this slaughter sect. At least this slaughter sect was not to be trifled with. They even had the nerve to annihilate 5 surrounding forces. Not to mention the other nearby forces. They were probably having a headache right now. In reality, this was really the case. With a single move, the slaughter sect had wiped out the 5 surrounding forces, even their own sect had been wiped clean. Naturally, it also affected some of the big forces in this area. If they allowed the slaughter to continue like this, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even be a bad thing. At this time, they had to carefully ponder what kind of situation this slaughter sect was in. For example, right now, some sects and forces started to study this slaughter sect. But no matter how they studied, they felt that it was a little different from what they imagined. This slaughter sect was a little problematic. After all, they were not clear about Big Dipper's strength. At this time, they actually had the nerve to make such a big movement. On the slaughter sect side, Luo Yi, on the other hand, was very happy. Ever since the destruction of the 5 factions, it had a great impact on the disciples of the slaughter sect. He was also becoming more diligent in his cultivation. Many of them had broken through to the 2nd level. Of course, there were also some demonic path experts who took the initiative to join. This was a very common sight in the demonic path forces. Whichever sect was more powerful, they would come to visit and join them as soon as possible. Luo Yi wasn't polite at all towards those who came to join the alliance. He directly recruited them. However, he had to start from the basics. During this time, there were some demonic path disciples who were dissatisfied. Luo Yi immediately attacked them. In his words, there was no point in keeping those who were disobedient. He needed obedient disciples. Only by uniting all the disciples of the slaughter sect could the slaughter sect become stronger and stronger. For example, whenever the name slaughter sect was mentioned outside, the disciples' faces would light up. One must know that the 5 surrounding forces were usually quite arrogant. Now that they had been completely wiped out by them, it was their turn to be arrogant. Lin Fei finally got the first batch of faith beads. This time, the number of faith beads was not small. It also brought Lin Fei a lot of honor points. At least, it wasn't in vain. This idea was completely correct. The King of Demons brought the first batch of faith beads over. The number of the first batch wasn't a lot. It was a total of 50 million. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, it was still a considerable improvement for Lin Fei. At the very least, he wanted to get these faith beads before. It wasn't that easy. You did pretty well this time, especially these faith towers of yours. The effect is really good. You got these faith beads so quickly. The King of Demons did a good job. Of course, Lin Fei had to praise him. Let him continue to work hard. It was most appropriate to bring the King of Demons along. The King of Demons didn't dare to be complacent. In front of Lin Fei, he was just a guy that could be destroyed at any time. If he could make Lin Fei happy, then he could prove his value. Master, I've received a lot of news, especially that some of the surrounding powers are getting restless. Although the slaughter sect's expansion isn't fast, it's still making them feel pressured. I feel that we can take advantage of the time when they're watching our slaughter sect to find one of them and absorb their strength. It could be said that the King of Demons had always been paying attention to the progress of the matter. The bigger the force, the better. This way, his faith towers could be spread everywhere and collect more faith. It is indeed time for a surprise attack. However, it won't be enough to rely on Luo Yi alone. Therefore, I have decided to let you go out as well. After all, you are quite strong. Lin Fei was prepared to send the king of demons out. This guy's strength was quite strong. As for Lin Fei, he didn't have that much free time. He still had to improve his infinite god body. Every time he improved, his strength would grow a little. Especially the fact that the infinite god body didn't have any ceiling, this was what made Lin Fei the most. As long as he had enough honor points, the infinite god body could continue to improve. Now, the effect of 50 million faith beads was only a so-so. He had to continue working hard. The king of 10,000 fiends retreated and found Luo Yi to discuss how to deal with the sect. The 50 million faith beads were directly exchanged by Lin Fei for honor points. This thing was the most reassuring when honor points were used. With honor points, Lin Fei immediately improved the infinite god body. Although the infinite god body strengthened his defense and physical strength, Lin Fei felt that this was the most suitable way to improve it. The time Dao and space Dao could be put aside. After all, those two were in the attack form. Even if he really improved it, he had to put it aside. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the ability to protect his life. This was something that Lin Fei was very sure of. Therefore, the stagnant infinite god body began to improve again. He broke through 2 levels in one go. Of course, these 2 levels weren't very high, but it was still a considerable improvement. Chapter 4808. The Slaughter sect was indeed well known by many people. Especially a small sect like this. Just as everyone felt that the Slaughter sect wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Who would have thought that Luo Yi and a mysterious expert would suddenly attack a mid-tier sect? The strength of this mid-sized sect was still quite strong, and there were many experts. In particular, there were 2 10-star celestial gods. But even under such circumstances, they were still attacked. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to block the Slaughter sect's attack. But under such circumstances, they actually couldn't win against the Slaughter sect. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the entire sect was breached in less than a day. Even the 2 great experts were injured. They couldn't do anything to the Slaughter sect's experts. When this news came out, everyone was shocked for a period of time. They didn't dare to believe it. Since when did the Slaughter sect become so strong? Previously, when they wiped out the 5 factions, no one cared much. After all, they weren't strong or weak. But this sect was different. Their strength was definitely much stronger than the Slaughter sect. But in such a situation, the Slaughter sect still managed to break through the sect. They wiped out most of the experts. Of course, they also captured most of the disciples. This made everyone really unable to believe it. If they hadn't gone to take a look, they really wouldn't have believed it. Now, everyone realized one thing, which was that Big Dipper probably had an idea. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made such a huge commotion. No one knew what Big Dipper was thinking, but thinking about how he was already half a foot in the coffin, one could naturally imagine that Baitsong was cultivating some special technique. Which was why he attacked so recklessly. But even if he attacked, the Slaughter sect's disciples might not be that strong. But this time, they realized that the Slaughter sect's disciples were really strong. Once they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. One could say that once they attacked, they would definitely die. This made everyone pay more attention. Under such circumstances, in less than half a month's time, they launched another surprise attack. Another mid-tier sect. In a short 3 months, they consecutively broke through 7 to 8 nearby factions. They were all mid-tier factions. This time, no one was able to remain calm. If the Slaughter sect was allowed to continue expanding like this, they would all be killed. He didn't even dare to think about it. Such a crazy movement naturally made some of the older brothers in the area feel unhappy. After all, this area was under their control. Hence, the 3 tycoons sat together. They had all gathered their own information, but no matter how they looked at it, they all felt that the rise of the Slaughter sect was a bit unexpected. Especially those sect's disciples who were very powerful. 3 of them could kill experts who were 1 level higher than them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Since when did the disciples of the Massacre sect become so strong? Who didn't know that the Slaughter sect was weak in the past? That Big Dipper guy used to lead the sect to such a lukewarm state. But now, they were more or less surprised. This time, they had no choice but to take it seriously. If they allowed it to continue, who knew whether or not they would be wiped out one by one? If that was the case, then he would have to deal with the Slaughter sect as soon as possible. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to come out and give everyone an explanation. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to hand over the sect's disciples' cultivation method. They could more or less see that the Slaughter sect's cultivation method was quite interesting. Perhaps this was the reason why they were so powerful. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Slaughter sect in the future. Others couldn't see it, but they could. I think we should teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Why don't we let Big Dipper come here personally? In this area, we 3 tycoons have the final say. The Slaughter sect killed so many experts while we weren't paying attention. If we don't teach Big Dipper a lesson, I'm afraid we'll be annihilated as well. What a joke, what a joke. Only that Big Dipper guy has the guts to annihilate us. But he's expanding pretty fast now. Let's pay him a visit. The 3 of them were tycoons. Each of them was a peak 10-star heavenly god. They could explode with the battle strength of a 1-star war god. Although they couldn't maintain it for long, only a few dozen breaths time, it was enough for battle. Not everyone could explode with the battle strength of a war god. Because of this, they were able to control this area. Although this area wasn't big, it was only about 10 million kilometers. The Hades mountain range was huge. Therefore, every 10 million kilometers there would be some big and small forces. Among them, some of the bigger forces were in charge of this area. The 3 of them were in charge of this area. If the Slaughter sect continued to grow, it would be equivalent to having a 4th force. Naturally, they didn't want that to happen. All the resources would be taken away. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Slaughter sect made a move without their consent. This made them feel that a force was beyond their control. This was what annoyed them the most. Therefore, they had to deal with the Slaughter sect ruthlessly. This was the only way to make the Slaughter sect behave. Otherwise, no one would take them seriously. When the 3 great forces came together, the commotion was naturally different. All the forces in this area heard the news and came. They all wanted to see how the Big Dipper of the Slaughter sect couldn't handle this matter. No matter what, they had to give them justice. They destroyed so many forces in one move. They couldn't possibly say that the Slaughter sect wanted to become this generation's 10 million kilometer giant, right? This idea was really a little whimsical. But looking at the situation, that was really the case. How long had it been? Not even half a year had passed. The Slaughter sect showed a different scene. Just like that, everyone arrived outside the Slaughter gate in a grandiose manner. As soon as they arrived outside the Slaughter gate, everyone felt that the Slaughter sect was different. The Slaughter sect actually had a strong aura now. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, also flew out immediately. Now, he was already the vice sect master. He had recovered and was stronger than before. When he came out, the big shot's expressions changed slightly. Because Luo Yi had actually reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Although he hadn't entered this realm for long, such a speed shocked the 3 big shots. Everyone knew that Luo Yi was only a 7-star heavenly god previously. But how long had it been? Chapter 4809. Luo Yi, who just flew out, instantly shocked the 3 big shots. How long has it been? Luo Yi's vice sect master's strength actually increased so much. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. At this moment, they seemed to understand why the Slaughter sect made such a big move. It should be that Big Dipper got his hands on some powerful technique. As a result, the strength of the entire slaughter sect's disciples increased by a large amount. After all, they were all demonic path experts. At this moment, they more or less knew what was going on. This slaughter sect definitely couldn't be left behind. The most important thing was to snatch this kind of powerful martial technique from 7-star. This was the most important thing. My sect master said, seeing that it's your first time here, leave the people behind you. You can scram, otherwise, all of you will stay here. The current Luo Yi was already different from before. He was completely different. Now, he was a genuine 10-star celestial god. To him, breaking through to the war god realm was just a matter of time. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Therefore, whatever the sect master said, he would do it. Even the 3 big shots in front of him were nothing in Luo Yi's eyes. With some time, he would be able to get rid of them sooner or later. But to the 3 magnates, these words caused their expressions to turn completely unsightly. A vice sect master dared to speak to them like this. This was simply overturning the heavens. How dare you? Do you really think that your slaughter sect is amazing just because you destroyed a few forces? I'll give you a chance. Obediently surrender and I'll let you live. Big Dipper, you can also get out now. If you don't, be careful that your slaughter sect doesn't exist anymore. The 3 big shots brought many experts with them. No matter what, they had to let the slaughter sect experience the pressure of empty tie. So that they would know what it meant to be an honest person. Moreover, there were many people behind them who came to watch the show. If they didn't vent their anger on the slaughter sect today, they would spread the news. The 3 big shots would become a huge joke. They came aggressively but couldn't do anything to the slaughter sect. There was nothing more helpless than this. The people behind him were also shocked. He more or less understood this vice sect master, but he didn't. After listening to Luo Yi's words, he understood Luo Yi. Who would have thought that their strength would rise so quickly, and now they were even more domineering. This also made them realize that the slaughter sect was completely different from what they had imagined. That Big Dipper, who had 1 foot in the coffin, might not be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He might even be unfathomable. Subconsciously, they quickly pulled away from each other. All of a sudden, the area where the 3 giants were located became a small vacuum. They looked as if they could just look for them if there was anything, and they were just passers-by. They instinctively felt the danger. If they still stood at the back at this time, they wouldn't even know when they would suffer. It was better to hide far away. When the 3 magnates saw this, their faces turned even uglier. This also let them know that if they didn't give the slaughter sect a good beating, then they would completely lose face today. A must-read bookstore. Looks like you guys don't intend to keep it. Then we can only do it ourselves. Luo Yi was exceptionally bold. Since the 3 magnates dared to come today, then he would dare to make a move. Swoosh. Heaven and earth suddenly turned dark. Their vision became blurry. The wind swept away the clouds, coming fiercely. It turned out that at this moment, the formation enveloped them. The formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. Once the formation descended, they felt a terrifying sense of danger. The 3 magnates were the same. They didn't expect Luo Yi to make a move just like that. It didn't develop according to their expectations at all. This meant that he didn't take them seriously. He wanted to completely annihilate them here. Kill them for me. No matter what happens today, make the slaughter sect disappear from existence. Annihilate the slaughter sect and everyone will be rewarded handsomely. The voices of the 3 magnates reverberated. They directly took out their treasures and turned them into rays of light. It seemed like they wanted to blast the dark clouds away. But in the end, it was useless. Instead, more and more dark clouds appeared. In an instant, this area turned into a place covered in dark clouds. At the same time, those passers-by who retreated all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. No one stayed at all. As for those who went up to help, it was even more so. No one was a fool. Everyone could see that the slaughter sect wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't the slaughter sect that they had imagined. Just look at the three magnates. If they didn't handle it well, they might suffer a huge loss this time. In fact, that was really what happened. Half a day later, the three magnates escaped in a sorry state. Other than them, no one else followed them out. In other words, all the subordinates that came with them were all killed here. But the dark clouds didn't disappear. They just kept enveloping the sky above this area. This news was also spread as soon as possible. After everyone heard the news, they were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that the three magnates actually suffered a huge loss. Even the experts that were sent out were completely wiped out. Now, their impression of the slaughter sect became even higher and more unfathomable. This also made many people rush over to join the slaughter sect. Even the three magnates weren't a match for them. Didn't that mean that this area of 10 million kilometers would soon be the slaughter sect's territory? If they joined now, they might be able to drink some soup. Master, why did you let those three guys go? You might as well kill them all. This formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. He was also the one who controlled it. He more or less didn't understand why he let those three magnates go. This is called expanding influence. Do you understand? If we kill them, our influence will be reduced by a lot. If we let them go back alive, then it'll be different. Everyone will know about our slaughter sect. Do you know that your brain is a little stupid? Letting those three magnates go was indeed different for Lin Fei. His honor value also increased. The thing that increased the fastest was his hatred value. Obviously, those three magnates hated him a lot. Chapter 48:10. After the three big shots left in a sorry state, the slaughter sect lost their limelight for a while. It was unknown how many people wanted to join the slaughter sect. More news came out. Everyone in the slaughter sect had learned a powerful martial technique. As for what kind of martial technique it was, no one knew. In any case, joining the slaughter sect would naturally increase his strength. Even if it was the heavenly god realm, he would be able to break through sooner or later. He might even have a chance to break through to the war god realm in the future. This made the slaughter sect a place that all the demonic path experts in the surrounding area yearned to go to. In the nearest city, a man and a woman were sitting in a private room of a restaurant. The man was handsome. The woman was holy and beautiful. Behind them stood two guards. These two guards were quite strong. They were actually 9 stars heavenly gods. At first glance, he indeed looked like a 9-star celestial god. However, when he looked at them a second time, he felt that they were no longer 9 stars heavenly gods. Instead, he was hiding his strength. What do you think about this slaughter sect? The one who spoke was the handsome young man with an imposing appearance. One look was enough to tell that he came from a big family. Or they might have come from a large sect. This slaughter sect is indeed interesting. Who would have thought that those 3 fellows would all suffer at the hands of the slaughter sect? I'm afraid the slaughter sect is preparing to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Perhaps before long, this 10 million mile territory will be replaced by a new person. Sitting opposite him was a woman in a palace dress. She was very young, very beautiful, and also very noble. Then let's pay a visit and see if we can recruit them. If there is such a force, then we will have a certain degree of influence. After all, there are a total of 108 mountains in the Netherworld mountain range. This slaughter sect is indeed worth roping in. After all, those 3 guys are too high. This slaughter sect is different. With our support, they will be able to take over this place with even more justification. The man and the woman laughed, then stood up and left the room. Ever since the 3 powerhouses left, Lin Fei had been accumulating more and more honor points. After all, it was unknown how many people wanted to join the slaughter sect in the surrounding 10 million kilometers. As for those who wanted to join, Lin Fei only picked out some of the elites. As for the rest, he didn't want them at all. Even so, many people acknowledged the slaughter sect and wanted to join it no matter what. That way, he would have prestige and status. The number of slaughter sect's disciples also rapidly increased. In just half a year's time, the slaughter sect's disciples had broken through the 10,000 mark. 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not a lot, it could be said to be very insignificant. But the strength of these 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not ordinary. If anyone underestimated the slaughter sect disciples, they would definitely suffer a great loss. As long as I wait a little longer, this infinite divine body will be able to break through to the next stage. The massive increase in honor points, no, it should be a massive increase. For Lin Fei, upgrading his infinite divine body was just around the corner. For Lin Fei, every increase in level was a huge gain. That was the guarantee of his life. The more levels the infinite divine body broke through, the stronger his physical body would be. At that time, he would not need the combat power of 3,000 great Daos, it would naturally become terrifying. Calculating the time, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. All right. After the three giants escaped, there was no more movement. For the slaughter sect, their influence instantly increased. Within the entire 10 million kilometers, there was no one who did not know about the slaughter sect. There were even some sects who personally sent congratulatory gifts. The meaning behind their words was very clear and simple. That was, no matter what, don't attack their sections. They recognized the slaughter sect and recognized the slaughter sect as the boss. As for the three giants, they stood aside for the time being. With so much time, Lin Fei naturally prepared to take action and get rid of the three big shots in one go. Only in this way could he become a mountain in the Hades mountain range. Of course, Lin Fei knew that there were a total of 108 mountains in the Hades mountain range. Each mountain controlled an area of 10 million kilometers. Once the 108 mountains were formed, its influence would slowly spread to the surroundings. That way, he would be able to obtain enough honor points. There was nothing more tempting than honor points for Lin Fei. There's the aura of a fake war god. Lin Fei did not show himself many times. He was usually in his small courtyard. Just now, Lin Fei actually sensed the aura of a fake war god. This aura was very obscure and couldn't be detected immediately. Only Lin Fei was strong, so he could feel a slight change. A pseudo-god of war had actually appeared in his territory. No, it should be two fake war gods. This was relatively rare. Lin Fei's first thought was that it couldn't have been invited by the three magnates. Then, he thought that it was unlikely. If they could become fake war gods, they wouldn't be sneaking around like this. Instead, he had come in broad daylight. The bigger the commotion, the better. They wanted him to run away and surrender without a fight. However, the aura of the two in front of him was different. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to make a move. He wanted to observe the situation first. Not long later, Luo Yi entered. Now, Luo Yi could be considered a representative of the massacre sect. The moment he entered, he said respectfully. Just now, someone came. It was a male and female disciple from a big sect. They said that they want to meet our sect leader. From what I heard, it seems like they are interested in our massacre sect and want to cooperate with us. I can't make a decision on this, so I can only look for sect leader. I hope sect leader can make a decision. Disciples from a big sect. Information about many big sects appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It seems like they feel that our massacre sect has potential. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He decided to meet this man and woman first. He wanted to see what they wanted to do. After all, the massacre sect was quite impressive now. It didn't have much influence. 108 mountains weren't just a small part of it. Such an area of 10 million kilometers was only a small part of it. For example, some large mountains could swallow 7 or 8 or even 10 mountains that were 10 million kilometers in size in one go. Naturally, their influence would be bigger and bigger. He was just at the start and had a long way to go. Naturally, Lin Fei decided to take a look at the other party. If they could talk, then they should have a good talk. After all, he wanted to gain glory points. Naturally, he had to increase the influence of the massacre sect. Chapter 48:11. Inside the main hall of the slaughter sect. A man and a woman were sitting there. They had been observing the slaughter sect ever since they came in. With one look, they were able to see something. This slaughter sect was indeed different. It was very different from what they had imagined. One of the guards behind him said in a low voice, "Seems like the rumor is true. The disciples of the slaughter sect all practice the same martial skill. This martial skill should be able to increase their strength quickly. It's quite incredible. If this continues, as long as the slaughter sect keeps expanding and annexing other forces, the strength of the disciples of the slaughter sect will become stronger and stronger. I can't imagine what the future will be like. They have great potential." As soon as the guard said this, the expressions of the man and woman changed quite a bit. Their eyes were also filled with excitement. This proved that coming here was not a mistake. This slaughter sect was indeed worth this trip. The rest was up to them. If you want to obtain the skill, it shouldn't be possible. This kind of skill should be separated, one layer after the other. Unless you meet certain conditions, you can only practice the next layer. Otherwise, it's very difficult. The other guard added. But no matter what, this was excellent news for the two of them. It was no wonder that 7-Star was able to come up with such a method even though he already had one foot in the grave. If there was no accident, he should have obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere. As for whether or not this skill has any side effects, no one knew. But no matter what, the current slaughter sect did have the qualifications to do so. That 7-Star is here. The young man suddenly said. He turned around and looked at the door. The woman in the palace dress was the same. Just as they turned their heads, they saw an old man walking in. He didn't seem panicked at all. Lin Fei was obviously old when he pretended to be 7-Star. However, he was still very lifelike. People who weren't familiar with him wouldn't be able to tell the real one apart. Lin Fei saw the man and woman as soon as he walked in. Of course, he also saw the guards behind them. This proved that these two guards were pseudo-war god level experts. To be able to pretend to be war god level experts when they were outside, they must have quite a background. Lin Fei's eyes flashed and he walked to the front. He sat down on his seat. He looked up at the two of them. "Young masters and young mistresses, you've come all the way to a small place like mine. What a rare visitor." The two of them were not considered strong. They were only 10 stars heavenly gods. Of course, this kind of potential was already very good. Coupled with the fake war god behind him, it was easy to imagine how powerful the faction behind him was. At the very least, there are quite a few war god level fighters. He did not want to say too much. 3 or 5. Such a sect was already very powerful. Big Dipper Gate Master, it seems like you're very different from the rumors. Then, we've come to the right place. I wonder if you're interested in listening to us? The woman in palace attire spoke first. I'm White Peony from the Immortal Demon sect. After the woman in the palace dress finished speaking, the young man on the other side also spoke. In Chinese, I'm Qing Yuan from Immortal Demon sect. Immortal Demon sect. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of it. This was a big sect in the Hades Mountain. It could be ranked as a first-rate sect. They had more than 10 war god level fighters. The strongest one was said to be an 8-star war god. Although they were still quite a distance away from peak-level war gods, they could be considered as top-tier powerful. Lin Fei did not expect the Immortal Demon sect to come. Indeed, this surprised him. But no matter what, it was different now that a disciple of the Immortal Demon sect had come. The Immortal Demon sect is famous. To have 2 disciples in a row, this small place of mine has become glorious. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who is quite easy to talk to. Lin Fei's words surprised White Peony and Qing Yuan. In their impression, this Big Dipper Gate Master was not that easy to talk to. He seemed to be very low-key. As expected, he was a little different. They did not see a trace of death chi on this Big Dipper. This proved that this Big Dipper Gate Master had mastered some method. Maybe he could even become a war god. If he could become a war god level fighter, then it would be different. He had quite a lot of potential. No wonder he dared to make such a big commotion. Then I wonder if the Big Dipper Gate Master is interested in cooperating with us? It's not that easy for you to expand your territory. For example, those 3 big shots all have backers behind them. If we participate, then those 3 big shots will stand aside. You can then easily control this area and become a mountain. In other words, you will be one of the 108 kings. White Peony said. There are not many opportunities like this. We have found so many kings, but only you, the Big Dipper Gate Master, is qualified. We really don't care about the others. Qing Yuan also said, if you can cooperate with us, it will only be good for you. The 3 words Immortal Demon Sect represented an enormous influence. Indeed, it was useful everywhere. A first-rate sect with a war god level fighter, and an 8-star war god at that. Naturally, it was different. The number of 8-star war gods in the entire great world of immortals could be counted on one's fingers. Every 3 realms, there would be a life and death situation. Therefore, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. There was a threshold between a 3-star war god and a 6-star war god. There were many people stuck at these 2 thresholds. The 2 of you came all the way here just to talk about this. If that's the case, I can give you an answer when the time comes. It's useless to just talk. What I want to see is absolute benefits. Only then will I have an idea. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how much I talk. What do the 2 of you think? How could Lin Fei believe a few words? If there were no benefits, then so be it. Lin Fei really wouldn't participate. He also understood this. The 2 disciples of the Immortal Demon Sect probably wanted to gain his influence. That's why they came down to find some powerful kings. 108 kings weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. Every one of them was a trap. Naturally, many people had their eyes on them. His slaughter sect was considered a rising star, so it was normal for others to have their eyes on them. Bai Peony and Qing Yuan looked at each other. They weren't surprised at all. If it was just a matter of a few words, it naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy the Big Dipper Sect Master. If the Big Dipper Sect Master wants to see benefits, the easiest way is to find those 3 big shots and have them give up this 10 million kilometer area. I don't know if it's done. Chapter 48:12. This was the only thing they could offer. After all, the background of those 3 big shots wasn't simple. Asking them to give up this area was still quite a bit of pressure for them. For them to say this, it could be said that they thought very highly of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Ordinary people really didn't have this kind of qualifications. Bai Muden and Qing Yuan came this time because they saw the potential of the slaughter sect. Especially after hearing the 2 guards' words, they became even more clear about the importance of the slaughter sect. No matter what, they had to recruit them. This way, it was equivalent to having a force in their hands. As for when this force could develop, it was up to the Big Dipper Gate Master himself. The only thing they could do was secretly exert their strength. He believed that with their support in the dark, the slaughter sect's strength would rise faster than expected. Ha ha ha, is this the benefit you were talking about? It's really useless to me. You think too highly of yourselves. It's just those 3 big shots, I can easily destroy them. Even if you didn't say anything, this area will be my world sooner or later. Lin Fei laughed loudly. How could he believe these people from the Immortal Demon Sect just because of a few words? To him, taking down this 10 million kilometer area wasn't a difficult matter, even if they had a backer behind them. A backer wouldn't casually make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? At most, they would add fuel to the fire. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. Bai Muden and Qing Yuan's expressions changed slightly. It seemed that this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't that easy to trick. They really wanted to trick him just now. They didn't expect that they would be exposed so quickly. However, their expressions were quite normal, without any awkwardness. Bai Muden smiled. Then I don't know what your so-called benefit is. Let me hear it. Let's see if we can satisfy you or not. Since their words couldn't satisfy this Big Dipper Gate Master, then they would change the method and let the Big Dipper Gate Master speak. Actually, the benefits I want are quite simple. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to live longer. Therefore, it's not difficult for me to stand on your side. As long as you give me the 10 million kilometers next door, I will naturally treat you differently. My request isn't too difficult, right? This time, it was finally the two's turn to change their expressions. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Bai Muden and Qing Yuan both stood up. This was obviously making things difficult for them. The surrounding kings, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, were not so easy to talk to. All of them were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to give up this 20 million kilometer area. Big Dipper Gate Master, don't you think this kind of request is too difficult? Do you think we can do it? Lin Fei laughed again. My request is really not high. It seems that you can't complete it, so I'll have to do it myself. I still have things to do, so I won't send you off. They could not come to an agreement. Naturally, Lin Fei would not talk to the two of them anymore. He turned around and left. Bai Muden and Qing Yuan were not lightly angered. This was the first time they had come here, and they had actually been given the cold shoulder. They hadn't come to an agreement at all, and were instead ignored by the other party. In any case, they were also people of the Immortal Demon sect. The two looked at each other again, then turned around and left the Slaughter sect. When they arrived outside, both of their faces were filled with anger. After all, this was the first time they had been rejected. Moreover, they were people of the Immortal Demon sect. If this spread outside, they would be laughed at. This Big Dipper is too much. He actually wants us to give up the territory of tens of millions of kilometers away to him. Who does he think he is? If he has the ability, he won't be afraid of eating too much. Bai Muden was extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything to this guy. Junior sister Bai, don't be angry. It's not worthwhile to be angry with this kind of person. Since he doesn't acknowledge us, let's just watch a good show. With the temper of those three big shots, I reckon that sooner or later they will make a move. Qing Yuan was the same. They had originally wanted to let the Slaughter sect join them, but they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. They definitely had some hatred towards this Big Dipper Gate Master. In that case, they had to let the Big Dipper Gate Master suffer a bit. At that time, when they appeared again, the Big Dipper Gate Master would naturally shed tears of gratitude. He would then easily join their hands. This could also be considered as the next thing they could do. Therefore, they decided to stay in the vicinity for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a new movement very soon. Gate Master, these two disciples of the Immortal Demon sect should be looking for their own strength. They should also be very ambitious. I heard that the competition between the heavens prided geniuses of the first-rate forces is very intense. Luo Yi had watched from the beginning to the end. He didn't really care about the two disciples of the Immortal Demon sect. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that their guards were strong enough, Luo Yi would have already driven them out. What's so good about relying on the strength of the Immortal Demon sect? If they had the ability, then they could fight alone. They are indeed very different. I think that the heavens-prided geniuses of the Yuming mountain range are all like this. Since the people of the Immortal Demon sect have come, then other heavens-prided geniuses will also come. It seems that our Slaughter sect is going to be very lively. Lin Fei also smiled. Luo Yi said. Then what should we do next? We can't let those heavens-prided geniuses come to visit us one by one. We can just directly hang a sign on the door saying that the Slaughter sect will be in seclusion for a period of time. All the disciples of the Slaughter sect are forbidden from going out, and we won't receive any visitors. Luo Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this. This could also be done. But when he thought about it again, it didn't seem to be a difficult matter. They could just hang a sign to let everyone know. But this way, they would offend those heaven's prided geniuses. Your confidence is still not enough. After your strength increases, you will naturally have confidence. Even if they are heaven's prided geniuses, they won't dare to do anything in a short period of time if they really have any ideas about our Big Dipper sect. Lin Fei really didn't care about them. Soon, there was a big sign outside the Slaughter sect. Visitors declined. Big Dipper sect closed door. These were very simple words. But to many people, it was filled with a special meaning. At least in the eyes of Bai Peony and Qing Yuan, this Big Dipper sect was a little different. What was this Big Dipper sect leader planning to do? Could it be that he planned to offend all the heaven's prided geniuses in one go? Or was he accumulating power and waiting to act? Was he preparing to take over the ownership of the 10 million kilometers in one go? Chapter 48:13. It was true that the three magnates harbored great hatred towards the Slaughter Gate. After they returned, they didn't do anything, but in reality, they all went to find their backers. They're just strong, what's there to be afraid of? Finding a few experts to completely flatten your Slaughter sect was not a difficult matter. Why isn't there a king in this 10 million kilometer area? It's because the three giants can't do anything to each other. Therefore, the three giants discussed and decided to control this 10 million kilometer area together. That was the only way. The Slaughter sect popped up out of nowhere and there wasn't a clear winner. Since the Slaughter sect came to join in the fun, then this Big Dipper Gate leader should die. Let's wipe out the Slaughter sect first. This Big Dipper Gate leader was also dealt with. This 10 million kilometer area was still their own territory. In the meantime, they arranged for people to keep an eye on the Slaughter sect. Especially their every move. Whenever there's a big commotion, they would immediately take action. Until the Slaughter sect put out a sign. This surprised the three giants. Could the Big Dipper Gate be making a move again? Therefore, they wanted to completely wipe out the Slaughter sect even more. If they don't wipe out the Slaughter sect, they won't be able to sit still. Luckily, this day has finally arrived. After about a month, the three giants once again came to the Slaughter sect. Coming to the Slaughter sect this time, they had the advantage in numbers. It couldn't be compared to before. The three of them and a group of experts. Apart from this, they also brought 3 pseudo-war god level fighters. Bullying the weak? Of course that's bullying the weak. Who would say anything? The only thing they could say was that the Slaughter sect was unlucky to offend the three giants at once. Who didn't know that the three giants all had backers? Looks like the Slaughter sect won't be able to stop them this time. I heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader is quite strong, but he probably won't be their opponent. I thought there would be a big commotion in this area. At least we'll have a new leader. Who knew that the Slaughter sect still doesn't have that ability? There were many people who came to watch. Whether they were in the void or far away, they were all here to watch the Slaughter sect. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. They could also take advantage of the situation. This was something that many people loved to do. Meanwhile, in the void, Bai Peony and Qing Yuan were also looking at the sect of massacres. Just as they had expected, the three giants had indeed come, and they had even brought experts with them. They could even sense pseudo-wargod level existences in here. With the help of the fake god of war, things would be different. At the very least, the Big Dipper Gate Master wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. They also realized one thing. If things went wrong, it might be their turn to make a move. The three big shots would more or less give the immortal demon sect some face. First-rate sects were no joke. If the three giants didn't have the support of their backers, they wouldn't be anything. They could destroy it with a wave of their hands. Do you think the Slaughter sect can block the three big shots this time? There really were 3 figures in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. These 3 figures all had a domineering aura, as if they were the rulers of a region. If anyone knew him, they would definitely be able to guess it. They were the kings of the neighboring 10 million kilometers. They were purely here to watch the show. They also had big plans for this area. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Who would have thought that the slaughter sect would suddenly appear? Right now, this slaughter sect was about to be surrounded. Therefore, they purposely came to watch the show. Even the three big shots invited experts. It could be seen that the slaughter sect's influence wasn't low, and their fighting strength was exceptionally strong. Especially when they heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader was different. He already had half a foot in the coffin, but he actually made a move. Therefore, they naturally came to watch. This was also a way of preparing for a rainy day. First, they had to understand the situation. If the three big shots lost, something like this was very likely to happen. After all, nobody could guarantee probability. Even now, they couldn't see through this Big Dipper Gate leader. At this time, they didn't see any outsiders. They also heard that a lot of experts from the Immortal Demons sect and many geniuses came to visit, but they were all rejected. If they didn't come to take a look, they would feel uneasy. If their neighbor became stronger, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they definitely won't be their opponent. The only one who has a good show is this Big Dipper Gate leader. If the Big Dipper Gate leader can break through to the pseudo-war god level, then he might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the slaughter sect will be completely wiped out today. The three of them were all pseudo-war god level experts, so they naturally knew that the three big shots invited pseudo-war god level experts. Although they didn't know how strong they would definitely be able to crush anyone below the heavenly god level. The three big shots arrived at the slaughter sect's entrance with proud smiles on their faces. This time, the slaughter sect definitely won't be able to walk away unscathed. Big Dipper Gate leader, we're here again. What else can you do this time? Why don't you come out and have a good talk? If you don't come out today, then there's no need for your slaughter sect to exist anymore. Last time, we didn't see through you, but this time, it won't be so easy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't come out, then we'll make our move. The experts of your slaughter sect really can't withstand a single blow. The three big shots were full of confidence at this time. If the Big Dipper Gate leader comes out, then maybe they could still have a talk. No matter what, they had to take in the slaughter sect. They also heard about this powerful martial art. If they could get their hands on it, then that would be for the best. It would allow the forces behind them to become even stronger. If the Big Dipper Gate leader doesn't know what's good for him, then they'll completely cripple him today. Then they'll get rid of this trouble. After all, there were so many people watching today. No matter what, a winner has to be decided. As for which side the scales of victory and defeat are leaning towards, of course it's towards the three big shots. Three pseudo-war god level experts aren't a joke. Three great heads, you seem to be quite free to come here again. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. Then, this time, I can only exterminate you and end all troubles once and for all. While I'm at it, I also want to let everyone know that this 10 million kilometer territory belongs to my slaughter sect from now on. A figure walked out unhurriedly. Who else could it be other than the Big Dipper Gate leader? However, his words were a bit arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 48:14. No one would have thought that the Big Dipper Gate's gate master would actually say such words. He didn't take the three giants seriously at all. He didn't take the fake war gods seriously either. He didn't take the others seriously at all. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The three giants definitely wouldn't let this go. It was obvious that the battle was about to begin. No matter who it was, they all thought that the slaughter sect master wouldn't be able to escape this time. They didn't believe that the Big Dipper sect master had become a fake war god. Even if he did, so what? Would he be able to beat the pseudo-war god experts invited by the three magnates? That was just wishful thinking. One could imagine what the result would be. The three giants didn't think that the Big Dipper sect master would say something like that at this time. They were ready to fight. It seems like the Big Dipper sect master has made his decision. Since that's the case, we will fulfill your wish. One of the giants said coldly and prepared to make his move. The other two giants did the same. Of course, the fake war god that they invited also looked at the Big Dipper sect master. Before we make our move, I think there's something I need to make clear to you guys. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. After all, you guys are at the top. Lin Fei said calmly. The three tycoons waved their hands, signaling the people behind them to stop. They wanted to hear what the Big Dipper sect master had to say at this time. Could it be that he was going to surrender? If that was the case, then it would be great. They might actually spare the Big Dipper sect master's life. As long as he handed over the mysterious technique, everything would be fine. A ball of light appeared in Lin Fei's palm. The moment this ball of light appeared, everyone felt a terrifying sense of danger. Even pseudo-war god level fighters were the same. They felt a great sense of danger from this ball of light. It seemed like as soon as this ball of light moved, they wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone present seemed to be unable to escape from this calamity. This kind of thinking was very absurd. But in reality, it was very impactful. Many people subconsciously took a step back because it was very likely that they would die in front of this light. There is a ray of light in my hand. This ray of light is one of my ultimate moves. In a moment, I will use my ultimate move. If any of you can withstand it, then my slaughter sect will naturally disband and cease to exist. But if you lose your life, then I'm sorry, I can only say that you are too weak. This time, everyone's expression changed even more. Even the three giants were the same. They had more or less underestimated the Big Dipper Gate Master. Could this ball of light be able to kill them? Wasn't this looking down on them a little too much? Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew out. It turned into a stream of light. This stream of light was like a long and narrow Milky Way. It swept out majestically. In front of this Milky Way, everyone felt suffocated. The three leaders were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The starlight instantly pierced through their bodies. In the face of this ball of light, all attacks were useless. At the same time, these pseudo-war god level fighters began to emit layers of terrifying light. This was their final struggle before death. The light continuously resisted the attack of the stream of light. The bright light only lasted for a moment before it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. The two pseudo-war god level fighters were instantly killed. Then, it swept through the entire path. All the experts that were originally standing in front of the slaughter sect were instantly killed by this stream of light. Silence. At this time, the scene was unusually quiet. Even the sound of his breathing became very suppressed. No one thought that the three giants, including the fake war god level combatants, would be killed so easily. They had no ability to resist at all. The people who were close by could even feel the power of this beam of light. It was so close that it would have drowned them. Cold sweat dripped down drop by drop. Whether it's the people here or the people in the void, I have no malice towards anyone. I just want to live longer, that's all. If anyone still has any ideas, feel free to come out and I will send them on their way. If not, then from now on, this area belongs to my slaughter sect. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Even if it was the three giants and the two war god level combatants, in front of Lin Fei, they were nothing. When he went all out, the power that erupted from the fusion of time and space instantly killed them. No objections, we have no objections. From now on, this area belongs to the slaughter sect. We agree. The three giants don't even have the ability to control this area. None of them dared to have any other thoughts. They immediately congratulated him. The three giants and the fake war god level combatants were all dead. It was obvious that this place belonged to the slaughter sect. Even the few kings in the depths of the void were the same. They were all deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. They completely underestimated the power of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Even though they couldn't tell what level this guy was at, his attack just now already had the power to kill a fake war god level combatant. It was very likely that he was a one-star war god level combatant. A neighbor like this really wasn't a good neighbor. Instead, he seemed to be quite aggressive. They were even more glad that they made this trip. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have known the true strength of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Whoosh! The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. Layer after layer of power directly crushed their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn. It wasn't easy for him to endure it, and he immediately slipped away without another word. They knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the Big Dipper Gate Master's attack. To be honest, they were extremely angry. He actually dared to attack the three of them at a time like this. However, they didn't have any thoughts of doing anything. Before figuring out the situation, the Big Dipper Gate Master could only watch and not do anything. Otherwise, they would be letting outsiders take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the three kings left extremely quickly and didn't stop at all. After killing the three giants, Lin Fei immediately led the slaughter sex people towards the three giants' nest. They split into three groups. One group was Luo Yi Lu, the other group was the King of Thousand Demons, and he himself led a group. The three giant sects didn't expect their sect masters and experts to be killed in the blink of an eye. They were caught unprepared and didn't have the ability to resist at all. In half a day's time, the three sects were completely annihilated. In an instant, Lin Fei absorbed all the disciples into his body. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter sect had over 100,000 disciples. Chapter 48:15. 3 fake war gods died, 3 giants died, and 3 sects were annihilated. The slaughter sect had completely taken over this area, becoming one of the 108 kings. The news also quickly spread in the surrounding area, alarming countless forces. Everyone knew that the slaughter sect had finally broken out of this place. Up until now, nobody really understood this Big Dipper Gate Master, they only knew that he was very strong. He killed 3 fake war gods by himself, so it was very likely that he was a real war god. Whether he was a 1-star war god or a 2-star war god, nobody knew. No matter who it was, this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't easy to negotiate with. He did things very decisively, people like him were hard to deal with. After the slaughter sect took over this area, they built many unique pagodas. Nobody knew what these pagodas were used for. Almost every place had one of these pagodas, covering the entire area. Luckily, there weren't many of them. There weren't many people who noticed it. They originally thought that this Big Dipper Gate Master would do something new, but after taking over this area, he didn't do anything else. On the contrary, the entire slaughter sect maintained a rare silence. The neighbors next door also began to come to visit and send their congratulatory gifts. However, they didn't see the Big Dipper Gate Master, only a black-robed guy. This black-robed guy was emitting an evil aura. One look and you could tell that he wasn't easy to deal with. Nobody thought too much about it. The Big Dipper Gate Master didn't come out, so he was naturally breaking through. Because of this, everyone had a new view of the Big Dipper Gate. At least the Big Dipper Gate seemed to be thriving. Lin Fei really didn't go out much. To him, the commotion caused by taking over this territory was not small at all. His faith and honor points, in particular, were skyrocketing. Compared to before, it was many times faster. Of course, being the king of 108 wasn't that easy. An invisible pressure came along with it. The neighbors were like tigers watching their prey. After all, everyone was watching. Apart from that, there was also the backing of the 3 giants. After all, the 3 giants were supported by them. In other words, Lin Fei had offended 3 powers at once. If these 3 forces were to make a move, there would definitely be trouble. Compared to the rewards, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. Successfully taking the first step was quite good for Lin Fei. Next, he had to take the second step. The second step was still a problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to collect some faith and honor points first. The infinite body was slowly being upgraded. Someone is coming in this direction. Good heavens, it's actually a true war god. It seems that the true forces of the Yuming Mountain have arrived. Pseudo-war gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. But if a real god of war came, things would be different. This meant that the forces behind them valued the Slaughter sect. During this period of time, Lin Fei had also read through a lot of information about the Yuming Mountain. After taking down 3 sects, he naturally obtained a lot of information. This information also gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Yuming Mountain range. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the people from the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the strongest existence in the Yuming Mountain range. They were the top existence. The Nether Palace controlled the entire Yuming Mountain range because they had a top war god overseeing it. Anyone who tried to do anything to the Yuming Mountain range would have to face the war god's obstruction. That was why the demonic path forces could continue to live here. This top war god had paid a huge price. Naturally, the Nether Palace became a top existence. No matter what, they were still under the rule of the Nether Palace. Therefore, it was very likely that the war god of the Nether Palace was coming. After all, only the war god of the Nether Palace would be so arrogant. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After the news spread, the Nether Palace would definitely come. This was because this area hadn't been integrated before. Now that he had integrated it, the people from the Nether Palace would definitely come to register. That would also mean that they would recognize his identity and status. However, he still needed to wait and see how they would recognize him. Not long after, 2 figures, one in front of the other, arrived at the slaughter gate. It was a middle-aged man and a young woman. Just like that, they arrived in front of the slaughter sect. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, was also here. You two are from the Nether Palace, right? Our sect master is already waiting for you inside. He even prepared tea to welcome you too. Luo Yi was also very proud of himself. After all, he was also a figure in the slaughter sect. Compared to the past, he was much more glorious. In his opinion, this was just the beginning. The slaughter sect would go further and further in the future. At this moment, Luo Yi didn't dare to be careless and was very respectful. He heard that they were from the Nether Palace. As a true demonic path expert, of course, he knew about the Nether Palace. It was a sacred place. Anyone who came out of that place could not be offended. Even if a small ant came out from there, he would still be a tyrant in the outside world. Your sect master seems to be quite fast. He knew that I was coming from so far away. I can meet your Big Dipper sect master. The middle-aged man laughed and walked inside. The young woman followed behind them. Lin Fei indeed prepared tea and waited for the arrival of the 2 from the Nether Palace. Not long later, the 2 came in one after the other. The first one was the middle-aged man. His eyes fell on Big Dipper, which was Lin Fei. This made the middle-aged man laugh. Big Dipper's sect master is really strong. No wonder those 3 guys suffered so much. You really hid your strength. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm already a bag of old bones. It's lucky that I could break through. At least it's not bad now. You 2 must have worked hard. Quickly sit down and have a cup of tea. We can talk slowly. We have plenty of time. The middle-aged man and young woman sat down one after the other. After sipping a cup of tea, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. After a cup of tea, the middle-aged man put down the cup and said with a smile, I'm from the Nether Palace. I understand the situation here. Now, I'm here to tell you how to be 108 kings. I'm all ears. The level of this expert from the Nether Palace wasn't low. He was at least a 3-star war god. Quite strong. Lin Fei wanted to listen carefully. What kind of rules did these 108 kings have? Chapter 48:16. What the middle-aged man said wasn't a lot. On the contrary, it was very simple. Not just anyone could become one of the 108 kings. One needed to have some ability to do so. And among them, one had to pay tribute, a certain amount of resources every month. This wasn't a big requirement for Lin Fei, and it wasn't difficult at all. He already had an idea before. He definitely couldn't run away from this. Lin Fei was a little surprised by the few requests that came after that. The Netherworld Palace doesn't forbid anyone from competing with each other, even between neighbors. As long as you have the ability, you can naturally compete. The middle-aged man said faintly. And the most important thing is that as one of the 108 kings, you have to explore a devil area every 10 years. There are many devil areas in our Netherworld mountain. Lin Fei really hadn't heard of this. Perhaps it was because the people who got the information were too poor, so they didn't know about the devil area at all. It seemed that only the 108 kings in this devil area were qualified to do so. This is the map of the devil area in the Netherworld mountain. You can take a good look at it. All the areas marked in red have never been explored. As long as you explore the devil area and get a complete map, or bring out a certain number of silent devil weapons, the Netherworld Palace will give you a certain reward. The middle-aged man took out a map and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it. This was an ancient map with a heavy sense of history. He opened it. He really saw the markings on it. The Abyssal Mountain Range was really big, much bigger than what Zhao Fu had imagined. There were some places in the Abyssal Mountain Range that had some demon areas. These devil areas were very unusual. According to the introduction, these devil areas were where some ancient forces were located. They were destroyed in the past, or for various reasons, they became devil areas. No one dared to enter them easily. After a long time, they became devil areas. They had to explore to know if there were treasures in them. These devil areas were very dangerous because there were some powerful demonic creatures living in them. These demonic creatures were invisible and colorless. It was also the most troublesome thing. Fortunately, these demonic creatures lived in these demonic areas and never came out. Otherwise, the Netherworld mountain range would have long been in chaos. Even war god level fighters don't dare to casually step into these demon areas. They had to form a team in order to have the ability to enter such a demonic area. After the middle-aged man introduced the situation of the Devil District, he left the slaughter sect. Before he left, there was something that surprised Lin Fei. Now that you are in control of this place, you can give it a name. From now on, you are the king of this area. Lin Fei had never thought of a name. Big Dipper it is then. He didn't think too much about it and just gave it a random name. The middle-aged man said, "You are quite casual. From now on, you are the Big Dipper Demon King." In our Netherworld mountain range, the word Demon King is popular. When the name of Big Dipper Demon King spreads, you will have to undergo a half-a-year test. There will be some people who will come to challenge you. Only by defeating them will you be qualified to sit firmly on the position of Big Dipper Demon King. But you don't have to worry. You are not a war god level fighter yet. So those who come to deal with you will definitely not be a war god level fighter. You can be completely at ease about this. Just like that. The middle-aged man brought the young girl and left the slaughter sect. Not long after, the news about Big Dipper Demon King spread. And this place was called Big Dipper Territory. It had an official label. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect another territory to be born. It's actually Big Dipper Territory. I wonder if anyone has the confidence to go and meet this Big Dipper Demon King. This is a good chance to reach the heavens in one step. Go, we must go. If we don't go this time, we will really miss the opportunity. Who knows when we will have such a good chance again. The news spread throughout the entire Hades mountain. After all, every time a territory appeared, it meant that something good had happened. That was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. As long as they defeated this Demon King, they would naturally be able to become the new Demon King. This was also a kind of benefit for the Hades Palace. Every time a Demon King territory appeared, there would naturally be a fierce battle that would last for half a year. No one knew how many experts would die during this period. But for the position of Demon King, everyone was absolutely willing. This was to obtain the approval of the Hades Palace. And with the approval of the Hades Palace, there was no need to go through any more tests. Every time a territory or a Demon King appeared, the scene would become extremely lively. Many figures were heading towards the Big Dipper territory. Even the neighbors were rubbing their palms in anticipation. After all, such opportunities were really rare. So they arranged for their experts to meet the Big Dipper Demon King. Lin Fei also received the news immediately. Indeed, all kinds of people were heading here. It seemed like he wouldn't have much free time in the next half a year. But this was also good. He could probably earn a lot of honor points in half a year. At that time, his infinite god physique would be able to break through again. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a good thing. So he arranged for Luo Yi to build a huge arena outside the entrance, using the mountain as the arena, directly flattening it. Lin Fei landed on the arena and waited for these experts to come. Now, he wasn't afraid of these experts. If they came one by one, he would be able to wipe them out completely. With the middle-aged man's words, Lin Fei also understood what he meant. If he wanted to stabilize his position, he would have to display thunderous methods. In other words, the more afraid he was, the more stable his position would be. In less than half a month, many experts had arrived outside the massacre gate. Outside the massacre gate, there were quite a number of experts. Each and every one of them was covered in dust. It looked like the Netherworld mountain range was quite big. The experts who came all looked at the Big Dipper Demon King. After all, in the entire Hades mountain, only those who obtained the approval of the Hades Palace were qualified to be called Demon King. The others weren't qualified to be called Demon King. This was also the rule of the Hades mountain. And the two words Demon King had great influence. Everyone was very interested in this Demon King. Now that a new Big Dipper Demon King had appeared, and in half a year's time, everyone was naturally prepared to meet him. Unfortunately, this Big Dipper Demon King was only a 10-star heavenly god expert. He wasn't a war god expert. Fortunately, pseudo-war god experts could still appear, because they belonged to a realm that was neither high nor low. Naturally, they were qualified. Chapter 48:17. This is the North Star Demon King. He looks so old. I wonder how he became a Demon King. Who knows? Anyway, the three giants all fell. The three of them tried to restrain each other, but none of them succeeded. They were caught off guard by this North Star Demon King. I can guarantee that this guy won't last half a month, let alone half a year. He will lose for sure. Hee hee, North Star Demon King. Just because of this name, his old bones are already half a foot in the coffin. It's just the right time to send him on his way. The people who came over couldn't help but laugh when they saw the white-haired North Star Demon King. This was like having one foot in the coffin. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. They liked this kind of person the most. After all, a young and frivolous Demon King wasn't easy to deal with. An old Demon King was the easiest to deal with. Half a year. He could also make the other party suffer a crushing defeat in a battle of attrition. At the same time, a flying ship came over. This flying ship was quite big, and it stopped right outside the slaughter gate. Quite a few people noticed it as well. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was too normal. This guy below is the North Star Demon King. He ruined our plans. The owner of this ship was called Lei Yun. He was the force that supported one of the giants. This time, he specially came over to make the North Star Demon King suffer a great loss. Bei Haotian, do you see the North Star Demon King below? What you need to do is to kill him and take the position of Demon King. This way, you can become the leader of this area. With our support, it will be even easier to control this place. The one called Bei Haotian was a young man. This young man's eyes were red and white. They were very different. Only those who knew would know that this kind of eyes was considered a type of abnormal pupil. It possessed a terrifying mystique. I'm now a pseudo-war god level expert. I'm countless times stronger than him. When the time comes, I'll use my ultimate move to kill him. I won't give him any chance. Bei Haotian smiled coldly. Lei Yun was quite satisfied. He had absolute confidence in Bei Haotian and had absolute expectations for him to succeed. There's no need to go down now. Let that Big Dipper Demon King fight for a while first. Let him exhaust his energy and his condition. Only then can we kill him in one strike. Our demonic Tao doesn't need to pay attention to any methods. I believe that there will definitely be many people who use this method. Situations like this kept happening around him. Each of these figures had a powerful aura. At this moment, he was staring at the North Star Demon King as though he was a huge cake. It was as if they could take him down at any time. Lin Fei just sat quietly in the arena. Until now, no one had come down. Obviously, everyone was watching from here. All of you have come from afar. Are you just going to watch and not come down? You guys are quite interesting. Are you afraid that I will kill you with one strike? But you don't have to worry, I can kill you with one strike. I will definitely be able to kill you easily. There won't be too many thoughts, and there won't be too much pain. As soon as Lin Fei said this, everyone instantly became very angry. Everyone present was indeed watching. No one was willing to come down immediately. After all, everyone had heard that this guy was quite strong. One strike was enough to kill 3 giants and the fake god of war. As for whether he used a secret technique at that time, no one knew. Who didn't know that the North Star Demon King had one foot in the coffin previously and hadn't broken through his realm? Even now, it was the same. Therefore, everyone was wondering if they should wait and see first. After all, the other party had a big killer move. There were still a lot of people who could take advantage of it. But now that these words came out, it was a little hard for them to accept. This North Star Demon King looked down on them too much. Originally, they wanted to wait and see. Just because of these words, they had to let him see what was called powerful. Swoosh! A stream of light directly rushed to the arena. What a good North Star Demon King. Just because of these words, I have to let you see what is called a life-taking saber technique. As soon as this person came down, he instantly unleashed a series of domineering saber techniques. One saber after another brought along traces of blood wind. It was very powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand and a saber light slid across his opponent's neck. He was directly cut in half and fell on the arena. Lin Fei shook his head. Looks like your life-taking saber technique isn't life-taking. What a pity, it's too weak. This was an 8-star heavenly god killed with one strike just like that. Did everyone see that? I'm a person who never talks nonsense. I told him to leave easily, and I meant to leave easily. I killed him with one strike without any chance to struggle. What do you think? Do my words still count? Everyone present almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a thick-skinned guy? That saber just now was indeed quite terrifying. This also caused the 8-star heavenly gods to completely give up. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of it. There was already an unlucky guy. Isn't it just a powerful saber technique? What's so great about that? Another expert immediately came down. This was a 9 stars heavenly god expert who also used a saber. His saber swung wide and wide, but it was also destroyed by Lin Fei with one strike. At this moment, everyone realized that this North Star Demon King was most likely most proficient in saber techniques. His saber technique was also very terrifying. Just look at these people who had been destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 experts. The more this happened, the angrier everyone felt. They really didn't believe that this guy could last for half a year. There weren't many things in the Yuming mountain range, but there were many demonic path experts. All of them wanted to sit on the throne of the Demon King. And so, a battle of attrition began just like that. From this moment on, Lin Fei was no longer idle. He kept killing these demonic path experts. First, it was 9 stars heavenly gods, then 10 stars heavenly gods. Most of them were 10 stars heavenly gods. There were also many people here who were studying how to crack saber techniques. Every time they felt that they had cracked it, they would go on stage, only to be killed as soon as they went on stage. This made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Was this guy's saber technique so difficult to resist? It clearly looked very ordinary. Dozens of 10 stars heavenly gods had already died, let alone 9 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, everyone began to slow down. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chapter 48:18. Over the past 3 months, countless demonic experts had died under Lin Fei's blade. No matter who went up, they were all killed by a single blade. Whether it was a 9 stars heavenly god or a 10 stars, none of them could withstand a single blade. From the beginning to the end, there were very few who could withstand the second blade. Even if they did, they would be killed by the second blade. So far, the most powerful person could only last until the third blade. He was a peak 10-star existence, only one step away from becoming a pseudo-god of war. This caused countless people to tremble in fear. This North Star Demon King was too terrifying. He was so old, but his strength was so powerful. It seemed that if there were no accidents, this guy should be able to secure the position of North Star Demon King. From now on, this place would be the North Star territory. He would become one of the 108 Demon Kings. Fewer and fewer people went up to fight. Without a certain level of strength, no one dared to go up. Even if there was someone, they would have to consider whether they could survive. This North Star Demon King was ruthless. One blade would mean life and death. Within 3 blades, he would definitely kill a demonic expert. If there are no accidents, no one will dare to come up. This North Star Demon King is too terrifying. That's right, that's right. We can't beat the North Star Demon King at all. This guy's strength is too deep. He clearly hasn't displayed the combat strength of a war god. I really don't know how strong this guy's foundation is. In such a situation, even if 10 stars heavenly gods are deployed, they probably won't be a match for this guy. Other than watching, there was nothing else these people could do. Even if some people were filled with hatred, they didn't dare to go up at this time. Because once they went up, they wouldn't be able to come down. The surroundings of this arena were filled with the smell of blood. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. In these 3 months, he had killed countless experts. Naturally, he had gained a lot of hatred. Of course, in comparison, he had gained more honor points. This kind of harvest was all within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, there were definitely many people who wanted the position of Demon King. Therefore, there were also many people who hated him. Of course, there were also many who admired him. He had finally gained a foothold in the Yuming mountain range. Now, those who could still make a move against him should be those top-notch geniuses. Up until now, no one had made a move. Lin Fei calculated. According to the situation, it should be about time for him to show himself. He couldn't let himself continue. Otherwise, his morale would only grow. It was getting harder and harder for those people to make a move. Don't think that the heavens chosen are all fools. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The sky was filled with lightning bolts. A young figure walked out from the thunderbolts. As soon as this person arrived, he appeared along with the lightning. Everyone felt the terrifying aura of danger, and some people cried out in alarm. Ah, finally a top-notch genius has arrived. I heard that a pseudo-war immortal ranked fighter can already kill a 1-star war god. I know this person, I think he's called Zhang Fengyun. I heard that it's the Zhang family from the 10 great families. This person was clad in black armor, and his momentum was ferocious. Wherever he passed, lightning would descend involuntarily. Everyone recognized him. It was the disciple of the Zhang family, Zhang Fengyun. Inside the Yuming mountain range, the 10 great families were also very influential. They also had war god-ranked fighters, and weren't any weaker than the super first-rate sections. Therefore, the super first-rate sects and the 10 great families were placed together. At this time, a disciple of the Zhang family actually came. This was a little unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Jean family would also come? They were also eyeing this Demon King position. Perhaps this was even a form of training. North Dipper Demon King, I heard that you've already guarded for 3 months. Then let me see your true strength. There was a loud rumble. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that came crashing down. Every lightning bolt was filled with the aura of death. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This lightning had reached the pseudo-wargod level. This kind of lightning was even more terrifying. It could completely destroy the physical body. For a genius like Jean Feng-yun, he had an advantage in battle. Many people didn't think that the North Dipper Demon King could handle it. Who didn't know that the North Dipper Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin? His physical body was extremely weak. It was impossible for him to take the lightning head-on. But in the next second, there was a loud rumbling sound. Similarly, the lightning bolts came crashing down, actually clashing with the opponent's lightning. The thunderbolts collided with each other, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless lightning arcs swam around. The surrounding people kept retreating. Because if they weren't careful, they would be struck by the lightning. Their bodies went numb, and they almost couldn't stand properly. In an instant, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles had turned into a treacherous land. Don't think that you're so great just because you have lightning. You're really nothing to me. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Don't forget that he had the great art of thunderclap. When this thing clashed with the opponent's lightning, he instantly had a huge advantage. Every single lightning bolt collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Jean Feng-yun was enveloped by the sky full of lightning bolts. This change caused the people watching in the dark to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the North Dipper Demon King to have such a move. They thought that he was a saber expert, but he actually had a technique like lightning. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, everyone was glad that they didn't act rashly. Jean Feng-yun, who was enveloped by the lightning bolts, suddenly turned into a ray of light that revolved around him. It actually blasted all the lightning bolts away. It turned Zhou Shen into a vacuum zone. Jean Feng-yun walked out. He pulled out a saber from his back. This saber flashed with lightning as it slashed down. This saber landed in front of Lin Fei. He was actually a close combat expert. This saber instantly turned into dozens of saber lights. These saber lights did not follow the rules. They were very strange and hard to defend against. Then you have the right to see my lightning saber technique. There was a loud rumbling sound. Wherever the saber technique passed, there would be lightning whizzing by. Most importantly, Jean Feng-yun's movement speed was shockingly fast. And these lightning bolts seemed to have been compressed, containing terrifying power. At this moment, everyone felt that this North Dipper Demon King was in great danger. Chapter 48-19. As expected of a disciple of the Jean family. His attacks are different. I didn't expect him to be a close combat expert. I heard that his blade isn't an ordinary blade either. That's for sure. This Jean Feng-yun is ranked very high on the potential leaderboard. He'll definitely be a 5-star war god in the future. I heard that he's heavily protected by the Jean family. There must be experts from the Jean family protecting him nearby. I wonder if the North Star Demon King can handle it. It'll be tough for him. Previously, the methods that the North Star Demon King had displayed had indeed shocked everyone. They didn't expect him to have such a lightning technique. Who didn't know that lightning was known for destruction? It wasn't something that just anyone could master. Jean Feng-yun's speed was getting faster and faster. No one could see him anymore. Only the war gods in the dark could see Jean Feng-yun's movements. It was indeed terrifying. At such a young age, he had actually grasped the speed shift so quickly. If this continued, he would be able to master extreme speed. That would be truly terrifying. Your speed is pretty fast, and your blade technique is pretty fast. But there's nothing you can do to me. Lin Fei just stood there and didn't make any moves. Jean Feng-yun could feel the immense pressure from that single slash. That was because the power of the void was rushing towards him and bombarding his physical body. His opponent was able to pinpoint his position every single time. This made Jean Feng-yun extremely indignant. He had still underestimated the North Star Demon King. He had already slashed 30 times consecutively. Each slash could unleash dozens of attacks. In other words, he had unleashed hundreds of attacks in a short period of time. Close to 1,000 slashes. Under such circumstances, the Northern Dipper Demon King was actually fine. That was the most unbelievable thing about it. Even the two War God level experts who had been protecting Jean Feng-yun exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. This North Star Demon King really hid his strength well. We've really underestimated him. Young Master Feng-yun shouldn't be able to defeat him. This guy has definitely surpassed the level of a one-star war god. I didn't expect him to have been suppressing his strength. The two war god level combatants could tell that the other party wasn't normal. Their young master wouldn't be a match for him even if he fought again. The other party was not enraged. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a warm-up exercise. The warm-up exercise is over. You can admit defeat now. Seeing that your potential isn't bad and that there are two war god level experts hiding in the dark, I'll spare your life. Lin Fei's words were light and airy. A ray of light flashed, and Jean Feng-yun, who was originally nowhere to be seen, appeared. He retreated countless steps. Far away from the arena. He was the only one who had survived Lin Yun's attack. This caused countless people to be secretly shocked. With today's defeat, I will definitely avenge myself in the future. Jean Feng-yun's voice came from afar, and then disappeared. This scene disappeared as quickly as it came, except for the arcs of light that were still flickering around them. It was hard to believe that Jean Feng-yun of the Jean family was defeated just like that. I've just finished warming up. I don't know who's ready to go on stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng smiled faintly at everyone. However, when this smile fell into everyone's eyes, it seemed to be filled with evil intentions. Even Jean Feng-yun of the Jean family was no match for him. He was even chased away by you. How could they still have the guts? Even some of the hidden geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Their desire to defeat this North Star Demon King was much smaller now. But someone still appeared. Another figure walked out. I, Bei Haotian, want to have a good fight with you. Let's see who's the strongest. Bei Haotian, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found it. This time, he had to defeat this North Star Demon King no matter what. He really had to thank Jean Feng-yun. His strength was indeed far from Jean Feng-yun's. But he was confident that if he fought now, he would definitely gain an advantage. Fixed body art. A bead instantly flew out. As soon as this bead appeared, it caused the void to be in a state of stillness. Following which, Bei Haotian's 10,000 swords came together, and he used his ultimate move. 10,000 swords return. This move was rather terrifying. He had turned his energy into flying swords, and when he used it, its power would increase exponentially. It turned into a huge wheel of swords, and it directly pierced down. Even the void became still at this moment. No one would be able to withstand this killer move in such a situation. Bei Haotian had calculated it correctly. At this moment, the North Star Demon King's strength would definitely be affected. This way, he would be able to injure him severely. As long as he could injure him severely, then he would be able to kill this North Star Demon King. There was a loud rumbling sound. This huge wheel of swords pressed down. Everyone thought that the North Star Demon King's body was about to be penetrated. Just at this short distance, it seemed to have formed an uncrossable gap. Bei Haotian's technique actually couldn't move forward anymore. It was forcefully blocked. There was a loud rumbling sound. The pearl was enveloped by a force, and it slowly flew towards Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it landed in his hands. Of course, this moment wasn't fast, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The treasure in Bei Haotian's hands landed in Lin Fei's hands just like that. You dare to take advantage of me with such strength? Even Jean Feng couldn't do it, let alone you. There was a loud rumbling sound. A force directly crushed Bei Haotian's body. Kacha, kacha. Bei Haotian's body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Following that, Bei Haotian let out a tragic cry. Blood splattered all over the sky. Bei Haotian, whom they had regarded as the pride of the heavens, was turned into ashes just like that. Even the experts in the void didn't expect Bei Haotian to be killed by the North Star Demon King just like that. This was a true pride of the heavens, a pseudo-war god level expert. Seems like your strength can't even compare to Jean Fengyun. What right do you have to be a pride of the heavens? You're too weak. If I didn't kill you, you would have been killed sooner or later. I'm just helping you out first. Lin Fei said plainly. A figure rushed out of the void, his anger soaring to the sky. North Star, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 48:20. After this figure flew out, everyone knew who it was. It was the sect expert behind Bei Haotian. They didn't expect him to be killed by this North Star Demon King even with the sect's experts watching. They had really lost a proud son of the heavens. However, compared to Jean Fengyun, he was much weaker. At least Jean Fengyun managed to hold out for a long time. Unlike Bei Haotian, who was directly killed by someone else. There was no harm without comparison. Jean Haotian was really weak. Just like what North Star Demon King said, if he didn't die in his hands, he would have been killed by others sooner or later. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? How dare he come with such strength? Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would. I'm just sending him on his way. If you can't stand it, do you want me to send you on your way too? You'll have a companion along the way. This expert was instantly enraged. He stared at North Star Demon King fiercely, the veins on his hands almost popping out. North Star Demon King, I'll remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. You'll regret it sooner or later. As soon as he said that, whoosh. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by ice. Even the void was frozen. Following which, a resplendent ray of light slashed over. Followed by a groan. With a swoosh, it disappeared. Drop after drop of blood fell like flowers. An old man is indeed an old man. I didn't expect him to bring along a portable treasure. It's a pity I didn't kill you. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This North Star Demon King was too savage. They didn't expect him to dare to make a move. It seemed like that person was injured. Don't panic. It's fine. It's just that this person is too much. He's bullying the weak. I hate this kind of person the most. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. This North Star Demon King really couldn't be defeated. In the next 3 months, no other genius dared to go on stage. Even if there were, they had absolute confidence in their strength. But once they went on stage, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. This time, everyone didn't have any more thoughts. Just like that. Half a year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's status as the Big Dipper Demon King would also be secured. This area became the Big Dipper territory. After Lin Fei became the Big Dipper Demon King, he became much more low profile. Just when everyone thought that the Big Dipper Demon King would have some sort of idea, however, there was no sound at all. It was as if they had ceased all activities. Some people said that the Big Dipper Demon King was panicking. After all, Lin Fei had offended many people this time around. All sorts of rumors started to spread, especially the neighbors who didn't mind letting everyone know about the North Dipper Demon King. Ha 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 ha, my infinite divine body has finally reached the 20th level. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. Inside the slaughtering gate, Lin Fei had finally upgraded his infinite god body. After spending almost a year's time, he finally reached the 20th layer. At the 20th level, there was a huge difference. The 20th level wasn't that easy to break through. Lin Fei had been waiting for a long time. Fortunately, he had been accumulating honor points fast enough. His honor points were rising quickly. Lin Fei had advanced a few levels and directly broke through to the 20th level of the infinite god body. At this moment, Lin Fei's physical body became even stronger. One punch after another was thrown out, and the void was smashed apart. This was the purest form of power. Lin Fei also realized that every time the infinite god body broke through, his physical body would become stronger. Such a good thing was simply too satisfying. With such physical strength, even if Lin Fei didn't use the power of time and space, his combat strength would still be very strong. 1, 2-star war god was a piece of cake. This wasn't enough, far from it. No matter what, he had to upgrade the infinite god body to the 30th level first. After all, the experts that Lin Fei met recently weren't very strong. There was nothing for him to worry about. On the other hand, there were quite a lot of people secretly watching him, but no one dared to make a move. After all, he was recognized by the Nether Palace as the Big Dipper Demon King. Basically, no one dared to make a move in his territory. Master, I just received a piece of good news. I guarantee that you will be very happy. After Lin Fei came out, the King of Demons came to report the situation. This guy was now an active member of the collection of faith power. Other than the collection of faith power, there was also the resentment prayer beads. This guy was definitely an expert in this area. Lin Fei didn't care about this guy and let him do whatever he liked. He just had to control his movements a little. Lin Fei didn't want him to cause too much of a commotion. If that happened, he would really become everyone's enemy. That wouldn't be a good thing. Fortunately, the King of Demons was quite obedient. Although there was a commotion, it wasn't too big. He didn't expect to receive good news as soon as he came out. The King of Demons was full of smiles. Good news, I'd like to hear what good news you've gathered while I was away. No matter what good news it was, to Lin Fei, as long as it could improve his strength, it was the best news. After all, 500 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only start from the honor value and the hatred value. No matter which aspect, it was best to improve both at the same time. That would be the best. When Master wasn't around, I arranged for many people to gather information. They found that the most special place in the Nether Mountain should be those demon areas. These demon areas have extremely heavy negative emotions. If there are no accidents, any demon area can let the main city harvest a lot of hatred. There is even a place that can harvest a lot of faith beads. This news was indeed good news for Lin Fei. It seemed that the King of Demons was quite attentive. As for the hatred value, Lin Fei's thoughts weren't that intense. However, the faith beads were worth it. When the infinite god body broke through to the 20th level, Lin Fei naturally felt that it was different. If he could improve it again, it couldn't be better. Therefore, he wanted to hear what kind of situation it was. Then tell me about this faith bead. Where can I obtain this faith bead? He didn't know much about the Nether Mountain, so there were some things he didn't know. The King of Demons was different. This guy had mastered a lot of small tricks. I heard that there is a holy land for cultivation in the Nether Mountain called the Land of Demon God. It is said that there are 99 levels. The higher the level, the more talent and potential one has. I heard that after reaching the 70th level, one can become a 9 war god in the future and become famous in the Nether Mountain. Chapter 48-21. Demon God Land? Lin Fei had never heard of it before. From what the King of Demons said, this place seemed to be used to farm the power of faith, which was the so-called honor points. This made Lin Fei excited. It would be great if he could farm the honor points here. The 99th floor was indeed quite challenging. The King of 10,000 Fiends slowly explained. Lin Fei finally knew what was going on. This demon god land was indeed quite interesting. He heard that it was a gathering of experts. However, it is said that one can only enter this place after a certain age. After this age, one can't enter. I heard that one can only enter if they are under 5,000 years old. They are considered to have super potential. The king of 10,000 devils added. He felt that these words were a little inappropriate. Within 5,000 years. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. However, this wasn't a problem for him. He only needed to know if this demon god land had honor points. I think this demon god land is the easiest place to farm the power of faith. The king of demons also received a lot of news. Of course, this demon god land was the most suitable place to farm the power of faith. Everything else seemed to be lacking a lot. You can think about it and go to the demon region to farm the resentment prayer beads. Lin Fei didn't have much need for the resentment prayer beads at the moment. Out of the 3,000 great Taos that could be exchanged, the most powerful one was the Great Tao of Destiny. However, this number was a little too much, so at this time, what Lin Fei cared about the most was the honor points. How could he farm as many honor points as possible? Anyway, he didn't have anything to do recently. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and decided to see what this demon god land was all about. He wanted to see if he could farm the honor points. If he could, it would be great. If he could come out of there and reach the 20th floor, that would be the best. Anyway, nothing would happen here for a short period of time. Even those guys wouldn't dare to show themselves easily. The 3 words, Netherworld Palace, were quite impressive. Before he left, Lin Fei decided that he had to play some tricks on his own. Therefore, when he left, he specifically cultivated a cultivation technique. He didn't usually practice this technique, but now he could finally put it to good use. That was the doppelganger art. Lin Fei hadn't really used this cloning technique. And now, he felt that this doppelganger technique would come in handy. A part of his soul had been split. Then, a doppelganger was cultivated. The clone's strength continued to rise until it reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei also spent a lot of resources to go down. Fortunately, he had quite a lot of resources now. With a 10-star heavenly god overseeing this place, he would naturally be able to deceive others. With this doppelganger here, it would save him a lot of trouble. Even more so, it would not be easy for others to detect their tracks. With that, Lin Fei would be able to leave quietly. After informing the king of 10,000 devils and Luo Yi, Lin Fan went into seclusion. Lin Fei quietly left the slaughter sect. Furthermore, he was using the greater teleportation technique. This was a true divine ability. As soon as he left, no one noticed him at all. Once he was outside, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. Of course, he couldn't use the appearance of Big Dipper. He had to return to his original appearance. Lin Fei maintained his cultivation level at the level of a 10-star heavenly god. This cultivation level was the most suitable in the Nether Mountain range. It wasn't high nor low. It wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Fei had already taken the map of the demon god land. It didn't take long to get to the demon god land from the slaughter sect. At most, it would take 10 days. If Lin Fei used the greater teleportation technique, his speed would be even faster. In just over a day, he arrived near the demon god land. As soon as he arrived near the demon god land, Lin Fei felt a powerful aura. These auras didn't move and seemed to be sitting cross-legged. After thinking about it, Lin Fei understood what was going on. These should be some guardians, protecting those favored by the heavens. After all, according to the king of 10,000 demons, this demon god land was definitely a place where the proud sons of heaven gathered. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he felt a familiar aura. This familiar aura was none other than Zhang Fengyun, who he had fought with before. Compared to the last time, Zhang Fengyun's strength seemed to have increased by quite a bit. He had actually reached the level of a 1-star war god. This kind of improvement was too fast. Besides Zhang Fengyun, Lin Fei also felt many other powerful auras. He didn't need to guess to know that these guys were the proud sons of heaven. It was very normal for these experts to exist in the surrounding void. No one wanted any accidents to happen to these proud sons of heaven. Naturally, they had to arrange for experts to protect them. This was the only way to keep them safe. And these experts were all war god level powerhouses. Lin Fei was quite surprised. It was likely that all the powerful proud sons of heaven in the Hades mountain and the war god level powerhouses were here. If they were all wiped out, Lin Fei found it interesting just thinking about it. After sizing them up a little, he didn't continue. He was afraid that the guardians would notice him. These guys weren't weak. If they really noticed him, it wouldn't be good. Lin Fei still hoped to farm some faith power here. He came here. Lin Fei casually found a place. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. There was only one entrance to the demon god land. It would only open once every half a year. Luckily, Lin Fei came in time. There was still half a month before the door would open. At the same time, Lin Fei heard a lot of news about the demon god land. This demon god land was a little different from what he imagined. Here, once every half a year, the people behind would be eliminated. So if one wanted to go further, they had to go to higher floors. Once they couldn't reach the standard, they would be thrown out. Lin Fei observed for a while. The people that were thrown out were more or less extremely strong. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed by. Lin Fei finally waited for the day to enter the demon god land. It was early in the morning. Then, the door was opened again. After it reopened, one could enter the demon god land. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. He wanted to take a look. Ha ha ha, the demon god land is finally open. I didn't wait in vain. A burst of rumbling laughter drifted over. Those with weaker strength were directly shaken to the point that their blood and chi were churning. The war god level fighters who were sitting cross-legged also stood up. Their faces were filled with nervousness. A figure came through the air. Chapter 48-22. Dawson's figure flashed through the air. He gave people a great sense of oppression as soon as he appeared. He was like a mountain. No matter who it was, even war god level powerhouses, they all felt it hard to breathe. Someone exclaimed on the spot. 8-star war god Duguijian. Why is he here? Why is he here? This is the Hades mountain range. Why would Duguijian come here? I heard that this Duguijian is very powerful. He only uses one sword to kill people. He has a very powerful sword skill. I heard that even a 9-star war god can't do anything to him. Many of the war god level powerhouses present could feel that this Duguijian was different from before. As for those 1, 2, and 3-star war gods, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of expert was too terrifying. He didn't even make a move. Just the pressure from his body was enough to make people feel the aura of death. Especially since this Duguijian used sword skills. They heard that it was very terrifying. He could kill an enemy from 1,000 miles away, or even 1,000,000,000 miles away. He didn't expect that this person would come here. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. The land of divinity and demons is such an interesting place. Don't tell me that you don't want to invite us righteous experts in? Duguijian was very young. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, but he was much older. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the void behind him. Then, some young people came. A total of 3 young people came and stood behind him. The young man in the lead was like a sharp sword that could be drawn at any moment. This caused everyone's heart to tremble. There were also some who recognized this person. I didn't expect Duguijian to bring his favorite disciple here. He even gave this disciple a new name, Jian Lang. I heard that Jian Lang is very young, but he is very talented in the way of the sword. Don't think that he is only at the pseudo-war god level. I heard that his sword skills can make a 2-star war god feel the feeling of death. At this moment, Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that he would come to the land of divinity and demons and that a righteous expert would come. Of course, he had heard of this Duguijian. Duguijian was a great master of the sword. Although he wasn't at the top, he was very strong. With the strength of an 8-star war god, even a 9-star war god might not be able to suppress it. It could be said that this fellow was extremely powerful. However, this fellow was extremely low-key. It was said that he had been meditating on the transcendent Tao of the sword. He never imagined that he would come to the land of demon divinity. Even Dugui Jin has come. I reckon that some other righteous experts will come as well. They definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. Originally, I wanted to farm some faith power, but now it seems that it will be a little difficult. Looking at the situation, Lin Fei knew what was going on. It wouldn't be long before experts arrived. Dugui Jin appeared. A figure also flew out from the land of divinity and demons. As soon as this figure flew out, it instantly clashed with the other party. A saber light and a sword light fought for a few rounds. Then, the two of them stopped. Dugui Jin, you came to our nether mountain range like this. Aren't you afraid that all of us experts will join forces to kill you? At that time, the sword sect will lose a supreme expert. The one who spoke was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in black robes, but his aura was extremely strong. He was actually an 8-star war god. However, this 8-star war god couldn't seem to catch Dugui Jin. Many of the war gods present could more or less see some traces. Even Lin Fei was the same. He could see it more clearly. This great expert of the demonic path really couldn't suppress Dugui Jin. His opponent's sword art was very overbearing, very strange, and impossible to defend against. Even if Lin Fei encountered it, it would be the same. Unless one's body reached an extremely powerful level. Otherwise, his opponent's sword art could easily cut open one's body. The sword in his opponent's hand was also a true divine weapon. If there was no accident, it should be a true top war god weapon. Lin Fei was also glad that he came to this place. He didn't expect to see an 8-star war god right away. Moreover, there were two of them. He knew that the land of divinity and demons would have some powerful war gods guarding it. He didn't expect that they would be 8-star war god powerhouses. Dugui Jin laughed, since I dare to come from the land of divinity and demons, that means I have absolute confidence in myself. Unless your abyssal mountain range's war gods want to die, they won't easily make a move. Don't you think so? Moreover, I've also comprehended a great killing move. If you want to experience it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dugui Jin's words were filled with endless arrogance. He simply didn't care about this 8-star war god in front of him. You can't make the decision here. We just want to enter the land of divinity and demons and let them gain some experience. Either you agree, or I will start a massacre here. I've already cultivated 10,000 swords returned to origin. These war gods here might not be able to block my 10,000 swords returned to origin. Don't you think so? The 8-star war god's expression changed on the spot. Of course he had heard about it. As a demonic path expert, how could he not know what kind of moves an expert like Dugui Jin had? But he never expected that this fellow would actually successfully cultivate 10,000 swords returned to origin. This was a true super young master's move. Within the range, he could kill anyone. There were so many proud sons of heaven present, and so many war gods. If Dugui Jin really went all out, these people might not be able to block him. Ha ha ha, devil class, you better get out of the way. Otherwise, you experts won't be able to block a single attack from us righteous path experts. There was a loud rumbling sound. Another crack appeared in the void, and another tall figure came over. This person was like a small mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The blood of some proud sons of heaven began to tumble on the spot. Just like that, a huge man came over, carrying a super big sword. This large saber was like a door plank. It was very domineering. Overlord Saber, Sabery High. The great demonic path expert, devil class, also recognized this person. His heart tightened. One Dugui Jin was already very difficult to deal with. He didn't expect another Sabery High to come. This fellow's strength was even more domineering. The large saber that was like a door plank was truly sharp and invincible. If one didn't have a top defensive treasure armor, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single saber. It was directly cut in half. It was unknown how many great experts had been killed by this saber. The memory was still fresh in their minds. Since you know I'm Saberihai, what are you waiting for? Do you want to fight with me? Chapter 48-23. The appearance of Duguijin. Just this alone was enough to make the war god experts of the devil path feel incomparable pressure. They were afraid that this guy would use his ultimate move. Especially the 10,000 returning swords. They had all heard of it. It was absolutely terrifying. Within a certain range, there was no way to escape, nor could they withstand it. One slash and they would be killed. What's more, there were so many geniuses here. Many of them regretted coming here. If they knew that they would all come to the land of divinity and demons, they wouldn't have come. Now, in front of this expert, they really didn't dare to move or say anything. They were afraid that they would be killed by a single slash if they weren't careful. That demon class expert's expression changed when he saw the two experts. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. I'm really surprised that the two of you came from so far away. Since you like the land of divinity and demons so much, then what's the harm? Just go in. But if there's a small accident, don't blame us for not warning you. A figure broke through the air and walked out. This voice also came from a black robe, but he was shrouded in a black fog. Once he appeared, the demon class next to him immediately seemed to have found their backbone. Crocodile King. Whether it was Duguijin or Daoihai, when they saw this person, they called out in unison. Even the great experts on the side of the devil Dao felt happy. They didn't expect the Crocodile King to come. It should be known that in the Hades Mountain, the Crocodile King could be ranked in the top 20 experts. They were both at the 8-star war god level, but he had an invincible defense. Not everyone could deal with this Crocodile King. So the two of you still remember me. I thought that the experts of the demonic path in the Hades Mountain couldn't withstand a single blow. Since you know my name, what do you think of my words? If you don't like it, then I can only fight with you. I might not be good in other areas, but my defense is pretty good. Even if I fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't matter. The Crocodile King's voice wasn't loud. But to these people, they all felt that it was different. It should be known that among the experts of the demonic path, the Crocodile King was the hardest to deal with. Be it Duguijin or Daoihai, both of them felt a certain amount of pressure. This guy's defense was indeed quite strong, and he himself was a huge poison. Once they were in the surroundings, the poison would spread everywhere. Therefore, it was quite stressful to fight with this person. If it was another 8-star war god, they naturally wouldn't have any objections. However, the Crocodile King was a different story. It was definitely going to be difficult to deal with. We brought our disciples here to gain experience. After all, this is the only way for them to improve. If they die inside, it only means that they are weaker than us. What do you think? The Crocodile King looked at Duguijin and Bladihai in surprise. The two of them had actually come all the way here. Moreover, they had even used this kind of spatial treasure. This was quite a rare sight. Of course, he knew that these two experts of the younger generation had a certain amount of influence. If nothing unexpected happened, they would become some great experts in the future. Looking at them, there were also quite a few geniuses on their side, but not many of them could be compared to them. If he really went in, he didn't know what the situation would be like. This was because not even 8-star war gods like them could enter the land of divinity and demons. Even if a 9-star war god came, it would be the same. The Dark Mountain Range welcomes you. Lin Fei, who was watching their every move from below, was quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The experts on the demonic path side were also quite strong. Especially this Crocodile King. Even Lin Fei could feel that the opponent's defense was very strong. He must have cultivated a special cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a body tempering cultivation technique. Just by looking at the surface of his physical body, one could tell what was going on. Those scales were definitely filled with powerful defensive power. I wonder what kind of magic did he use? The means. It was no wonder that Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai chose not to act against such a person. There was absolutely no meaning in fighting. This made Lin Fei even more eager to cultivate the infinite divine body. He had only cultivated to the 20th level. No matter what, he had to continue cultivating. When he broke through the 30th and 40th levels, his body would be truly powerful. Perhaps today would be his chance. After all, no matter how strong the demonic path's proud sons of heaven were, Lin Fei didn't think they were that strong. He had already checked just now. There really weren't any powerful proud sons of heaven. However, the righteous path was different. These proud sons of heaven were either at the pseudo-war god level or one-star war god level. However, their foundations were much stronger. If they were in the same realm, they would be instantly killed. If he could defeat them all, he would be able to gain a lot of faith, which was also honor. He would be able to establish his own presence on the demonic path side. This was the path he wanted to walk. Lin Fei was also glad that this crocodile king didn't fight with Dugu Yijian, Dao Yihai. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to borrow their fame to establish his own presence. Now, he just had to go in. Then it's a deal. Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai looked at each other and agreed with the crocodile king's words. After all, this was the world of demonic path experts. The two of them came in because they were sure that no 9-star war god would attack them. Generally, there were only a few 8-star war gods. If they really fought, there wouldn't be any pressure. This was also the reason why they brought their disciples here. This demonic god's land was definitely a good place. Dugu Yijian first sent the 3 disciples behind him in. At the same time, he gave them some instructions. Once you go in, just try to break through. Let me see what kind of potential you have. Don't embarrass yourselves. The 3 of them were sent in. After that, they were Dao Yihai's disciples. This time, he brought 5 disciples with him. All of them were saber experts. They were also sent in. After they went in, it was the demonic path's turn. The crocodile king calmly looked at these proud sons of heaven. The chance to make a name for yourself is here. If anyone has the guts to go in and come out, then they can enter the demonic path's holy land and cultivate for a year. As soon as these words came out, the proud sons of heaven felt an incomparable attraction. Chapter 48-24. The crocodile king's words were filled with great attraction. In particular, the words demonic path holy land gave many people a great idea. Lin Fei felt this the most. The geniuses in the surroundings all made their move. In an instant, many figures rushed in as well. The demonic path holy land was definitely a place worth visiting. When Lin Fei came, he also learned about it. After all, the Nether Mountain Range was a very special place for the demonic path holy land. It was said that one could improve their cultivation method once they entered, turning it into a super powerful cultivation method. Although the probability wasn't high, it was enough to make one's strength soar. However, it was too difficult to enter the demonic path holy land. Only those true proud sons of heaven had the chance to enter the demonic path holy land. Most of the war gods had entered the demonic path holy land before. If they hadn't entered the demonic path holy land, they wouldn't be able to call themselves a war god. As for what kind of treatment they would receive inside, even Lin Fei wasn't sure. Now that these proud sons of heaven entered, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He directly followed them in. As he approached the land of divinity and demons, he saw a light appear. If he wasn't wrong, it should be a check. If he exceeded the age limit, he should be stopped. Lin Fei directly used the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Time was very special, mysterious, and mystical. Like this, it caused Lin Fei to undergo a complete transformation. When the light fell on Lin Fei's body, there was no movement at all. Like this, Lin Fei smoothly passed through. Just as Lin Fei passed through, the fellow behind him wasn't so lucky. A seemingly young fellow directly rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he was enveloped by the light. With a miserable scream, he turned into nothingness. And this scene was seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He finally knew why even an 8-star heavenly god didn't dare to enter. So this place was actually so dangerous. The land of divinity and demons actually had such a great array formation. It was unknown just who had left it here. This method was too terrifying. Even if a 9-stars war god were to come here, he would also be reduced to ashes. No wonder the experts of the righteous path did not dare to enter. Even if he had the guts, he didn't have the strength. After all, Lin Fei could clearly feel the instant kill just now. No matter who it was, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Crocodile King looked at these geniuses who went in and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the Devil Path experts had to suppress those guys this time. Otherwise, he would really have no place to put his face. It was the same for the Devil class at the side. Since he couldn't take down Duguijian and Dao Yihai, he would vent his anger on the other disciples. It would be a good thing if they were killed inside. Therefore, he was really looking forward to those geniuses who went in and killed them. Otherwise, the demonic path experts of the Nether Mountain Range would really become a big joke. The current demonic path experts were not as tyrannical as before. If they ran outside, they would be caught in a net by the righteous path if they weren't careful. Only the Nether Mountain Range was relatively safe. Of course, if one wanted to increase their strength quickly in the Nether Mountain Range, they had to constantly train. If the righteous path didn't exterminate you, then the demonic path would exterminate themselves. This rule had always existed. Duguijian, Dao Yihai, and Dao Yihai also saw the scene just now. They knew a long time ago that the entrance to the land of divinity and demons was very dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to enter. They didn't dare to try at all. They just felt that the land of divinity and demons was a bit exaggerated. They didn't expect that they would feel it just now. It was really terrifying. It could be said to be super terrifying. No one would be able to withstand this move, not even the two of them. Their hearts were filled with cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't recklessly go in. The Nether Mountain Range was still very dangerous. No wonder the righteous path experts didn't dare to enter. They also received the news this time. Those 9-star war gods weren't here, so they came in like this. If there were 1 or 2 9-star war gods, then leaving wouldn't be a problem. After all, the current Nether Mountain Range wasn't the same as it was in the past. In the past, when all the experts were here, they really didn't dare to enter. If I'm not mistaken, there really isn't a single expert on the demonic path side that can fight. Dao Yihai lightly said. Duguijian also lightly said, that's true, but these demonic path experts can't be underestimated. Who knows whether or not they are hiding their strength? Once they make a move, they will go all out. Don't hold back. These two people had fought with demonic path experts before. They also knew that these demonic path experts had many methods, and they would hide their strength. Often, they would erupt with a killing move at a critical moment, making it so that you couldn't block it. This kind of situation was very common. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he found himself in a large hall. This hall was empty. Besides a few pillars, there was nothing else. Instead, the people who came in before seemed to be frantically killing some black demonic creatures. That's right, some black demonic creatures. These demonic creatures looked like humans as they directly attacked. Kill them and you can get the key. Only with the key can you break through to the next level. Or we can join hands and snatch the key from the other people's hands. This way, we can also enter the next level. I heard that for every 10 levels, there will be a small reward. These demonic path experts who came in all started to kill these demonic creatures. These demonic creatures would appear from time to time, and their movements were very strange. Even for a moment, he actually couldn't detect them. This also made Lin Fei a little surprised. A loud rumbling sound unceasingly spread out in this level of the hall. Lin Fei didn't see those righteous path experts just now. If he was not mistaken, Could it be that they have entered the next level? Lin Fei found that this level of the palace was very big. At a glance, there was actually a layer of power isolating it. This also made the hall seem to have become a lot bigger. In an instant, a few black demonic creatures appeared around Lin Fei. As soon as these demonic creatures came over, they were instantly cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. There was no such thing as a key. If it's just the key, it's easy. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he cast the Great Karma Technique. In front of the Great Karma Technique, Lin Fei instantly locked on to the figure of a demonic creature. With one slash, he killed the demonic creature and casually took a key in his hand. Chapter 48-25. Lin Fei's Great Karma Technique finally came in handy. He could easily lock onto which demonic creatures had the key. There was a clang. Lin Fei obtained the first key and easily reached the next level. The second and third levels. He went all the way to the 10th level. To Lin Fei, there was no pressure at all. At the same time, he didn't see any powerful geniuses nor did he see any righteous path experts. For example, Jian Lang. For example, Bladihai's disciples were the same. He couldn't see any trace of them at all. He didn't expect them to be so fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, they were either demonic path experts or righteous path experts. They more or less knew some information. Even if they brought some treasures, how could they find these keys? Seriously. It was not an easy task to obtain the keys from these demonic creatures. One had to either rely on luck or treasures. Not everyone could use the Great Karma Technique like Lin Fei did. In a short time, he reached the 10th level. After reaching this level, Lin Fei found it a little interesting. Because from this level onwards, the number of demonic creatures increased. At first glance, it looked like the same hall, but it was densely packed inside. It wasn't easy to find the key among so many demonic creatures. Lin Fei first used the Great Karma Technique to sense it. The corners of his mouth rose and he couldn't help but smile. Good heavens! There were so many demonic creatures, but there wasn't a key among them. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He didn't expect the land of divinity and demons to have so many checkpoints. It seemed like he had to exterminate this batch of demonic creatures. Only then would he be able to find the key in the next batch. If he wasn't wrong, the people who went in first should have obtained the key, so the people who came in later would feel the pressure. If others encountered so many demonic creatures, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. In the end, it depended on luck. Lin Fei sneered and rushed in. He instantly used the Great Cold Ice Technique and froze all the demonic creatures. Following that, the thunder rumbled down. In the blink of an eye, these demonic creatures were completely annihilated. After exterminating this batch of demonic creatures, more black shadows appeared in the blink of an eye. Then, more demonic creatures appeared. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. Then, he saw another group of monsters. Good Lord! There was no key in this batch of monsters. Lin Fei could only say that his luck was bad. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a solid foundation, so these demonic creatures were not that difficult to kill. As expected. He finally found the key in the next batch. There were 3. The matter of the key was also random. Lin Fei continued reading. Very soon. The 20th floor. He didn't know how long it took, but Lin Fei felt that it was quite fast. On the 20th floor. Lin Fei finally smiled. Because he heard the sounds of fighting. If he was right, it should be the demon and righteous path experts gathering together. You demon disciples won't be so lucky today. It was okay if you didn't chase, but since you did, then I shall grant you your wish. Sword technique. Formless. Lin Fei saw the fight as soon as he came in. He even saw an old acquaintance. It wasn't anyone else but Zhang Fengyun. He actually met a disciple that Dugu Yijin brought. This disciple used a 2-handed sword and each sword was formless and colorless. At the start, Zhang Fengyun was able to block it, but in the blink of an eye, many wounds appeared on his body. These scars were still expanding. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that this Zhang Fengyun was a disciple of a family. Because this family was from the demon path. It wasn't easy to have a demon path family in the top 10 families. But at this moment, Zhang Fengyun really wasn't his match. His sword technique was really terrifying and he couldn't catch a trace of it at all. All of Zhang Fengyun's defensive and offensive methods weren't his match at all. Scars covered his entire body, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. The young disciple danced his sword quickly, one sword after another, laughing out loud. Let me tell you, you aren't my match. My sword technique specializes in breaking through all kinds of defenses and physical bodies. Break for me. The two-handed sword instantly turned into an attack. Zhang Fengyun was sent flying, leaving a long wound on his body. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. He knew that he wasn't his match. Looking at the demon path disciples lying on the ground, he realized that the disciple that Dugu Yijian brought was really strong. He didn't think that he would die here today. Previously, he died in the hands of an old man. He didn't think that this time, he would die in the hands of a young man. His one-star war god level strength was truly a waste of cultivation. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Even if you're a one-star war god, it's the same. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of our sword sect. Let me fulfill your wish. I've been using a book reading app recently. Source changing app. Read the book in memory, read it offline. The two-handed sword slashed over once again. But just as it neared Zhang Fengyun, a layer of frost appeared and blocked his attack. A wave of coldness hit the opponent. With a loud rumble, the opponent floated out and landed far away. Who are you sneaking around? Get the hell out here. The young man was shocked. Someone actually came over and he didn't sense it at all. Didn't that mean that another expert had come? Then, a figure walked out unhurriedly. The young man squinted his eyes. This person was very young and unfamiliar. He wasn't a famous expert at all. He raised his hand and a ray of sword light came over. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed the ray of sword light. With a crack, the ray of sword light shattered. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 20th level. I heard that you're Dugu Yijian's disciple, and a very strong one at that. I want to see how strong your sword technique is. Lin Fei said calmly. But to Zhang Fengyun and the young man, they instantly felt the pressure, especially the young man from the sword sect. That ray of sword light was extremely powerful. It contained more than a dozen transformations, but it was grabbed by the opponent just like that. It was easily broken. When did such a powerful heaven's pride appear on the side of the demonic path? He didn't even hear about it. Don't think that you're strong just because you blocked one of my moves. Eat my formless sword technique first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The chain sword technique was unleashed. Chapter 48-26. The moment the chain sword technique was used, streaks of sword light appeared around Lin Fei. Every sword light was invincible and terrifying. Even Zhang Fengyun didn't dare to get close. He didn't expect this sword sect disciple to still have some tricks up his sleeves. This sword technique was much stronger than before. If he were to face him head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. However, he still couldn't recognize where this young man came from. His strength seemed to be ridiculously strong. Peng 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 peng. Every time the sword light landed on Lin Fei's body, it would be bounced off by an invisible barrier. No matter how many sword lights there were, it was the same. They couldn't affect Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei just stood there quietly with his hands behind his back like a peerless expert. But to this young man, Fang Kuan, this was a scene that he couldn't accept. Fang Kuan had never thought that he would meet such a powerful demonic expert here. His two-handed sword technique couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, the two-handed sword turned into a sharp sword light. Like a crescent moon, it instantly slashed over. So, this sword light was much stronger than before. It sliced through Lin Fei's defense and landed lightly on Lin Fei's body. Fang Kuan's face finally revealed a look of joy. It seemed like he still had to use his secret technique. However, when this sword light landed on his body, there was only a crisp sound. There was no movement. Not bad, not bad. You even have a secret technique to break through my defense. However, you can't break through my second floor. What a pity. Lin Fei raised his hand. There was a loud rumble. The lightning bolt struck down, followed by a layer of frost that enveloped them. Fang Kuan was instantly enveloped by the cold. There was a loud rumble of lightning. Fang Kuan withstood it. The sword intent in his hands had even turned into an invisible defense. He really blocked it. However, he immediately realized how strong this technique was. The coldness continued to invade him. The lightning continued to seep into his body. In this way, he had no advantage at all. The more he persisted, the more pain he felt. There seemed to be no end to the endless frost and thunderbolts that came crashing down. Kacha! Kacha! Boom! All the defenses on his body were instantly penetrated, and he began to vomit blood. This is just a casual move of mine, yet you can't take it anymore. It seems that you're not qualified to make me punch you. Before Fang Kuan could say anything, the lightning and frost came again, and this time, they were even more powerful than before. Whoosh! This time, he couldn't bear it at all. He was immediately frozen. Then, a bolt of lightning landed on his body. With a boom, he was sent flying. When he landed on the ground of the palace, his entire body was covered in frost. Black smoke rose from his body. That one strike just now had already caused him serious injuries. You, who exactly are you? There isn't anyone as powerful as you in the Devil Dao. Lin Fei walked over. You don't have the right to know who I am. Who asked you to be so weak? I haven't attacked yet, but don't worry, I won't kill you. There's no point in killing someone like you. Lin Fei looked down at the sword sex disciple from above. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Fang Kuan couldn't take it at all. A wave of energy enveloped his body. Peng 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 peng. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart. Fresh blood dripped down. Look, I haven't even attacked and you're already like this. How do you expect me to go all out? Lin Fei calmly made his move again. But to Zhang Fengyun, the scene in front of him was too terrifying. This Devil Dao expert was really strong and invincible. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. He didn't have the aura of a war god, but his strength was unfathomable. Fang Kuan, who he couldn't even beat, was easily destroyed by him. Most importantly, this guy said that he didn't go all out. These were just some small tricks. But even these small tricks made Zhang Fengyun take a deep breath. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He had already broken through to a one-star war god, but his strength was still weaker than his opponent's. Looks like I have to go back and continue my breakthrough. Alright, you can scram now. Your fellow disciples will be coming out soon. That's what I said. Lin Fei said plainly. Fang Kuan was very unwilling, but he still crushed the small teleportation talisman. Whoosh. He was sent out. Thank you, brother, for blocking Fang Kuan for me. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. These righteous disciples are much more ferocious than us demonic disciples. Once they make a move, they will definitely kill them. Zhang Fengyun said gratefully. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this guy let Fang Kuan go. Couldn't he just kill him? If he let such a person go and break through, who knows how many Devil Dao experts would die. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't say that he let Fang Kuan go to farm honor points and power of faith. He wanted to let the outside world know that Devil Dao had produced a great expert. Isn't it good to keep this kind of trash for you guys to train? If I kill them, you guys won't have any motivation to train. Don't you think so? This time, it was Zhang Fengyun's turn to be shocked. These words really left him speechless. If he killed these experts, they would really lose their training targets. Alright, you can slowly train. Your strength is still too weak. You can't even beat a sword sect disciple. You disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't even look at Zhang Fengyun as he continued forward. A large number of demonic figures appeared around him. It was those demonic creatures. A punch flew through the air. One of the demonic creatures was killed. And the key that fell out. Zhang Fengyun saw this scene clearly and was even more shocked in his heart. He found the demonic creature so quickly and it even dropped a key. From start to finish, Zhang Fengyun didn't see what methods he used. He was sure that the demonic creature would drop a key just like that. This was much more powerful than theirs. Lin Fei quickly entered the next level. At the same time, outside the land of God and Demon, Crocodile King and Demon class were sitting cross-legged. As for Dao Yihai and Du Guijin, they were the same. They were all waiting for the final result here. Of course, the result wouldn't be out so quickly. On the other hand, Crocodile King's expression was a little ugly. Some of his life jewels were broken. These life jewels had a trace of his life energy within and were connected to each other. Once this life energy collapsed, it meant that the other party had completely disappeared. With a walala sound, a figure came out. Du Guijin also moved at this moment. Chapter 48-27. Du Guijin made his move. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Du Guijin to make his move. When he made his move, the Crocodile King and Devil class also came over. They wanted to know who the person was. Because from the start until now, no one had come out. Not even the demonic disciples. Because they all died inside. One could imagine that the disciples these two war gods brought were all vicious and merciless. They wouldn't let the demonic disciples come out. Normal demonic disciples wouldn't be able to stop them. Even the most powerful demonic disciples, no matter how strong they were, wouldn't be able to find this gap in a short period of time. After all, activating the teleportation talisman required time. Without a certain amount of time, they wouldn't be able to do it. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, they might be killed. This isn't someone from your demonic path. He's my disciple. Don't tell me the two of you want to join in as well? Du Guijin said calmly. Following that, the figure returned to his original position. Dao Yihai hugged his blade with both hands and smiled faintly. In fact, even he was surprised by this. He didn't expect that the person who came out would be Du Guijin's disciple. He remembered that this person was called Fang Kuan. He was also an expert with great potential. Even though he wasn't a 1-star war god, he barely had the strength of a pseudo-war god. Even a 1-star war god wouldn't be able to handle his combat strength. But now, he was the first to be chased out. His body was riddled with wounds. The Crocodile King and Devil class looked at each other and retreated. They couldn't help but be curious. Among the demonic disciples that went in, was there someone who was hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could Fang Kuan be injured? The 2 8-star war gods could naturally see through this person's strength. He was indeed quite powerful. In a one-on-one fight, he wasn't someone any demonic expert could beat. But now, his injuries were quite severe. Most importantly, he actually came out alive. This was a little unbelievable. Could it be that the demonic expert was merciful? Logically speaking, that was impossible. The demonic path had always been vicious and merciless. They weren't any worse than the righteous disciples. Du Guijin immediately took out a healing pill and gave it to Fang Kuan to eat. He stabilized the injuries on his body. Just now, he had already taken a look. The injuries on Fang Kuan's body were indeed very tragic. It could be said that it was a one-sided injury. What surprised them was that the other party didn't kill him. Based on this situation, the opponent's strength was definitely overwhelming. Killing Fang Kuan was also a matter of course. Now, they could not see through it. Since when would a demonic path expert be so kind? After a while, Fang Kun slowly woke up. When he saw his master, he was immediately energized. When he thought of what he had encountered inside, his expression instantly became one of shock. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I met a powerful fellow inside. His strength is unfathomable, and I'm not his match. Even my little life was spared by him, and he said that he wanted me to be a training target for other heavenly geniuses. How hateful. Fang Kuan's words were not very loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. His heart was shaken. Especially the Crocodile King and the Devil class, it was as if they had heard wrongly. Someone actually defeated Fang Kuan and left him alive as training. This style was too bold and unrestrained. No matter what. These words came from Fang Kuan's mouth. Naturally, the two 8-star war gods had a trace of emotion on their faces. At least they did not lose face this time. In any case, they managed to gain some face. Who asked so many demonic path disciples to die? One after another, their life jewels were shattered. How could they not feel proud? Now they could finally take a breather. Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai's expressions naturally turned ugly. They never thought that there would be an expert sneaking in here. To be able to crush Fang Kuan and chase him out, and still show mercy, this person's strength was definitely high. At the very least, he had the strength of a 2-star war god. However, they didn't notice such an expert at all just now. Now they couldn't help but worry. Demonic path experts were indeed cunning. They had completely misjudged them. You don't have to look at us like that. You know how powerful the land of divinity and demons is. It is impossible for an expert over 5,000 years old to enter. The Crocodile King said coldly. He naturally understood what Dugu Yijian would say. He would say that the demonic path had played some tricks again. That was what Dugu Yijian had thought at the beginning. With Fang Kuan's strength, he was at the very least a top-notch existence here. He was at least a top-notch existence. Ordinary demonic path experts were no match for him, not even a 1-star war god. In fact, this was really the case. But now he had suffered such heavy injuries, been chased out, and even left with his life. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. It could be said that Fang Kuan was more than half crippled. Unless he could defeat that person in his lifetime, it would be difficult to increase his strength. After all, a 3-star war god would have to break through a barrier. If he didn't break through a barrier, he would not be able to increase his strength. No matter how capable Fang Kuan was, he would stop at the 3-star war god realm. Dugu Yijian was quite annoyed and infuriated. You demonic path experts really have some tricks up your sleeves. I didn't expect that I would make an error of judgment. But I want to see if your demonic path expert is stronger or if our side is stronger. Let's wait and see. Dao Yihai also laughed. I hope that your demonic path expert doesn't meet my disciple. Otherwise, he will be chopped into 18 pieces. That would be interesting. No matter what, the two 8-star war gods were still very confident in the disciples under their tutelage. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the 70th floor and above. Let's wait and see. The surrounding demonic Dao disciples were all filled with smiles as they worshipped Lin Fan. Even Fang Kuan was defeated and chased out, and he was still alive. This was the most satisfying thing. Unfortunately, they still didn't know who that person was. They were especially looking forward to it. If they could chase out the other great experts, it would definitely be very interesting. It would also be very moving and make them feel incomparably excited. How could a demonic path disciple be inferior to a righteous path disciple? Let's see, they were still chased out by our demonic path expert. This kind of thought appeared in the minds of almost all the disciples. Chapter 48-28. Ha ha ha, there's finally an increase in honor points. As expected, my way of thinking was useful. Even though killing that Fang Kuan was a good deed, to me, it's far less satisfying than letting him go. On one of the floors, Lin Fei finally broke into a smile. Just now, he had already started to gain honor points. His honor points started to rise. Of course, the hate points were the same. In comparison, the honor points were much higher. One could imagine how many people outside wanted to know his identity. This was the right thing to do. Lin Fei knew that not killing Fang Kuan was the best choice. Even though Fang Kuan was only at the pseudo-war god level, his combat strength was still very strong. Even Zhang Fengyun couldn't catch him. In front of him, the other party's ability and methods were really nothing. He had easily made him lose the ability to resist. He didn't kill him because he wanted to catch a bigger fish. It seemed like he had caught quite a few small fish. As for the bigger fish, he had to continue working hard. However, in a short period of time, he actually didn't see the other disciples of the sword sect. But it didn't matter. Since he met Fang Kuan on this floor, then the other disciples should be inside. Some were ahead, some were behind. There weren't that many floors, so Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Once he chased all of them out, he would be able to get more honor points. Lin Fei passed through the levels one by one. On the 26th floor, he met a sword faction disciple. He chased him out too. On the 32nd floor, he had also chased another disciple of Blade High out of the tower. He was an expert blade user. Lin Fei just gave him one slash and he was chased out. On the 42nd floor, Lin Fei met another sword faction disciple. He was chased out again. On the 48th floor, Dao Hai's other disciple was also chased out. This disciple was quite strong. He took 3 slashes before he was sent out. Of course, this was because Lin Fei didn't go all out. He just wanted to see how the disciple was doing. In the end, it proved that the other party's strength was really quite strong. Even so, he was still chased out. Another disciple from Sword Sect was chased out. Forget about the disciples of Sword Sect, even Dao Hai's disciples have been chased out. All of them have been chased out. Now, Dao Hai's expression is a little dark. Who knows which heaven's chosen one has entered this place? His strength is quite valiant. I'm afraid this guy is the most powerful guy here. The disciples of Sword Sect and Blade 1C came out one after another. Everyone who talked about that person would have a look of helplessness, anger, and unwillingness to be chased out just like that. They were also planning to kill those demonic experts. But now, they knew that they were far from being able to do so. In the past, he was still proud of himself, thinking that the experts of the demonic path were nothing more than this. And now, they truly realized that the strength of the demonic path was very, very strong. Killing them was as easy as flipping a hand. But in the end, they were driven out and suppressed alive. Half a foot was completely pulled down. It would be very, very difficult to break through the realm in the future. Unless one day, they could kill this guy. Both Dugu Yijian and Dao Hai's faces turned extremely ugly. Originally, this trip was to bring the disciples from their sect to gain experience. But now, it seemed that they had really suffered a huge setback here. Now, only Jian Lang from Sword Sect was still inside. As for Dao Hai's disciples, they had all come out. Until now, they didn't know how they lost. They could only say that that person was very, very strong and they couldn't beat him at all. Crocodile King and Devil Class also laughed out loud. Finally, they could hold their heads high. They didn't know who was the one who took down such a glorious scene for them. Until now, no one had come out. Although it was Dugu Yijian and Dao Hai's disciples who came out, it was indeed a happy thing. Of course, there was also a bit of displeasure in this happiness. Why didn't they kill all these heaven's chosen one? Although this would indeed destroy their future, once they could break through in the future, their strength would become even more valiant. Dugu Yijian, our devil Dao isn't bad either. It seems that this time, if you want to achieve a good result inside, it will probably be very difficult. Fortunately, our devil Dao disciples are magnanimous. Otherwise, all of you would probably have died inside. Don't you think so? The devil class also started to speak. It was rare for them to be able to hold their heads high. Naturally, they had to ruthlessly ridicule this 8-star war god. Even if they ridiculed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. After all, the abilities of the righteous experts were very strong. It was unknown when they would enter the Yuming Mountain. You Devil Dao is indeed very powerful this time. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful Heaven's Chosen One. We really have to take a good look. Dao Yihai said with a black face. Dugu Yijian still maintained his calm, but he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Now, only Jian Lang was left. From the description of the disciples just now, that Heaven's Chosen One should be a guy who walked the path of the physical body. His body was very strong. Their sword techniques couldn't display any power at all. This was indeed very difficult to deal with. Now, Dugu Yijian could only hope that Jian Lang could kill that Heaven's Chosen One. That's right. That was to kill him. As long as he killed him, naturally, there would be no more problems. For such a Heaven's Chosen One, if he wasn't killed. For the righteous, he would definitely not be a strong enemy in the future. Even if he hadn't completely broken through to the next realm. But there were still many treasures on the side of Devil Dao that could increase their strength. In this way, the opponent's potential would be limitless. It would really be very difficult to deal with. It seems that this time, Devil Dao has really picked up a great expert. A powerful seed with potential. We must send him to the Devil Dao's holy land to be cultivated. Devil Class said. He is indeed a capable potential seed. Dugu Yijian's disciples are all very powerful. They are almost invincible in the same realm. I didn't expect that they would be beaten to such a state. I want to meet this guy even more. This time, Crocodile King was also full of expectations for that mysterious Heaven's Chosen One. No matter what, he had to see him. After all, he had fought for glory for himself. If he didn't die, then he would definitely have the potential in the Yuming Mountain in the future. At the very least, the two 8-star war gods were very optimistic about him. Chapter 48-29. Lin Fei continued to rush down. The further he went, the harder it was to get the key. Because these demonic creatures wouldn't carry the key. It depended on the opportunity. Lin Fei could not help but complain a few more times. So he could only take it slow. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. Lin Fei had only passed the 60th floor. During this period, he met some demonic path geniuses. However, their strength was average. Although the geniuses here were quite strong, the strongest ones should have run ahead. Lin Fei followed behind. Even if he had the great karma technique, he still had to wait. Before the time was up, he couldn't go down. This was the thing that made people speechless. No wonder he spent so much time here. Lin Fei was also at a loss. He really couldn't do anything about this. Walala walala. Lin Fei continued to rush down. Another half a year passed. Lin Fei finally arrived at the 70th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard the sounds of fighting. It was very intense. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. On the previous floors, he didn't meet any powerful geniuses. He didn't expect to meet one on the 70th floor. The fighting was very intense. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. At least it wouldn't fade. He really didn't have a chance to warm up along the way. Don't come and fight with me. This thing is mine. The 3 of you stand aside. If anyone comes over, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you. An arc of energy instantly swept out, corroding the void in an instant. The 3 figures hurriedly retreated. They quickly distanced themselves. In the end, they still ended up surrounding him. Long Tai, don't be too greedy. This thing was made by us together. Why should it belong to you? That's right. We've worked so hard to get this thing. It's not a problem if you want it, but you should at least give us the same value of this treasure. Let's talk about it after we divide it. Although the 3 of us are slightly weaker than you, if we join hands, you won't have a good ending. Either you take out the same thing, or we'll make a move. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw 3 silhouettes forming a circle around him. In the middle was a young man with shoulder-length red hair and an evil aura. The so-called Long Tai that the 3 of them mentioned was also an expert of the devil path. He was unexpectedly a 3-star war god. Lin Fei had already sensed Long Tai's presence before. He should be an expert from a large sect. I didn't expect his means to be so good. Looking at the situation now, it should be an internal conflict. As for the other 3, he had a slight impression of them. They were all experts. All 3 of them were 2-star war gods. The 3 of them together were not to be underestimated. At the very least, they had expended a lot of energy along the way. It was no wonder that Long Tai dared to openly take away the most important treasure. Who's there? As soon as Lin Fei arrived, the 3 of them sensed him. A cold light came directly. With a swing of his hand, 3 beams of light shot out. Each beam contained the power of a 2-star war god. When they arrived in front of Lin Fei, they were automatically carried away. I'm just here to join in the fun. Do you believe me? Lin Fei easily neutralized the 3's attacks. It also made them feel great pressure in an instant. One Long Tai already made them feel a little uncomfortable. They didn't expect another expert to come. This expert was someone they didn't know, yet he easily carried them away. Long Tai's eyes turned cold. He looked over but didn't make a move. Who are you? This is an internal problem of the devil path. I advise you to leave. Long Tai's voice was very cold. He also felt the indescribable pressure from this young man. If we meet here, then it must be fate. You're disciples of the devil path, and I'm also a disciple of the devil path. I'm quite interested in that thing in your hand. Why don't you take it out and have a look? If I make a move, then you won't be so lucky, because I'll throw you out. You won't die, but at most you'll lose face. Lin Fei smiled faintly. That's because I like to spar with experts. As long as they're experts, it's fine. It's either you kill me or I kill you. However, I prefer peace over the years, so I've never been ruthless. You can consider my suggestion. The 3 experts of the devil path were shocked. They couldn't figure out what this young man wanted to do. Could it be that he really wanted to deal with Long Tai? Long Tai had the power of a 3-star war god. Even though he hadn't passed his heavenly tribulation, his strength was still very strong. The 3 of them had to join hands to have the ability to resist. Now, a young man popped out of nowhere and casually said he wanted to challenge experts. Wasn't his tone a bit too arrogant? Fortunately, this young man wasn't looking for them. That was for the best. In any case, it would be best if Long Tai was dealt with. At that time, they might even be able to take advantage of the situation. You 3 don't need to be so happy. I'll give you a chance to choose. Either you obediently leave now, or I'll send you off. It's that simple. Of course, when you leave your rings behind. At least they can be considered some spoils of war. Lin Fei hadn't missed out on the disciples of Dugu Yijian and Saburi Hai. He had taken all their rings. At least he had to leave some spoils of war. This was also the reason why they hated Lin Fei so much after they left. All their belongings had been taken away. Fortunately, Lin Fei was inside the land of divinity and demons. They couldn't enter, so they could only wait outside. No matter what, they had to take the spoils of war back. No, it should be something that belonged to them. The 3 experts of the devil path were instantly enraged. Good heavens! He didn't take the 4 of them seriously at all. Since the 4 of you don't take my words seriously, then I'll let you experience what despair is. There was a loud bang in the air. In an instant, the space collapsed, and the rumbling power directly swept over, crashing into their bodies. Whether it was the 3 experts of the devil path or Long Tai, they were all the same. In an instant, countless forces came crashing down, layer after layer. In the blink of an eye, they all vomited blood. Their faces paled. Any method seemed insignificant in the face of the collapsing space. The mighty force was endless. Despair began to envelop them. Chapter 48-30. Wave after wave of power continuously crushed over. Even if the three devil path experts wanted to resist, they felt that it was extremely difficult. They were completely unable to withstand it. And at this moment, Lin Fei also moved. Rays of sword aura directly chopped over. These sword auras were incomparably sharp. When they landed on their bodies, they instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was simply impossible to resist. Walla walla. Wounds appeared on their bodies. Even if their defensive treasure armor blocked a portion of it still seeped in. It was as if it couldn't block it at all. Have mercy, I'm willing to hand it over. Spare me, I lost. The 3 2-star war gods simply didn't have any ability to resist. The wounds on their bodies let them know the difference between them. They would rather hand over the rings than resist to the end. If they were careless, they would most likely be killed. The 3 rings flew over at the same time. Following which, the 3 of them left. Lin Fei's gaze looked towards Long Tai. Long Tai's expression was exceptionally grave. How could he have expected such a powerful devil path expert to appear here? This method was truly hard to believe. Yet, he didn't recognize this stranger. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it's your turn. Although you have the strength of a 3-star war god, do you think you can beat me? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. However, my patience has almost been completely exhausted. When we make our move, it won't be the same method again. Lin Fei indifferently looked over. Long Tai's heart thumped. This wasn't a good sign. Of course, he knew this person's strength. Even if he was alone, he could barely suppress the 3 2-star war gods. As long as he defeated them one by one, it wouldn't be that easy. If it was one-on-one, it wouldn't be a problem. If they were to team up, then it would be very difficult. In the end, there was at most a 60% chance of beating them back. And they only had a 40% chance. This wasn't a big gap. However, this young man was different. He was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The difference between him and him was truly too great. Are you sure you want to do this? If you take this thing from me, you won't have a good life. You should know where I come from. I'm from the Demon Dragon clan. Long Tai's voice had also become exceptionally low. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumbling sound. The power that filled the sky surged over. That was the power of the collapse of the void. Just a face-to-face made him vomit 3 liters of blood. He couldn't withstand it at all. The power of the collapse of the void was already very strong, and within it, a beam of light rose directly, followed by a scale armor in front of him. The package was inside. Even so, he was still sent flying by a single slash. Following that, another wave of crushing power came crashing down on him. It was endless. So what if you're from the demonic dragon clan? If I want something, I'll naturally take it. Unless you want to die, it's that simple. A long river of saber light came in an instant, majestic and mighty. Long Tai's pupils constricted as he roared angrily. Demonic dragon protection. In an instant, a black light appeared. A demonic dragon was faintly discernible, which came from a big defensive move. However, in front of this big move, the saber light passed by in an instant, and the demonic dragon behind him collapsed, followed by Long Tai's entire body crashing out. Even with the demonic dragon protection, Long Tai was still no match for the other party's move. The power of the void collapsed once again. He was almost unable to move his entire body. I accept my fate, I accept my fate. The ring floated over just like that. This was Long Tai's ring. Compared to the rings of the 3 of them, this ring looked very high and mighty. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly blasted a power on Long Tai's body. You can get out now. Long Tai also disappeared, but his eyes were filled with endless hatred before he left, but there was even more helplessness. You'll regret taking my ring. Lin Fei had nothing to regret about this. Since he had already encountered him, he had to take some spoils of war first. However, this Long Tai's reaction was a bit too big. It had to be said that this Long Tai was indeed much more powerful than the 3 war gods from before. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Long Tai. Meeting Lin Fei was different. It could only be said that they were unlucky. Being able to stay alive was already considered not bad. Let me see what kind of good stuff is in this guy's ring. Why does he hate me so much and want to tear me into pieces? Lin Fei looked at the 3 rings from before. The things in the rings were not as heavy as he had imagined, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. He had to take a good look at this ring. Who asked Long Tai to have such a big reaction? After all, the demonic dragon clan was one of the more powerful clans in the great god's world. They were an existence that did not distinguish between good and evil, and belonged to a different category. And this demonic dragon clan was said to have an 8-star war god. That's right, the strongest was only an 8-star war god. However, this demonic dragon's strength was very strong, reaching the strength of a 9-star war god, and his invincible body was very terrifying. Once it was opened, Lin Fei began to inspect it. This inspection made him set his eyes on an item. He casually took it out. This was a box. This box was sealed with layers of power, which was very obvious. Lin Fei seemed to understand why Long Tai hated him. It was most likely that the thing in this box was what he wanted to take away the most. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strength directly suppressing Long Tai, this guy would probably have turned around and left. He wouldn't have stayed here at all, let alone hand over the ring. The seals on the ring were one layer after another. To Lin Fei, it was not too much of a pressure. He grabbed it with one hand, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. One seal after another was broken just like that. After breaking 28 seals in a row, he finally broke all the seals. The later seals were stronger. An ordinary 3-star war god would not be able to open it. No matter what, one would need to be at least a 4-star or 5-star war god to be able to open it. Otherwise, one would not be able to open it at all. It could be considered to be a relatively different kind of box. As soon as Lin Fei opened the box, there was actually a bead in the box. This bead emitted the aura of the Dragon Clan, but it was a little different from the Dragon Clan. It emitted an evil aura. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this thing was. He casually resealed it with layers of power. He kept it. Of course, he kept it in his ring. It seems that I have encountered something interesting. Chapter 48-31. The land of divinity and demons was bustling with noise and excitement. Who knew how many people were waiting outside? Because a super fierce person had appeared inside. Whether it was the experts of the righteous path or the demonic path, they were all chased out. Fortunately, the demonic path experts weren't killed. They were only injured. They lost face, but compared to the other righteous path experts, they could at least survive. This was the biggest difference. Whoosh! Another figure came out. Everyone recognized him as soon as he came out. Wasn't this Long Tai of the Demon Dragon Clan? He was a very powerful guy. They heard that he had mastered the demon dragon's protection at such a young age. This was a powerful secret technique that was known to have an invincible defense. Once it was used, no one in the same realm could break through the demon dragon's protection. But now they saw that Long Tai was injured, and his injuries weren't light either. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that super fierce person again? After coming out, 2 experts walked out from the void. When these 2 experts came out, the void shook. Everyone also recognized that this was definitely a great expert of the demonic dragon clan. They didn't expect them to follow them. Dugu Ijian and the others also looked over. These 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan were both at the 8-star war god realm. When he came out and saw the 2 8-star celestial gods, his expression turned cold and he whispered a few words to them. The gazes of the two 8-star war gods turned even colder. The Crocodile King and Devil class felt the pressure. The strength of these two great experts from the Devil Dragon clan was vaguely above them. They didn't know why Long Tai was accompanied by two great experts this time. Something big must have happened inside. That super fierce person had really offended someone this time. Originally, the Crocodile King admired him. But now it seemed that this guy's brain wasn't normal. If the other party had a background, then it would be fine. But if he didn't, then it would be really troublesome. The Demon Dragon clan was vicious and merciless. Even the experts of the righteous path didn't dare to offend the Demon Dragon clan. After all, if the Demon Dragon clan got angry, they couldn't control it. It was said that the entire Demon Dragon clan would come out in full force. That would be the most terrifying thing. They didn't care about any rules at all. Even a 9-star war god would have to consider the consequences of offending the Demonic Dragon clan. Even a 9-star war god wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Demonic Dragon when the 8-star war god unleashed the Demonic Dragon's armor. This was the scariest part. Lin Fei continued to rush down. As far as he was concerned, the only person who could fight him was Jian Lang. However, this guy was quite fast. Another half a year had passed. Lin Fei finally reached the 80th level. The higher he went, the harder it was. He didn't know how many batches of monsters it would take to get a key. Once again, he entered the next level. Lin Fei arrived at the 81st floor. As soon as he arrived at this level, he felt the sharp sword chi surging towards him. He knew that Jian Lang was on this floor. Apart from the difficulty, Lin Fei also felt a powerful figure. It seemed like he was fighting with Jian Lang. Sword chi crisscrossed. His defense appeared. It was like the sun, moon, and rivers. It actually stopped these attacks. As expected of the most favored disciple of Dugui Jin. He's really strong. He can even reach the 81st floor. His potential is really outstanding. There was a loud rumbling sound. The incoming sword chi collapsed in an instant. A torrent flashed past and countless layers of sword intent appeared in front of Jian Lang, barely managing to block the attack. His blood and chi were churning violently. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him was actually a great expert. He didn't have any advantage in this fight. Terrifying. Terrifying. Jian Lang also felt how strong this guy was. At this moment, he actually felt another aura enter. He was stunned again. This time, there were so many experts from the Demon Dao. Not only did one come, but a second one actually came. This ordinary-looking man also noticed this aura. He didn't expect another one to come. However, it didn't seem like an expert from the Righteous Dao. That meant he was from the Demon Dao. But when did the Demon Dao have such a potential guy? But it didn't matter. Another one came. It seems like this time, the three most powerful ones are on this floor. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. There weren't any demonic creatures appearing in the surroundings. Once a demonic creature appeared, it would be instantly destroyed. There was no time for them to make any movements. So, this floor of the palace was empty. I've caught up from behind. I think the two of you are quite interesting. Why aren't you fighting? At least continue to fight. Let me watch a good show. This way, I can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. He also saw this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was indeed very ordinary. One wouldn't have any impression of him at all. This kind of person was really rare. It also made Lin Fei realize that the more such a person was, the more secrets he had. You should have driven Long Tai out, right? Then, Long Tai's item should be in your hands. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei and said. He felt the aura left by Long Tai on the middle-aged man's body. So, you also know Long Tai. It seems that Long Tai has cooperated with you. As for whether the item is in my hands or not, why don't you guess? Obliterate. Swoosh. In an instant, a terrifying force swept out from Lin Fei's surroundings, causing the void to instantly collapse. In an instant, this was a very powerful killer move. Without any warning, it arrived in an instant. Even Jian Lang was shocked in his heart. He still underestimated the middle-aged man's power. He actually mastered such a powerful killer move. Even Jian Lang might not be able to block it. In an instant, Lin Fei felt a wave of energy slamming into his body. However, he also displayed his infinite divine body. As the force weakened layer by layer, it actually didn't move at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Don't be so hot-tempered. How can I not have some strength to be able to come here? I drove Long Tai out because he isn't strong enough. Don't you want to consider cooperating with me? This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. He actually misjudged Long Tai. This was also a powerful guy. Swoosh. With a swoosh, the void collapsed. Another mighty force rushed over, catching him off guard. This is called reciprocity. Chapter 48-32. It could be said that Jian Lang had been watching these two people from start to finish. You came and went, I schemed, you schemed, I schemed. This instantly made him feel the pressure. He didn't think that he would encounter two powerful demonic path masters in the land of divinity and demons. He certainly knew who this person was, but he didn't know the other young man. He was very mysterious and his mortal body was also very powerful. Even the methods he was proud of might not be able to easily break through his mortal body. If the other party also had a defensive treasure armor, then that would be the most difficult thing to deal with. Unless he used a top killing move. But in normal circumstances, he wouldn't use that kind of killing move so easily. Thus, he decided to take things one step at a time. He originally thought that it would be best if the two of them could have a big fight. At that time, he didn't mind being the fisherman that reaped the benefits. If he could completely eliminate both of them, he believed that he would be able to obtain a great harvest. But the result was like this. The two exchanged a few moves and then didn't fight again. The middle-aged man laughed. Interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your heart would be so vicious. Luckily, I have some methods, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei also laughed. Isn't this a fair exchange? Is there anything wrong with that? How about we fight again? But if we really fight, I'm sure that brother Jian Lang will be very happy. Jian Lang didn't feel good at all. After all, he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He didn't think that the two of them wouldn't fight. The middle-aged man immediately looked over. That's right, if we fight, we'll really be giving it to an outsider. In any case, that fellow Long Tai isn't strong enough. Now that his things are in your hands, that's for the best. We can cooperate, but before we cooperate, we can drive this Jian Lang out. Yes, we should eliminate him. What do you think? Jian Lang instantly felt the pressure. If he dealt with a middle-aged man, he had a good chance of winning. At most, he would have a 50-50 chance. However, with the addition of this unfamiliar young man, the situation was completely different. Ruthless god of war, you're quite good at choosing to cooperate with this person. However, aren't you afraid of being tricked by me when we fight? When that time comes, who knows who will die? So this middle-aged man was called Heartless War God. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. He finally knew about this heartless god of war. This guy could be considered quite powerful. His strength as a 3-star war god had already reached the pinnacle. You can say that the next level is the intermediate level war god. One had to know that there were many divisions in the war god realm. Everyone's cultivation level rose a little. For example, a 1-star war god to a 3-star war god belonged to the ranks of ordinary war gods. From 4-star to 6-star war gods, they were considered intermediate war gods. From 7-star war god to 9-star war god, that's advanced war god. As for the final 10-star war gods, they were the top war gods. Under normal circumstances, being able to train to the advanced level war god level is already pretty good. As for the top war gods, only 5 of them had reached this level in the entire great world. Whether they had a breakthrough or not, nobody knew. In any case, no one was willing to test the waters, because those who tried were easily annihilated. Actually, there's no need to chase him away. After all, there's one more opponent. Coincidentally, I was planning to meet him and have a good fight. It'd be a pity if I really killed him. In my opinion, all geniuses are suppressed. Letting them live in my era of suppression is the most interesting thing. Don't you think so? After chasing him all the way here, Lin Fei was obviously here to deal with Jian Lang. If he defeated him and sent him out, he would definitely gain a lot of honor points. Up until now, his honor points had been rising rapidly. It was obvious that he was on the right path. Whether it was Heartless God of War or Jian Lang, they were both shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so ambitious. He actually wanted to suppress an era's pride. This wasn't something anyone could do. If he didn't have any strength, he could only stare helplessly. Jian Lang felt that he was too easy to bully. A stranger came and wanted to suppress him. Even Heartless God of War didn't dare to say such words. You're really arrogant. Although I, Jian Lang, am not an expert, my potential is limitless. In the future, I will be a super expert in the world. You actually dare to say that you can suppress me? Fine, let me see how you can suppress me and an era. There was a loud rumble. The void collapsed. Layer after layer of power swept over. Jian Lang already knew that he had such a move. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared around him, forming a barrier. Even so, the barrier still rumbled loudly. It kept collapsing. His heart skipped a beat in an instant. He had underestimated this guy. He didn't expect the power of the void to be so strong. It was really terrifying. He couldn't take it anymore. With just one move, he knew the gap between them. This stranger was really very, very strong. He actually didn't know such a person. As expected, all demonic experts deserve to die. If you can't even take this move of mine, what right do you have to say that you're God's favored one? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Unless you can withstand it, then it'll be different. Then you'll be qualified to fight with me. Otherwise, you can only be like your fellow disciples, thrown out by me. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. I said that I'll suppress you for an era, and that's it. It's that simple. The Heartless War God was also slightly startled. He finally knew that this guy was hiding his strength. When he fought just now, it definitely wasn't as strong as it was now. It seemed that this demonic expert didn't have a good temper towards the righteous path. That was good too. He already had some pressure dealing with Jian Lang. Now that this unfamiliar expert was making a move, it couldn't be better. But he just couldn't figure out where this young man came from. It was as if he really came out of nowhere. I'm actually not that easy to deal with. Since you want to suppress me, then I'll take out my killer move and let you experience it. See God's possession, kill. There was a loud explosion. A shadow came from the sky and appeared directly behind him. Chapter 48-33. The moment the illusion appeared. Heartless War God gasped, "Good fella, you actually refined this sword god illusion. No wonder you were so confident to come in. With such a supreme treasure, you can instantly merge with the sword god. Your strength will increase greatly and you will directly step into the level of an advanced war god." This gasp surprised Lin Fei a little. No wonder he felt a dangerous aura from this fella. It was indeed like this. Sure enough, Jian Lang had a powerful treasure on him. That was the so-called sword god's phantom. With this thing, he could instantly merge with the sword god and his strength would increase greatly. Jian Lang laughed out loud. "Now you know why I dared to come in. Originally, I didn't intend to use this sword god illusion. Unfortunately, you forced me to do so. Today, I will merge with him and kill both of you here. This way, I won't waste a chance." Heartless Wargood's expression tensed up. He didn't expect Jian Lang to have such a treasure. It seemed like Dugu Yijian had gotten it as a top-notch killing weapon for self-defense. Lin Fei saw it too. This Jian Lang's strength had indeed skyrocketed. Jian Lang laughed out loud. Rays of sword light flew over. These sword lights seemed to have their own awareness as they instantly locked onto the two of them. Today, whether it's you or Heartless War God, both of you will die here. Heartless Wargood's face turned a little pale. A defensive treasure had already appeared around his body. It protected him like a ball. However, the moment the sword light arrived, it instantly split into thousands of attacks and bombarded the ball. It actually blasted open the ball like protection on the spot. Heartless War God was heavily injured. Streaks of fresh blood flowed down from the wound. Heartless War God took out a pill and swallowed it. He had completely underestimated the power of Jian Lang. I forgot to tell you. This sword god of mine isn't an ordinary sword god. He is the illusion of an 8-star war god. How about it? It's very powerful, right? Lin Fei's side was also attacked by the sword light, which was very powerful. However, Lin Fei's situation was different from his opponent's. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, bombarding the sword light. In an instant, the power of the sword light was reduced to 30 to 40%. With a flick. Pang, 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 pang. These sword lights collapsed one by one. Even if there were some powerful ones, they only left white marks on Lin Fei's body. He didn't look as miserable as he looked. This caused Jian Lang to be slightly stunned in his heart. My goodness, it's just as I imagined. This guy's physical body is indeed very strong. So what if your fleshly body is strong? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. Even Heartless God of War couldn't stop me, let alone you. The sky was filled with sword light again. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I don't know if your physical body is strong or not. If your physical body is not strong, then you're out of luck. Jian Lang's expression changed slightly. Of course, his physical body was not strong. As an expert who used the sword, he had always been the one attacking others. No one had ever been able to attack him. Moreover, he had always attacked from afar. He would never let anyone get close to him. Even if they did, no one would be able to get close to him. This was because the closer the distance, the stronger the power of his so-called sword technique would be. Moreover, he had merged with the powerful strength of the sword god, although it hadn't been long. Sword god strike, splitting heaven and earth. A ray of light instantly appeared and directly slashed at Lin Fei's position. In an instant, a huge crack appeared on the ground. This attack came very quickly. Even Heartless God of War felt his scalp go numb. He finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend the people from the sword sect. After mastering the sword god's shadow, they were simply super experts. It was no wonder that no one dared to deal with Dugu Yijin. He probably also had the sword god's shadow. Once he merged with it, he would be able to increase his strength by 30 to 50%. He would definitely be a nightmare for other war gods of the same level. Now, he had completely experienced it. In his heart, he hated this young stranger. You don't even have much strength. How dare you say that you can suppress Jian Lang? This was great. Everyone was finished, and he was injured in the first exchange. This was really shameful. As the sword slashed down, Lin Fei instantly disappeared. Jian Lang let out a groan. A shadow appeared behind him. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? Just now, he directly used this move of his spirit projection. Now that he used it again, it became infinitely powerful. It broke through any defense, broke through any restrictions, and directly caused Jian Lang to be seriously injured. The originally unreachable aura of Jian Lang instantly collapsed and returned to its original state. Following which, his aura continuously weakened and his face became unimaginably pale. He coughed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. What killing move is that? How come I've never seen it before? Lin Fei faintly smiled. It's not really a powerful move. It's just a little trick of mine. It's specifically used to deal with those with weak bodies. Do you know why I said I wanted to suppress an era? As long as your body isn't too strong, killing you in front of me is as easy as turning over my hand. Hand over your ring and you can leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid your body won't be able to withstand a second attack. The might of Lin Fei's spirit projection wasn't ordinary. It wasn't something that the average person could resist. Jian Lang's complexion instantly changed. He really couldn't withstand this mysterious attack a second time. If he really did it again, he would be completely finished. Are you sure you want my ring? You should know that if you take my ring and leave the land of divinity and demons, you will die without a doubt. No one can block my honorable master's sword. Lin Fei laughed. Whether or not you can block it is another matter. Now, either you hand it over or I'll send you on your way. Although, it's a pity that I didn't manage to suppress an era. Whoosh! A ring flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. I hope you can still smile when the time comes and not look like this. Jian Lang handed over the ring and left. Lin Fei's gaze fell on this heartless war god. At this time, the heartless war god's expression turned cold. He seemed to understand what had happened. Are you sure you want to drive me out? This isn't a good thing for you. If the two of us work together, we might be able to reach the final level.
Chapter 21-29. He was thinking that it was only a matter of time before he became the head of the family. Mu Yanqing went to the CEO's office in high spirits. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a cold and quiet room. The high-end decor, expensive office furniture, the genuine leather sofa that symbolized power and supremacy, and the expensive ink nun carpet under his feet. He looked at all of this ambitiously, and his heart was filled with longing and ambition. It was said that when Mu Yaja took office, the furnishings in the office were too old. Moreover, because of the long history, the original wooden furniture was somewhat damaged. Therefore, he specially ordered people to renovate the office. The office appliances were all brand new and made of the highest quality materials. Such an elegant and honorable office, in the future, would belong to him. Mu Yanqing paced back and forth in the office. Rather than saying that he was visiting, it was better to say that he was adapting to his future work environment in advance. He sat on the genuine leather sofa for a while and fiddled with the tea set in boredom. Finally, he leisurely brewed a cup of Da Hong Pao tea and took a big sip. Fragrant. It was really not an ordinary fragrance. This was the most authentic Da Hong Pao tea. If it were in the past, he would probably only think about it. After all, big red packets were rare in the market. Those that could be bought were mostly artificially cultivated and could not be considered authentic Da Hong Pao tea. The purest Da Hong Pao tea grew on the cliffs of Wui Mountain. It was impossible for humans to go up to pick it. Every year, specially trained monkeys went up to pick it. The annual yield was at most 40 caddies. The 40 caddies of tea were all for auction and could not be bought in the market. On the day of Hong Kong's return, a big red packet was given as a precious gift to the governor. 1 gram of tea was worth 10,000 taels of gold. This was probably the most expensive tea in the world. The Mu Group won 2 caddies of tea at the auction, which was more than 20 million. These tea leaves were used to entertain high-ranking VIPs. Mu Yanqing, on the other hand, enjoyed it for himself. Beautiful, beautiful. Mu Yanqing could not help but mutter in his heart, Mu Yaja really doesn't know how lucky he is. He has such a wonderful thing to enjoy, but he doesn't care about it. He finished a cup of tea and stood up again. Finally, he walked to the front of the desk. He looked up and glanced at the empty chair. However, this was the Mu Group's Dragon Throne, which symbolized the highest authority. A greedy and excited smile appeared on Mu Yanqing's face. Then, with a greedy heart, he strode over and plopped himself down on the chair. The moment he sat down, his brows relaxed and he revealed a satisfied expression. Whether it was satisfaction, comfort, or pride, it was all expressed without words. This was a moment that he had yearned for a long time. Even though this moment couldn't be said to be very formal, just having fun like this made him feel incomparably comfortable. Sitting in this luxurious office, the passion in his heart could no longer be concealed. His burning gaze fell on the high-quality mahogany desk and he subconsciously reached out his hand. At that moment, he was so excited that his fingertips could not help but tremble. Mu Yanqing took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. He touched the smooth surface of the desk. In fact, he had been longing for the desk, sofa, and every object in this office, even a small seal, for a long time. Chapter 2130. Mu Yanqing suddenly cleared his throat and adjusted his clothes. Then, he slowly leaned against the back of the chair. While he felt comfortable, his face revealed a proud and arrogant expression. Second brother, you finally have a day like this. Losing the top position in the Mu group must not be a good feeling, right? Ha! At that moment, he was like an ambitious prince who had snuck into the imperial palace and sat on the throne. That sense of superiority almost spontaneously arose from within him. Then, he imitated Mu Yaja's usual demeanor and pretended to be arrogant. He threw the stack of financial reports on the floor and immersed himself in the role of a CEO. He shouted angrily at the air, "Are you trying to fool me with these? Get out!" As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly laughed at the top of his lungs. Ha! Damn it, this is so satisfying. Mu Yanqing suddenly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window that had been wiped clean. He looked at the city's streets expressionlessly. Standing on the highest floor of the Mu Group headquarters, he only needed to lower his head slightly to have a panoramic view of the entire city. From his angle, the traffic and the employees who walked into the building were like ants. It was as if they would die without a burial ground if they were crushed lightly. Freedom. That was his state of mind at that moment. In his heart, the impression that Mu Yaja gave others was that he was awe-inspiring and unapproachable. That was the feeling he wanted. He really wanted to sit in this position as soon as possible and let those who usually looked down on him have their eyes opened. So what if he was a concubine's son? In the end, didn't he still get rid of the son of the first wife and sit on the throne? Mu Yanqing touched the surface of the table. His eyes were burning with passion. At the same time, he felt that the turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for a long time was finally released with these two hearty laughs. This was probably the glory of being in a position of power. This was the charm of power and wealth. No one could stop it. Standing at the pinnacle of power, receiving the admiration and groveling of countless people, such a feeling was infatuated and yearned for. Only a man as aloof as Mu Yaja would be unmoved by her charm. However, he was already a thing of the past. As for him, he was from the future. Mu Yanqing's face split into a wide grin. However, if this grin were to fall into the eyes of others, it would appear especially sinister and terrifying. Suddenly, there was the sound of the door opening behind him. Vigilant, he turned around and saw Minyu walking in. He recognized him. He was Mu Yaja's personal assistant and could be considered his most important confidant. When Minyu saw him, he was stunned for a moment before he asked suspiciously, "Young Master Yanqing, why are you here?" Without waiting for Mu Yanqing to answer, he immediately showed a hostile attitude. "This is the CEO's office. Without the CEO's permission, you are not allowed to set foot in here." Minyu was like a loyal subject, trying his best to protect his master's territory with a firm attitude. "I'm not allowed to set foot in here." Mu Yanqing laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Why can't I come in?" Chapter 2131. However, it seemed that he could not emulate Mu Yaja's boldness. In his opinion, he was just like a child who insisted on wearing an adult's suit. It was childish and ridiculous. A child's behavior could be considered as childlike. His behavior, on the other hand, was disgusting. "This is Chairman Mu's seat. You can't sit here." "Why should I?" Mu Yanqing smiled and asked in a deep voice, Why can't I sit here? Hearing this, Min Yu's brows furrowed. Because I'm not the chairman, so I don't have the right to sit here. Mu Yanqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. His posture relaxed as he slowly said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, though. From now on, this will be my exclusive seat. Just based on this, you have no right to interfere with me, do you understand? Min Yu sneered. What was this? Was this a show of strength? He was well aware of Mu Yaja's resignation as the head of the family. He also knew that, in the future, this place would become a vanity fair for others. However, he did not have the right to do so now. The official announcement of Chairman Mu's resignation had not been made yet, had it? At least for now, this office still belonged to Chairman Mu. Min Yu had been loyal to Mu Yaja all these years. Hence, when he saw another man shamelessly occupying this office, he quickly became hostile. Even though he knew that the man before him had a much higher status than him, he was not afraid at all. Mu Yanqing, on the other hand, had completely immersed himself in this role. He displayed the attitude of an emperor as he looked down at Min Yu condescendingly. Obviously, he did not think much of a small character like him. Seeing that Min Yu did not speak, as if he was holding back something, Mu Yanqing observed him for a while and then curled the corners of his lips. He remembered this fellow's name, Min Yu. He was said to be a very capable person. He was also Mu Yaja's personal assistant who had been by his side for the longest time. Mu Yaja placed a lot of emphasis on ability. Being able to stay by his side for so long, it was obvious to all that she was quite capable. Originally, he was thinking that when he ascended the throne, he would do what Mu Yaja did when Mu Yaja first took office. He would directly wipe out the remaining forces around Mu Yaja. However, if he were to get rid of these people as soon as he took office, he would appear to be narrow-minded. If he were to replace Mu Yaja's people as soon as he took office, he would appear to be heartless and cold. This would leave a bad impression on the company. Therefore, he decided to keep these people by his side for the time being and observe their performance. If they were outstanding enough and had potential, he would promote them for the time being. If they were not loyal enough, he would slowly find fault with them and then find an excuse to say that they were incompetent. This way, he would have a convincing reason to kick them out. Mu Yanqing was quite astute in this regard. With that thought in mind, Mu Yanqing threw an olive branch at Min Yu. Your name is Min Yu, right? Yes. Min Yu's attitude was neither cold nor warm, which made Mu Yanqing feel particularly uncomfortable. This fellow is really refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm about to be promoted. At this time, he should hurry up and suck up to me. If he makes me feel better, I won't make things difficult for him. Chapter 2132. Speaking of which, it was true that the servant was like the master. Mu Yaja wore an arrogant face all day long. His subordinates were cold and did not seem to know how to read people's expressions. However, he still held it in and said with a fake smile, I see that you've stayed by second brother's side for so many years, so you should have some decent skills. If a talent like you works for me, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Why don't you stay by my side after second brother retires as the CEO? If you perform well, I'll promote you. As long as you're loyal to me and work hard, I won't mistreat you. As for your salary, I'll double the amount second brother offered you. How about that? Mu Yanqing was best at winning over people's hearts. Mu Shumin was a classic example. After a few bowls of bewitching potion, he was inclined to his position. Mu Yanqing was full of confidence. Now that he had offered such generous conditions, no one would not be tempted. However, his tone was somewhat reserved, as if his acknowledgement was a great favor. It was as if he was sizing up a beggar. It was gentle, but it felt like he was giving alms, which made one uncomfortable. Mu Yanqing seemed to be certain that Min Yu would wholeheartedly rely on him. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. His original master was in dire straits, so why didn't he choose a better career path? He was waiting for Min Yu to show his subservient and fawningly express his sincerity to him. However, Minyu only smiled as if he did not care about the conditions he offered. He only said indifferently, "Young Master Yancheng, don't you think it's too early to say this? I don't think there's any agenda for you to take the position." Mu Yancheng immediately said, "Ha! What do you know? Now that second brother has retired, I'm the best candidate. If I dare to say such things to you, I naturally have the confidence to do so. Don't worry, your master is in dire straits now. There's no room for him to make a comeback. There's no need to think about betraying him. He's the one who abandoned you, so you don't have to feel guilty." After a pause, he opened his mouth and revealed his ambition. "What do you think?" "Nothing much." Minyu smiled graciously, elegantly, and politely. Compared to Mu Yancheng's sinister smile, it was a world of difference. "Wherever President Mu goes, I'll follow. In this life, I'll only acknowledge him as my boss. As for what you said, I'm sorry, but I can't." Mu Yancheng stared at him in surprise before bursting into laughter all of a sudden. "Minyu, don't be silly. Second brother, from today onward, he's no longer the Mu's, from today onward, he's fallen from the top. He's to Mu to make a comeback in his life. To Mu, have, to say, to work to be, to, are. Mu. To, are." The smile on Minyu's face did not waver at all. "The day President Mu officially retires is also the day I leave my post. Regardless of whether it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I'll walk down this path with him." Chapter 2133. Mu Yancheng sprung up from his seat. "Stop right there." Minyu's back view froze on the spot. Mu Yancheng was a little angry. How could this fellow be so ungrateful? He had intended to keep him around to give him face, but now, not only did he refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he even dared to put on airs with him. He was not going to fall for this trick. If it were in the past, he would have kicked him away long ago. Now, however, he did not want to do so anymore. It was as if his desire to conquer had been aroused. Since this fellow insisted on not submitting to him, he wanted to tame him and make him obedient to be used by him. A man's desire to conquer was not only reflected on women. Thus, he took a few steps towards him and shouted out a price, 200,000. Minyu slowly turned around and looked at him coldly. He was expressionless as if he were looking at an idiot. Mu Yancheng raised 2 fingers in a lofty manner, looking as arrogant as a savior. 200,000 yuan. I'll give you an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. You'll follow me. If you do well, I'll promote you first. You'll have a meteoric rise. You must know that I'm giving you this salary because I think highly of you. Other people may not get such treatment." Minyu sneered inwardly, but he did not show it on his face. Soon, however, a look of contempt appeared on his face. This expression undoubtedly infuriated Mu Yancheng. He resisted the urge to curse him and then pretended to be straightforward as he raised his offer. 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan, this was not a small temptation. Minyu could not be bothered with him and turned to leave. Mu Yancheng was anxious. Seeing that the other did not give him face, he cursed, "What a greedy dog. You're just like your master. 400,000 yuan is fine as long as you're loyal to me." Minyu stopped in his tracks with his back facing him. As if he had heard the funniest joke, he suddenly laughed out loud. Mu Yancheng was confused and reprimanded impatiently, "What are you laughing at, 400,000? Minyu turned around and sneered. "Young Master Yancheng, I see that you don't usually ask about the company's affairs, so you probably don't know, right? Chairman Mu gave me an annual salary of 1 million. Moreover, all the employees working in the headquarters, even if they were just a small secretary, were 1 in a million. Their salary would be at least 300,000 yuan. And as a member of the 1,000-person think tank, as a special assistant, my annual salary is at least 1 million. Not including bonuses and additional subsidies, the 400,000 you gave me, even if I was a little better, my monthly salary would be more than that." Moreover, if I want to be your assistant, even if you give me 10 million or 100 million, I might not be willing. Ha! He was followed by endless mockery and ridicule. Mu Yanqing's face darkened. He felt extremely humiliated. He was completely overwhelmed. 1 million. A special assistant's annual salary was as high as 1 million yuan. Second brother is really bold. Just as he was exclaiming in amazement, Minyu said coldly, "Young Master Yanqing, let me give you a piece of advice. With your little foresight, you'd better not make a fool of yourself here. Forgive me for being blunt, but so what if you become the Mu Group's chief executive? The Mu Group will only go downhill in your hands. Working for you will only lead to a bleak future." You. Mu Yanqing felt suffocated and could not swallow his anger. Chapter 2134. Mu Yanqing felt that he could not swallow his anger, so he retorted indignantly, "What you said is ridiculous. How can I not do what my second brother can do well? Just wait and see. I'll do better than him. I'll be even more outstanding." Minyu replied indifferently, "Oh. Let's wait and see, then." When the time came, if the Mu Group encountered any crisis, it would not be like a stray dog, running to President Mu and begging for mercy. However, there's a condition: wait until you officially take over the position. Although it's very likely that you'll be the head of the family, it doesn't mean that you'll be the CEO. If you have extra time, why don't you think about how to broaden your horizons? These words were undoubtedly a great humiliation to Mu Yanqing. Men were all hot-tempered. Moreover, at Mu Yanqing's age, he was at the prime of his life. Moreover, with his status and identity, how could he allow a small character to humiliate and belittle him again and again? Upon hearing this, Mu Yanqing could not force himself to calm down. Instead, he dashed forward, grabbed Minyu's shoulders, and angrily grabbed him by the collar. Raising his fist high, he looked as if he was going to punch the latter in the face. However, Minyu was not afraid of his threat. Instead, his eyes widened. His fist was like the wind, but it stopped abruptly when it was less than a centimeter away from his eyes. Mu Yanqing was amazed by Minyu's extraordinary courage. Seeing that his fist was about to land on him, he did not dodge and even glared at him with his eyes wide open. This made him even angrier. His chest heaved up and down, unable to quell his anger, but looking at Minyu's resolute and disdainful eyes, it was as if he did not take him seriously at all. Mu Yanqing was enraged and roared at him like a madman. ****, I'm warning you, don't look at me like that. Who do you think you are to act so rashly in front of me? I'm warning you, once second brother's resignation is announced, I'll be taking over immediately. Do you know what this means? It means that I'll be in charge of this huge conglomerate from now on. Even though I haven't ascended yet, a lowly thing like you has no right to question me. Do you understand?" Minyu snorted coldly. Clearly, he didn't take him seriously at all. Just as Mu Yanqing was about to teach the arrogant brat a lesson, Mu Linfeng's furious voice was heard from the door. "Yanqing, what are you doing?" Mu Yanqing raised his head and saw Mu Linfeng, who happened to pass by the door, frowning in displeasure at this scene. Earlier, when Minyu came in, he did not close the door tightly. When Mu Linfeng rushed to the meeting room, he passed by the office and saw the door ajar. He thought that Mu Yaja had returned to the company. As soon as he opened the door, he was disappointed to see this scene. So it's this kid. What was he doing here? He happily thought that Mu Yaja had thought it through and regretted it, so he returned to the company. However, when he opened the door and saw that it was him, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. When Mu Yanqing saw him, he immediately retracted his hand and stood to one side with a guilty conscience. The anger on his face faded instantly as he smiled at him. "Second uncle." Minyu also smiled politely at Mu Linfeng. His attitude was rather respectful. Chairman Mu. Chapter 2135. Minyu nodded and walked away immediately. Just as Mu Yanqing was feeling uneasy, Mu Linfeng slowly walked in and scanned the office. Finally, his stern gaze landed on him. "Why are you here?" Mu Yanqing was at a loss for words. He hemmed and hawed, not knowing how to explain himself, but how could Mu Linfeng not tell that he was ambitious? Mu Linfeng silently scrutinized him for a long time, only to see him squirming and not knowing how to explain himself. He swept a glance across the office and saw the Dahong Pao tea that Mu Yanqing had just made. There were obvious signs of him sitting on the office chair and some of the reference books on the bookshelf being messily flipped through. It seemed that this lad had been here for a long time. He knew very well that Mu Yaja had always been a clean freak. Other than that, no one was usually allowed to enter this office. Other than dusting and cleaning, everything in the office was basically arranged by him. The reference books were neat and tidy, and when he was not around, the desk and chairs would be arranged neatly. He was puzzled for a moment before he instantly understood. After all, Mu Linfeng had been in power for a long time and had experienced the ways of the world. He had also come into contact with all kinds of people. Although he did not say that he had seen countless people, how could he not guess what was going on in Mu Yanqing's mind when he had watched him grow up? Whatever he was thinking in his heart, he could basically see through it with a single glance. At this moment, Mu Yaja had just stepped down from his position, yet this lad had rushed into the CEO's office in a hurry. Mu Yanqing was not complicated at all. Compared to Mu Yaja, he was much easier to deal with. He did not need to speculate too much to know what was going on in the latter's mind. His ambition could be said to be very clear. Did this fellow think that after Mu Yaja stepped down from his position, the CEO position of the Mu Group would naturally belong to him? Mu Linfeng did not bat an eyelid. He glared at him sternly and reprimanded him sternly. Yanqing, your second brother just stepped down from his position as the family head and CEO yesterday, yet you rushed into the CEO's office in such a hurry. With so many pairs of eyes watching, it's inevitable that people will gossip. I think you'd better restrain yourself a little. Otherwise, if word gets out, the people below will think that you forced your elder brother to abdicate. It won't be good for you in the future. Mu Yanqing froze on the spot when he heard his uncle's words. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at his uncle, feeling that there was more to his words than met the eye. Was second uncle worried that his actions would have a negative impact on the company? What did this mean? This meant that second uncle had the intention to help him ascend the throne. Otherwise, what was there to worry about? It was obvious that he valued his status. That was why he had such thoughts and gave him a few pointers. Mu Yanqing, who did not know how to restrain himself, broke into a wide grin. Chapter 2136. Mu Yanqing's smile froze on his face. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he stood there in a daze. He regained his senses at once and asked in a fluster, "Second uncle, what do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning. You're very smart, so you should be able to understand it." Mu Linfeng did not elaborate further, but his meaning was already expressed in his words. Mu Yanqing felt that his joy had turned into sorrow. His originally extremely excited mood was like a bucket of ice water pouring over his head, extinguishing his enthusiasm. His expression instantly became dispirited. He sighed and then excused himself. "Second uncle, your words are a little too hurtful. I admit that I'm indeed inferior to second brother in many aspects. I'm very clear about this in my heart. However, no one is outstanding at the beginning. Back then, when second brother was promoted, the entire Mu family was against it. It was you who stood your ground against everyone's opinions and supported second brother. Reality has proven that second brother did a good job in the end. This is undeniable. Perhaps I'm not as capable as second brother, but that's secondary. My loyalty to second uncle is something second brother can't compare to. Second uncle, your words are too hurtful." Mu Linfeng's expression did not change much when he heard this. He only nodded and said, "Indeed, you're much more enthusiastic about us than that child, Yaja. I also believe in your loyalty to me, but it's not enough to rule a financial group. Capability comes first. Moreover, second uncle is already old, and can't help you much. Let's not talk about other things, just the company's connections are something that you rarely take care of. There's a lot of work to be done in the financial group. I'm worried that you won't be able to adapt in a short time. Your second brother did this very well, and no one can replace him. However, now that your second brother is gone, the company is in a mess. You're not familiar with the company's affairs at all. If you take over, you'll definitely be flustered and full of loopholes. That's what I'm worried about. Now that the financial group had lost its core leader, it was as if it had lost its emperor's rule. The board of directors was already in a mess. There was a saying that a country couldn't be without a ruler for a day. This was indeed the case. Mu Yanqing's face took a turn for the worse and turned ashen in an instant. His originally arrogant face turned ashen in an instant. Mu Linfeng had lifted him up to the clouds in an instant, and now, he had given him a severe blow by reprimanding him. Min Yu's mocking voice still echoed in her ears, sounding extremely sarcastic. He was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to say anything. Mu Linfeng sized him up. He knew that this nephew of his was not as capable as Yaja. Most importantly, he could not keep his composure. Look, it was only the first day of Yaja's resignation, but he had already rushed into the headquarters excitedly like a crown prince who was about to ascend the throne. His ambitious face really disappointed him. After Mu Yaja stepped down, who would be able to fill this position? He had been thinking about this problem for a long time. He didn't close his eyes the entire night because he was thinking about this problem. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Among the many candidates, Mu Yanqing was definitely not the most capable one. Chapter 2137. He had watched Mu Yanqing grow up. Just like Mu Yaja, he had also brought him up. Although he was not outstanding, he was, at the very least, absolutely loyal to him. As for the rest, he had no interest in them at all. He had learned from his mistakes. Having suffered enough at Mu Yaja's hands, he did not want to painstakingly nurture a talent only to end up being an ingrate. Mu Yanqing was the most suitable candidate in his heart for the time being, but he could not reveal his thoughts completely. Otherwise, this lad would inevitably become arrogant and complacent after being promoted to such a high position. Everything had to be done step by step. Hence, Mu Linfeng glanced at the disappointed Mu Yanqing at the side and suddenly said slowly, "Yesterday, your Aunt Shu Min and I talked about you. We talked for a long time on the phone. She approves of you and thinks that you're up to the task." There was not much joy on Mu Yanqing's face, though. What was the use of having Mu Shumin's approval? Mu Linfeng had the most power. If Mu Shumin approved of him and Mu Linfeng did not, wouldn't he be happy for nothing in the end? Mu Yanqing only hummed in acknowledgement, appearing somewhat indifferent. However, he heard Mu Linfeng continue. "Although I think that you're not steady enough, lacking in capability, and lacking in maturity in the way you handle problems, I'm still considering such a matter on account of your loyalty." Hearing this, Mu Yanqing's eyes widened in joy as they lit up. "Second uncle, you," Mu Linfeng continued. "If you have the time, stay at home and sort out the organization's affairs. I'll send someone to send you the information when the time comes. Go back and get used to the organization's rhythm. Otherwise, if I support you now, you'll only become a joke. If you have the time to come to the company to mess around, you might as well learn how to be an excellent business manager." "Yes, I understand." Mu Yanqing nodded. He hid his ecstasy in his heart and maintained a calm and steady demeanor on the surface. Mu Linfeng continued. "As the successor, you'll naturally have to be inspected by all the shareholders. When the time comes, if you don't even know the company's internal affairs, won't you be a laughingstock and embarrass me?" "Second uncle, are you saying that you approve of Yanqing?" Mu Yanqing was overjoyed. "However," Mu Linfeng said, "whether I approve of you or not is another matter. The key is your own performance." Mu Yanqing nodded, unable to contain his joy. Mu Linfeng replied, "I have a meeting coming up. You can arrange it yourself." "Yes." Mu Yanqing watched him leave. Halfway through, Mu Linfeng suddenly thought of something and turned to look at him. Mu Yancheng, who thought that something was about to happen, suddenly heard him say, "I'm concerned that your foundation in the Mu family isn't stable yet. If I were to support you at this time, you might not be welcomed by others." After thinking for a while, she realized that you're not young anymore. It's time to consider getting married and having children. Therefore, I'm thinking of arranging a marriage for you. I don't know what you're thinking. If it were Mu Yaja, he would definitely reject her outright at this time. This brat had never obeyed anyone's arrangements. Ever since Yun Shishir appeared, he had become even more unruly. Chapter 2138. Hence, he immediately nodded and said, as expected of second uncle. "You're so considerate of me. I'm honored. May I know which family's young mistress you found for me? I'd like to be mentally prepared." Mu Linfeng was silent for a moment before he suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Do you know Lin Shuya from the Lin family?" "The Lin family," Mu Yancheng sucked in a breath of cold air and then nodded fiercely. "The Lins are a prestigious family in the capital. Although they're not on par with the Muse in terms of seniority, their influence in the city is enough to be on par with the Muse. As for this Lin Shuya, I've only heard of her name and haven't met her yet. You'd better take care of yourself before we arrange to meet." "Huh?" Mu Yancheng was stunned. Mu Linfeng laughed. "You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from second uncle. Don't you have a few girlfriends outside? Before that, you'd better cut all ties with those messy women." Mu Yancheng was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Mu Linfeng had already left in a huff. When he came back to his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat. The Lins. If he could have a marriage alliance with the Lins, it would be a timely help to his ascension to the top. He must seize this opportunity. He sneered at the thought of Mu Yaja. He was not as foolish as Mu Yaja, who would not let go of Yun Shishir as if he had never seen a woman before in several lifetimes. What kind of woman did he not have in this world? Women, power, wealth. What did he not have after getting his hands on them? He was the only one who had abandoned power, family, and wealth to treat a woman like Yun Shishir like a treasure. It was truly incomprehensible and unbelievable. After all, as long as he became the head of the Mu family, he could do whatever he wanted. He could have whatever he wanted, and he could have any woman he wanted. Although the men of the Mu family had abandoned the traditions of the feudal society, they still had many women by their side. They had 3 wives and 4 concubines, and they never lacked mistresses. Most of them had red flags outside, while colorful flags would flutter outside. Naturally, other than those whose mother clans were excessively powerful, most of them played their own games. Some of the women who married into rich and powerful families had kept several gigolos outside, and their hearts were wild. However, most of the women who married into the Mu family already had status and status. They only needed to think about what kind of perfume was more stylish, what kind of branded bags were the most suitable for their status, and how to be a proper and elegant rich lady. As for her husband's affairs outside, she mostly turned a blind eye and turned a deaf ear to them. At this thought, he sat back in his chair and dialed a number. After ringing for a long time, a woman's sweet and gentle voice came through. "Yancheng. Qingxue, are you free tonight?" "There is." The woman was overjoyed that he had taken the initiative to call her. She said shyly, "I happen to have something to discuss with you. All right, let's talk when we meet." "Okay. Where should we meet?" "I'll go to your house at 8 p.m. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chapter 2139. Meng Qingxue was 18 years old this year. She was a model. Her looks were standard, and she had a good figure unique to models. Her ample bosom was especially coveted by men, and she had a beauty that most actresses in the entertainment industry did not have. When she was 16 years old, Mu Yancheng met her at a private gathering and took a liking to her at first sight. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. Men had no resistance to beautiful women. Moreover, Meng Qingxue was a rather outstanding stunner. More importantly, when he first met her, she was still an inexperienced student, so tender that he could pinch water out of her. Mu Yanqing preferred a pure and innocent style, so he took her in without any hesitation. To be precise, she was snatched by Mu Yanqing the moment she debuted. Mu Yanqing was her first man. Meng Qingxue was different from the average young model. She was not that ambitious. Perhaps it was because she was still young and immature. Unlike those overly shrewd young models who had a clear goal, Meng Qingxue still had a simple dream of love. She had always thought that he was just a rich second-generation heir with a good family background and a net worth of tens of millions. Therefore, she wholeheartedly wanted to be with him, get married, and have children with him. Hence, her career as a young model came to an abrupt end. Initially, when she agreed to be Mu Yanqing's woman, other than his series of passionate advances and sweet words, she also liked his handsome appearance and considerate personality. After dating for 3 days, she gave herself to him and became his woman. Of course, other than her, Mu Yanqing had also been with many other women. Some of them were with him before he met Meng Qingxue, and some of them were one-night stands when he was dating Meng Qingxue. Of course, there were also those whom he had a stable relationship with for a few months. However, Meng Qingxue could be considered to be the one he had the longest relationship with. It was mainly because Meng Qingxue had a high EQ and knew how to make him happy. When he was busy, she would not pester him endlessly. The only time she was willful was when Meng Qingxue found out that he had other women. She was so angry that she cried and threw a tantrum, demanding a reasonable explanation. At that time, the two had been together for 3 months. Meng Qingxue developed strong feelings for him, and Mu Yanqing, too, liked this obedient and lovely woman. Hence, he kept her by his side all this while. However, as a man, once the novelty of a woman wore off, he would not have much patience. When Meng Qingxue quarreled with him because of his unfaithfulness, he was ruthless to her for the first time. Chapter 2140. Meng Qingxue turned pale with fright. It was also at this time that Mu Yanqing revealed his identity to her. It was only then that she realized that the man she had been dating for 2 years was not Xiao Kai. He actually had such a noble background. However, Mu Yanqing's words were undoubtedly heartbreaking. Initially, she loved Mu Yanqing more than she relied on him for material things. However, now that he had said this, her heart was instantly crushed and she fell into a state of despair. It turned out that this man was not with her because he loved her. He said that he liked her. But what was the real reason? At the end of the day, did this man not love her the most? But speaking of which, wasn't this to be expected? Love could be cultivated. Humans were selfish creatures. Anyway, people would love themselves the most, so they would fall in love with someone who could satisfy their desires. From then on, Meng Qingxue kept telling herself to be indifferent to love. While she was still young, she should work hard to get what she wanted. But in the end, she could not let go. It had been 2 years. She was deeply in love with Mu Yanqing and could not bear to part with him. She really loved this man passionately. She clearly saw through his scumbag nature, but she seemed to have been bewitched and hypnotized. Like a moth flying into a flame, she threw herself wholeheartedly into his heart. Mu Yanqing usually had high expectations of her. He had a serious obsession with cleanliness when it came to his women. Therefore, he repeatedly ordered her not to mingle in the modeling industry, not to mingle with other men, not to show her face in public, and not to reveal his identity. In addition, Mu Yanqing did not like to be controlled by others. He warned her not to call him unless it was something important. When he remembered or wanted to see her, he would naturally call her. As for her living expenses, he took care of them single-handedly. He gave her a bank card and told her the password. Every month, if he was in a good mood, her living expenses would be hundreds of thousands. This hundreds of thousands did not include those branded jewelry, bags, lipstick, and perfume. Meng Qingxue deeply felt that after that incident, it seemed that the two of them were in a relationship. No matter how she looked at it, she was like a caged canary, being kept as a mistress. She was deeply disgusted with this feeling. She was different from other materialistic women. She didn't have any wishful thinking about climbing up the social ladder. Compared to being rich, she preferred to marry an ordinary man who loved her wholeheartedly. When she first stepped into the young model circle, it was only because her family was poor. In addition, she had such innate conditions and was blessed by God, so she stepped into the young model circle. In the beginning, she was completely ignorant of the ways of the world, but when she saw all kinds of cruel unspoken rules, she had the intention to retreat. It was then that she met Mu Yancheng. She thought that it was a fated encounter. After they started dating, she basically didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, in her free time, she still insisted on doing some part-time jobs, eager to support herself. Furthermore, she worked hard to learn how to cook and do household chores. Initially, she only knew the basics, but now, she was striving for perfection. She dreamed of being a good wife after marrying Mu Yancheng. That would be her biggest career in life. At that time, Mu Yancheng was still amazed. Chapter 2141. She was not the first woman he had kept as a mistress. When he first stepped into society, he had kept a few innocent girls as his mistress. Not to mention knowing his identity, when those girls saw how generous he was with his money, which one of them did not pester him for branded clothes, bags, diamonds, and other luxury goods. Even when they broke up with him, they would be ambitious and ask for sky-high compensation and breakup fees. This woman, though, was really strange. Despite him transferring hundreds of thousands of yuan to her every month, she was still living in an ordinary apartment building. She was dressed plainly and did not wear any branded clothes or carry an expensive bag. He heard that she had taken 2 separate jobs. Out of curiosity, he checked the bank account he had given her. After deducting the basic expenses such as rent, utilities, food, and clothing, there was almost nothing left for her to spend on her monthly living expenses. This woman. She's so different. On second thought, Mu Yancheng snorted disdainfully. She's probably doing this on purpose to win my favor, right? Suppressing her own desires, pretending to be a girl who didn't love power and wealth, pretending to be a virtuous girl who took care of the family, to please him and desperately want his approval? Is that possible? He was going to marry into a big family in the future. His wife would either be from a prestigious family, a wealthy family, or a scholarly family. There was no way out for him and such an ordinary woman. He was only interested in her beauty, her youth, and her gentleness. Other than that, he couldn't find any other reason to marry her. When he got tired of her, he would leave and give her a sum of money to keep her quiet. That would be the greatest kindness and consideration he could give to this woman. At 8:00 in the evening, Mu Yancheng showed up at the entrance of her rented apartment. Fengshan International's apartment building had been around for 8 years. It was not too shabby, but compared to the high-end apartments he had originally found for her, it was definitely quite shabby. As he walked into the elevator, the lights on the ceiling flickered on and off. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. On the 18th floor, Mu Yancheng walked out of the elevator and reached the door. Just as he was about to knock on it, his hands suddenly paused. This time, he was prepared to have a showdown with her. No matter the cost, he must cut off all ties with her. She had been with him for 2 years, and it could be said that she had given her best youth to him. In that case, he was not such a heartless person. This time, he would also promise her some benefits. These benefits were enough for her to buy a decent apartment in the capital, a luxury car, and the capital to not have to worry about food and clothing for 10 years. He had always been generous towards women. Moreover, it had been 2 years. It wasn't like he didn't have any feelings for her at all. If he wanted to break it off just like that, he would really be a little reluctant. He was not so free and easy that he would be stingy to see her one last time and just walk away. At the thought of this, he gently knocked on the door. Soon, he heard footsteps coming from inside, followed by a woman's cautious voice. "Is it Yancheng?" He could hear the playfulness and anticipation in her voice, as well as a bit of vigilance. Chapter 2142. Therefore, she was very careful when dealing with strangers. However, when he heard such a gentle and joyful voice, Mu Yanqing's heart suddenly felt empty. Did she not know that he was here to have a showdown with her and break up with her? He hummed in acknowledgement. "Qingxue, it's me. Open the door." The door was quickly opened. As soon as he walked in and the door closed, Meng Qingxue threw herself into his arms, hooked her arms around the back of his neck, and kissed him on the lips. The kiss was so passionate and emotional that it infected Mu Yanqing instantly. He hugged her back and responded to her kiss. After the kiss, she snuggled into his arms and said in a slightly choked voice, "Yanqing, I miss you. I miss you so much." Her voice was filled with helplessness and attachment, so much so that Mu Yanqing, who was in a daze for a long time, actually wavered a little. He did not seem to want to break up with her completely. Through the cold phone call, he had originally planned this very well. When he entered and saw her, the first thing he should say was, "Let's break up." Then, he would settle the accounts and give her a sizable breakup fee. From then on, they would not owe each other anything. Along the way, he was very determined. The words that he had rehearsed more than 10 times were stuck in his throat at this moment. Perhaps it was because, unlike the cold phone call, they had just met. Her soft and warm body was pressed tightly against his chest. He did not even need to exert much effort to feel the warmth of her skin. Such intimate contact instantly evoked his longing for her. Therefore, some words were not so easy to say. He still wanted her. It seemed that he could only become a sentimental man when he was with her. He also couldn't figure out what this woman was capable of. There were several times when he was affectionate with her, and he actually thought that whether they were married or not, he would keep her by his side. Even if he did not have a status, she could always be by his side. However, now was not the time at all. At least, before he got married, he should immediately break up with this woman. Alas, his physical needs gradually overcame his rationality. He kissed her passionately as he stripped her of her clothes. Every part of his body was screaming for her. Meng Qingxue pushed him away shyly and said coquettishly, "Yanqing, don't. I have something to tell you." "What is it? Isn't it better to talk about it in bed?" His ambiguous words made her heart skip a beat. Seeing that they were about to lose their position, Meng Qingxue immediately grabbed his hand. She used so much strength that the veins on the back of her hand almost popped out. He stared at her in surprise and stopped what he was doing. Frowning, he asked, "Why? You don't?" What he wanted was to at least spend some time with her before they broke up. It was the last time they made love. It wouldn't be too late to have a showdown with her after that. However, she seemed to be very resistant, and her face was full of reluctance. That's not like her. If it was in the past, she would be as passionate as fire at this moment. But now, he didn't seem to be in high spirits. "What is it?" Mu Yanqing stared at her. "You seem to be very resistant to me today." "It's not that." Meng Qingxue's face grew hotter. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Chapter 2143. Yanqing, Meng Qingxue bit her lower lip in a dilemma and then said shyly, "I'm pregnant." "I'm pregnant," Mu Yanqing was stunned. He. Yun Shishir, I'm pregnant." At the same time, in a cafe in the city center, Song Enya was sitting in front of Yun Shishir with a smug look on her face. She was as proud as a victor as she announced to her with a smile, "I'm pregnant with Brother Mu's child." Yun Shishir looked at her expressionlessly. Song Enya's cruel words were like a curse that nailed her to the cross in an instant. After Song Enya's words, she instantly felt that the whole world had turned gray. Just a few hours ago, she was woken up by an unknown number. She was taking an afternoon nap, but when she was awakened by the urgent ringtone of her phone, she glanced at the screen and saw that it was a number that she had never dialed before. She picked up the call suspiciously and heard Song Enya's cold voice on the other end. Yun Shishir. Yun Shishir immediately woke up from her drowsiness. Song Enya. She could tell at once that the Missy's voice was arrogant, contemptuous, and hostile. There was also an inexplicable sense of smugness in it. Yun Shishir sat up on the bed at once, her face turning frosty in an instant. Song Enya, I heard that you went missing. Could it be that you've absconded because of your guilty conscience? Yun Shishir, I have something to announce to you. Song Enya was not in the mood to care about her ridicule. Instead, she issued a challenge to her. 8:00 tonight at Queen Cafe in the city center. Be there or be square. With that, she hung up the phone without any explanation. I wonder what tricks she's up to this time. Yun Shishir did not want to pay much attention to it at first, but at 7:00 in the evening, she was curious about what important thing Song Enya had to announce to her. Looking at the date on the wall, she felt restless. She thought that since Song Enya had asked to meet her in the city center, there was no need to worry about what tricks she would play. Besides, she had a score to settle with her. Mu Yaja went out early in the morning, saying that he had to discuss some important matters with a few of his men. It was already 7:00, but he was not home. It seemed that he would not be back for dinner. Hence, Yun Shishir gave the two Xiao Baos a few reminders and hurriedly left. By the time she reached the cafe, Song Enya was already there and had sent her the name of a private room. When the waiter led her to the private room and pushed open the door, she saw a face that she had not seen in a long time. Yun Shishir, you're here. Surprisingly, the Missy's face did not show much hostility when she saw her, which was rather unusual. If it was in the past, the moment he saw her, he would definitely gnash his teeth in hatred. His eyes would be as sharp as a poisonous snake, as if he couldn't wait to swallow her alive. It was different today, though. She smiled elegantly. Her eyes were clear, and her makeup was light. Unlike the heavy makeup she used to wear, her watery eyes and pink lips made her look very simple and elegant, but she was very charming. Song Enya was sitting at a table. When she saw her, she politely pointed to a seat and invited her to take a seat. This made her even more suspicious. Chapter 2144. However, the friendliness that Song Enya displayed on the surface made her seem like a completely different person. If it were not for that familiar face, she would really suspect that the woman in front of her was not Song Enya herself. Have a seat. Yun Shishir did not stand on ceremony as she walked over and sat down opposite her. You asked me to come here this time because, what would you like to drink? Song Enya asked as she flipped through the menu. Yun Shishir's expression froze for a moment before she said, a glass of Blue Mountain. Song Enya turned her head and immediately ordered, a glass of Blue Mountain. The waiter nodded and then respectfully left the room. At this point, the private room fell into dead silence. As Song Enya stirred the warm milk, the rich fragrance of milk immediately filled the room. The two of them sat quietly in silence. Yun Shishir sized her up silently. She did not know what she was up to at this moment, but she had a feeling that she had ulterior motives for inviting her here. This woman was extremely vicious. As the saying went, one's appearance was born from one's heart. In the past, she did not think that this saying made much sense, but it was vividly reflected in Song Enya. Thinking back to the past, her incomparably mean face gave people a feeling of disgust. Yun Shishir was silent for a moment. Just as she was about to speak to break the silence, Song Enya, who was sitting opposite her, broke the silence first. She raised her head and looked at her like a victor. She blatantly announced to her, do you know? I'm pregnant. In the apartment, the atmosphere froze for a long time. Mu Yanqing looked at Meng Qingxue in disbelief, his eyes full of shock and bewilderment. Seeing his stunned expression, Meng Qingxue mistakenly thought that he was shocked because he could not face such a big surprise. Her face became even more shy, as if she had put on rouge and was boiling hot. She pouted and buried her face in his chest, asking in a coquettish tone, Yanqing, are you unhappy? You're going to be a father soon. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant, but even though she was only 18 years old, the maternal instinct in her heart was already spreading because of the birth of a new life. Her face became softer than ever, and there was a holy and enchanting radiance about her. However, This kind of radiance was undoubtedly too dazzling to the point that it fiercely stung his eyes. For a moment, Mu Yanqing forgot to express his thoughts as he lowered his head and sized her up in a daze. Finally, his gaze landed on her still flat stomach. He was going to be a father soon, she was pregnant, how could this be? She even asked him if he was happy. How could he be happy? Right now, Meng Qingshue's joy and excitement formed a sharp contrast with his stunned and lifeless expression. Perhaps Meng Qingxue was too happy and immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future, so she didn't care about his pale face at the moment. She pulled him to sit down on the sofa. Like a happy bird, she chattered to him, telling him the uneasiness and tension of being a mother for the first time, as well as her expectations and dreams for the arrival of the child in her belly. Chapter 2145. After all, Meng Qingxue was still young and did not understand what was wrong with her body. Hence, she hurriedly searched for relevant information on the internet and concluded that she might be pregnant. Meng Qingxue was nervous and uneasy. She went to the maternal and child health hospital for a series of checkups and finally got the result that she was 4 weeks pregnant. She was not prepared for the arrival of this child at all. That was because she was still so young, only 18 years old. Most girls of this age were still studying in school. Although she dropped out of school early because of her poor family background and entered society, she was only 18 years old after all. She was not mentally prepared at all. When the doctors saw her age and carefully asked where the child came from and if there was a need to abort it, she subconsciously refused. It was probably at that time when she saw the small shadow in the ultrasound that her maternal instincts could not help but stimulate her desire to protect her child. She used to hate children. Rather than saying that she hated them, it was more accurate to say that she rejected them. However, once she realized that she was about to become a mother, the joy she felt was indescribable. That was because she loved this man deeply, and the child in her stomach was their flesh and blood. Love the house, love the crow, and love for this child came from the bottom of her heart. She struggled with her thoughts for an entire night. She originally wanted to call him and ask for his opinion, but she remembered that he had said not to call and disturb his life unless it was especially important. After hesitating for a while, she put down her phone and finally decided to keep this a secret for the time being. It would not be too late to announce this to him when he arrived. It took her a few nights to adjust her state of mind. Meng Qingxue hugged him happily and said a lot of things excitedly. For example, she felt that her mentality had changed after she became pregnant. She also told him about her fantasies about the future. For example, after the child was born, she hoped that it would be a beautiful boy. However, if it looked like him, it would be good to give birth to a beautiful little princess. The customs in her hometown were used to favoring boys over girls. Meng Qingxue had experienced the persecution brought about by favoring boys over girls. Therefore, in her heart, she would like both boys and girls. After all, this was his child. Finally, she leaned on his shoulder and suggested an idea. Yancheng, why don't we get married? Although she hadn't reached the legal age yet, in her hometown, many girls got married and had children at the age of 16 or 17. It wouldn't be too late to apply for a certificate when the children were older. The wedding could be held first. Meng Qingxue hoped that they could hold the wedding as soon as possible. Compared to being a mother, she hoped that she could hold his hand and step into the hall of marriage. This was something that she had always dreamed of. Meng Qingxue looked at him coquettishly. Her eyes were bright and clear, and her smile was brimming with happiness. It was as if she was certain that he would agree to this matter. Little did she know that Mu Yancheng had suddenly pried her hand away from his arm with an expressionless face and gave her a faint, mocking smile. Impossible. Meng Qingxue was stunned, and the smile on her face froze. She repeated his words in a daze, Impossible. Chapter 2146. The smile on Meng Qingxue's face completely froze. Her hand, which had been broken free, slipped onto the sofa, and she felt weak all over. Ignoring her disappointed expression, Mu Yancheng suddenly questioned her mercilessly, Meng Qingxue, are you kidding me? Impossible, Impossible. How can you be pregnant? He was still in disbelief. How can this child be mine? Such a heartless and cold question was like a bolt from the blue to Meng Qingxue. It was as if her heart was being pierced by a needle, and it was bleeding profusely. How can this be? If this child isn't yours, who else can it be? She was almost crying as she questioned him back, tears streaming down her face. Mu Yanqing was touched by her tears. He was not without feelings for her. When he saw her crying and feeling dejected, his heart softened a little. Hence, his tone was no longer as cold and harsh as before. Instead, it softened a little. Haven't you been taking the pill? Like most men, he did not like to wear condoms, but he did not want to make any mistakes. Hence, he had been reminding her to take the pill. In the beginning, he even saw with his own eyes that she had taken the long-term contraceptive pill before he started having sex with her unscrupulously. Later on, she also promised him that no matter what, she would take the pill on time before doing so and would not cause him any trouble. He trusted her, so later on, he did not supervise her anymore. Haven't you been taking the contraceptive pill? Meng Qingxue lowered her eyelashes in disappointment and nodded weakly. Suspicion flashed across Mu Yanqing's eyes. Could it be that you stopped taking the pill? No. Meng Qingxue felt even more aggrieved. Her tears could not stop flowing. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked pitiful. I've never stopped taking the contraceptive pill. I've always kept my promise to you. Then, how can you be pregnant? Mu Yanqing's voice grew louder. His eyes narrowed as he cursed inwardly. Could it be that, while he was away, she had attracted another woman outside and accidentally got pregnant? He did not express his suspicions, but how could Meng Qingxue not understand the look in his eyes? That doubtful and hurtful look was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. She shoved his shoulder hard and broke down in despair. Are you suspecting that I've done something to let you down? No. He really didn't. So, don't look at me like that, okay? If you doubt me and don't believe me, I can do a paternity test with you. Mu Yanqing's heart softened, but at this moment, his heart was in a mess. Even if he wanted to care about her feelings, he could not help it. He almost blurted out the next sentence, which was almost heartless. Qingxue, don't tell me that you used some unspeakable means to get pregnant with this child. Or did you secretly use those means to get pregnant with this child so that you can blackmail me into marrying you grandly and live a carefree life as a rich madam? The medical industry under the Mu family's name was vast. Furthermore, they had a private sperm bank that belonged exclusively to the Muse. This was a confidential and forbidden area that kept the sperm of several generations of the Muse. Chapter 2147. When Mu Yanqing was 18 years old, he had already frozen a batch of sperm. When he was 24 years old, he froze another batch of sperm of even better quality. He could not help but suspect that this woman had paid a price and used some tricks to conceive his child through artificial insemination. However, it was no wonder that Mu Yanqing would suspect such a conspiracy theory. Being born into a rich and powerful family like the Mu family, there were countless schemes and schemes. It was not as if no woman had resorted to such means before, so he was no longer surprised by it. After all, being born into such a family, such things were not uncommon. Hence, it was only natural that they would suspect Meng Qingxue. At first, Meng Qingxue did not understand what he meant. She widened her eyes and stared at him innocently. Yanqing, what do you mean by that? Don't play dumb. You should know what I mean. Mu Yanqing suddenly laughed coldly. Don't tell me you're pregnant with my child through artificial insemination. Meng Qingxue was stunned. She was surprised that there was such a way to get pregnant. Moreover, what was even more heartbreaking was that the man she loved so deeply actually suspected her of such a sinister scheme. When Meng Qingxue came back to her senses, her face was already wet with tears. Her heart was in unbearable pain as she said aggrievedly, "You actually suspect me of having sinister intentions." Yanqing, it's been so long, almost 3 years. We've been together for so long, but you've never believed me, have you? She had always thought that as long as she maintained her original heart, was sincere enough, he would be able to understand her good intentions for him. All along, she had never asked for anything from him. Even if she was sometimes in financial straits, she had never thought of using him. Yes. Every month, he would transfer money to the account, but that little money was only taken out as a last resort for daily expenses. Basically, he had never squandered it. Most girls of her age wore beautiful clothes, branded bags, and exquisite makeup. However, she was the only one who wore no makeup and dressed simply. Even if it was ordinary skincare products, she would save as much as possible. When she first stepped into the modeling industry, she had a few close friends. But ever since she got pregnant with him, they had drifted apart and never contacted each other again. She was like a lonely person, silently living in a place that he had forgotten. In order to live with dignity, she had long exhausted all her strength. She thought that by doing this for him to see, he would be able to see her true feelings for him, pure and without a trace of impurity. Who didn't dream of being rich and powerful? In the past, all of her sisters in the modeling industry had advised her to leave this fickle man and find someone else. With her qualifications, it was not a difficult thing to find a man who would love and care for her in the palm of his hand. However, she had never expected that her sincere efforts, which were unknown to the public, would not only fail to move his heart of stone, but also cause him to make such conjectures. If she had such a scheming mind, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. But why couldn't this man understand her heart? In the end, it was because he didn't love her enough. Therefore, he couldn't empathize with her feelings. Chapter 2148. Yancheng, I love you. In order to love you properly, I've stopped touching the things that you hate and dislike. I've worked hard to work part-time and earn money to support myself. I want to let you know that I'm an independent woman who doesn't covet your wealth. But, my family isn't well-to-do. I came out into society before I finished my studies. Reality is cruel, and I can't find a decent job at all. Even so, I still fantasize about becoming more outstanding. Sometimes, I really wish that you were an ordinary man and didn't have such a good family background. At least, when I'm giving my heart to you, don't use such vicious thoughts to judge me. Meng Qingxue spoke from the bottom of her heart as tears streamed down her face. Mu Yancheng's heart softened in the end. However, he was puzzled. If she wasn't coveting his wealth, what exactly was so good about him that she was willing to pour her heart out for him? Growing up in such a family, like everyone else, he was incomparably insecure. Therefore, he was unscrupulous in climbing up the social ladder. This was because he understood that only power and wealth could give him a pitiful sense of security. Meng Qingxue said, other than the basic daily expenses, I haven't used much of the money from the account you transferred to me. Of course, you don't have to worry about me being hypocritical and casting a long line to catch a big fish. You may think that I'm very greedy, but I'm not. I'm not. Please, don't say such hurtful words again. I just want to be with you. Is that wrong? The last sentence was almost shouted out hysterically. Mu Yancheng sucked in a deep breath of cold air and hugged her tightly. Qingxue, I'm sorry. Don't say any more. I know. After a pause, he helped her to the sofa and sat down. After calming down, he casually picked up an apple from the table and peeled it for her while saying, actually, I came over tonight because I have something to tell you. Meng Qingxue was heartbroken. As if a fishbone was stuck in her throat, she could not say a word and could only sob. However, she heard him say lightly, my family is planning to arrange a marriage for me. Second uncle ordered me to cut ties with you cleanly and prepare to accept the marriage. I came here this time to break up with you. Hearing this, Meng Qingxue felt suffocated. She cried out in grief, but her tears flowed even more violently. Mu Yancheng recounted his uncle's instructions to him and then changed the topic helplessly. But, the truth is, I do have feelings for you. On the way here, I swore that I'd make a clean break with you this time. But when I came here and saw you, in the end, I was unable to bear it. Meng Qingshue's heart warmed at his words, and her face lit up like a radiant sunflower. Mu Yanqing's next words, however, plunged her into despair. Chapter 2149. In the future, if he's successful, I'll bring him back to the Mu family. You, on the other hand, may never have a proper status, but you don't have to worry about me mistreating you. I'll still promise you the glory and wealth that belongs to you. Second uncle's intention in arranging this marriage is to strengthen my power and support me to become the head of the Mu family. Once I become the head of the family, even if you give birth to a few more children, I'll still be able to bear the responsibility, let alone one. Don't worry, other than a proper status, I'll give you everything you want. Meng Qingxue leaned on him, feeling empty as she listened to him describe the blueprint for the future. Mu Yanqing calmed down at once. It was not that he did not expect the pregnancy. It was not that he could not afford to raise a child. His earlier agitation was just that he was not mentally prepared for it. The Mu family had always placed importance on descendants. Mu Linfeng originally wanted him to cut off all ties with Meng Qingxue, but if they had a child, things might be different. He could find a way to settle Meng Qingxue in a quiet, high-end neighborhood where she could nurture the fetus. After the child was born, he could assign a few nannies and a few confinement matrons to raise the child. It was not a big deal to have a few mistresses outside. It was not that the Mu family did not allow such a situation to exist. Moreover, as long as the family's descendants were capable enough, they would acknowledge it. Despite Mu Linfeng's appearance, he also had an illegitimate child outside. It was just that the children under him were disappointing and could not be brought into the family. It was just that he did not want Meng Qingshue's existence to interfere with his future ambitions in any way. Mu Yanqing also promised her that, although she could not replace his fiancé status, as long as the child was born, they would still be like how they were now. He would often come to her place to accompany her and the child. He also promised her that she would enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. She would be very happy and would no longer have to work for others and be bullied by others. She would also no longer have to live in such a cramped rented house. She would move into a high-class apartment and be treated like a rich lady. She would be treated like the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, waiting on and waiting on. Other than enjoying life and taking care of the child, she would not have to do anything at all. She would not have to worry about not having a job or being hungry. It could be said that other than her status, she was no different from those rich young mistresses. If she knew how to manage things well, it wouldn't be difficult for her to get along with the legal wife. As for the status, there was no need for him to harbor any hopes. If he became the head of the family and had some ability, he would be able to give her a better life. In his opinion, those superficial appearances were not that important anymore. Mu Yanqing thought to himself, I've already said so much and even laid out so many tempting conditions. A sensible woman would be overjoyed by now. She would be hugging my arm and coquettishly fawning on me. At least, that was what he thought. However, the moment he spoke, there was a long silence in the air. She still had her head lowered and did not say anything. However, her happy expression instantly darkened. Seeing that tears were about to fall again, he could not help but get angry. He impatiently asked, What do you want? What do you want? What a dignified question. He actually asked her what she wanted. Chapter 2150. Meng Qingxue threw caution to the wind and poured out all the displeasure in her heart. What do I want? I don't want what you've said. What I want is you. What do you mean? You don't understand me after all. I don't care about glory and wealth. I just want to be with you. I want to be your legitimate wife. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yanqing, I think you're really insatiably greedy. That's all I can promise you. Think about it carefully. I'm such a man. I have my ambitions and my pursuits. I won't allow anyone to be my stumbling block. Including you. With that, he walked to the door. Meng Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she chased after him. She saw that Mu Yanqing had already opened the door and half of his long leg had stepped out. He suddenly paused and turned around to look at her coldly. He threw an extremely cruel sentence at her. If you've thought it through, give me a call. I'll arrange the rest for you. You just need to take care of your body, take care of the fetus, and give birth to the child without any worries. However, if you're unwilling to do so, then you can cut all ties with me. The child will either belong to me, or you can deal with the aftermath yourself. After he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut with a bang and left with a swagger. Meng Qingshue's heart ached terribly. She leaned against the door and fell to the ground in melancholy. Then, she burst into tears, at a cafe. After Song Enya arrogantly announced her pregnancy, Yun Shusher inexplicably calmed down. She did not panic for a moment. Instead, she was unusually calm. She was very surprised by Song Enya's announcement. On the way here, she had guessed Song Enya's motive for treating her to coffee. However, when she proudly told her that she was pregnant, Yun Shusher sneered. At this moment of dead silence, the waiter knocked on the door and came in with a tray. He placed a cup of Blue Mountain coffee in front of her and left. Yun Shusher quietly warmed her palms with the cup of coffee in her hand. She could feel its boiling temperature when she heard Song Enya's shrill and arrogant voice ringing in her ears once more. The child is already 3 weeks old. Brother Mu and I had it after he returned from Sea City. During that period of time, something must have happened between the two of you, right? That night, he was dead drunk. When I helped him into the room, he might have mistaken me for you. He hugged me, and then that happened. She paused for a moment before smiling bitterly. I've always wanted Brother Mu, but I didn't expect that I'd end up becoming his woman because of you. However, it doesn't matter. Even if I can't get his body or his heart, I'll be satisfied even if he gives me a child. She smiled so brightly and proudly. In Yun Shusher's eyes, it was incomparably glaring. Even though she forced herself to calm down, her mind was still a mess. Returned from Sea City. At that time, Mu Yaja had indeed rushed back, but according to Qin Zhou, he had rushed back to the capital because of Song Enya's disappearance. She firmly believed in Mu Yaja. Chapter 2151. Furthermore, this man had always known how to control the situation at drinking gatherings. He had a sense of propriety when it came to alcohol and never allowed himself to lose his composure. It was impossible for him to get drunk. Song Enya sized up her expression and sneered mockingly. Why? You don't believe what I've said? Yun Shusher looked up and met her gaze. Song Enya continued, do you not believe that I'm pregnant, or do you not believe that the fetus in my womb isn't Brother Mu's flesh and blood? Why should I believe you? Yun Shusher turned to smile, but her face was unusually tense. Song Enya, I see that you don't have any other abilities, but you're quite capable at sowing discord. Since you're pregnant, why didn't you tell him? Instead, you came to me to fan the flames. Do you have ulterior motives? Yun Shusher, I said that you're too inexperienced, but you still don't know it. I think you've never really understood men from the beginning to the end. Song Enya smiled and continued, men have always been creatures who think for themselves. Oftentimes, biological impulses and primal instincts will overcome all rationality. Although Brother Mu is a very charming man, he's ultimately not a god. He'll also make some mistakes that men will make. I love him, so I have to believe him without hesitation, things are just excuses to comfort myself. Do you think I should believe you just because you say that? Song Enya, there's a limit to how shameless a person can be. You're from a prestigious family, after all, so you don't have to lower yourself like this. Yun Shusher's cold gaze pierced into her. Song Enya chuckled and provoked, if you don't believe me, you can go back and ask Brother Mu. I don't think Brother Mu would deny it, would he? However, if you really don't believe me, I can show you the evidence. As she spoke, she took out a craft paper bag from her bag and handed it over. Yun Shusher did not reach out to take it, so Song Enya pushed the paper bag in front of her with an elegant smile. Why? Aren't you going to open it? Or is your confidence wavering now and you don't dare to face the truth? How could Yun Shishir ignore such a provocation? She opened the paper bag, took out a few reports, and skimmed through them. She didn't know how to read it. Then came the line at the end, confirmation of biological parentage between W6829F and W1993D. This line of words was simple and easy to understand. This meant that they were related by blood. Yun Shishir narrowed her eyes suspiciously and looked up at her. Without waiting for her to raise her doubts, Song Enya smirked and said coldly, "You don't have to doubt the authenticity of this paternity report. It's stamped by an official hospital, so everything is based on evidence. If you don't believe me, you can take this report to the hospital to check if it's officially issued. If the child doubts me, I can just do it again." She appeared to be in the right and was not afraid of any form of verification. This undoubtedly extinguished the confidence in her heart. Chapter 2152. Last night, due to the sudden turn of events, Muyaja seemed to have a lot on his mind, so he smoked quite fiercely. Later, when a few of his brothers came over, she took the opportunity to find a lighter in his coat pocket and stuffed it into her pocket. She suddenly sneered and took out the lighter. Ding! She opened the lid and lit it with a puff. She picked up the report with one hand and set it on fire at a corner. Amid Song Enya's terrified shriek, the flames suddenly jumped up and caught fire. Yun Shishir threw the burning document in front of Song Enya in a dashing manner. Song Enya gasped in shock and hurriedly poured the warm milk beside her on it. Accompanied by spirals of smoke, the flame was slowly extinguished. "You!" After Song Enya calmed down, she glared at her and questioned hysterically, "What exactly are you trying to do? You don't have to show me such things. Do you think that this can shake my so-called beliefs? Song Enya, don't take things for granted, you're too naive." Yun Shishir coolly said this before she suddenly stood up and walked toward the door. Song Enya also stood up and chased after her aggressively. "Yun Shishir, I'm warning you, you won't be smug for long. Tomorrow, I'll bring these paternity test reports to the Muse to seek justice for me. For the sake of the child, the Muse will definitely arrange a marriage between me and Brother Mu. I'll see who'll be the one in a sorry state then. You're so smug now, but you won't be for long." Yun Shishir's back paused when she heard this. She calmly turned around and said, "Oh, then I'll wait and see." Her calm reply surprised Song Enya greatly. In order to have this child, she had paid an unimaginable price. During the difficult pregnancy, she had tried her best to adjust her body's condition. After the pregnancy was successful, she made some slight adjustments and flew back to the country without stopping. However, she did not look for Mu Yaja immediately. What was the use of looking for Brother Mu? She had used despicable means to obtain this child. Even if it was his flesh and blood, he might not necessarily acknowledge it. After resting for a while in a hotel in the capital, she went straight to provoke Yun Shishir. Taking action from her would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. She had originally thought that when she told her everything, she might be suspicious. Therefore, she had prepared the paternity test in advance and was looking forward to throwing the report to her. Because of this, she would fly into a rage and rush home recklessly to cry and throw a tantrum with Brother Mu. She would vent her anger on him for all the grievances she had suffered. With Brother Mu's cold personality, it would be difficult for him to accept any doubts from the woman he loved deeply. The two of them would inevitably be estranged because of this. This was indeed a method to sow discord. She had set up a trap and was just waiting for Yun Shishir to foolishly jump in and bury herself in it. After all, she had already brazenly provoked her. If it were any other woman, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. She did not believe that Yun Shishir could remain calm. However, reality proved that Yun Shishir was much more mature than she had imagined. Chapter 2153. Her carefree attitude made her turn pale with fright. Instead, it was her, the invader, who was flustered and unable to keep her cool. Song Enya suddenly sneered and forced herself to calm down quickly. "Just wait and see, then. When the Muse make the necessary arrangements, I'll have to trouble you to abdicate your position and settle the divorce procedures as soon as possible. Yun Shishir suddenly fell silent. Song Enya thought that she was panicking, so she continued fanning the flames and fanning the flames. Why did you take things so hard back then? It's obvious that you and Brother Mu can't last long, yet you still shamelessly insisted on marrying him. Do you think that you can be together forever after getting married? Ha! You're really delusional. Yun Shishir was obviously unmoved by her provocation. She was cold from the start to the end, but Song Enya completely ignored her indifference and continued. What happened in the end? Didn't I get kicked away by Brother Mu? When the time comes, the one who will truly be the matriarch of the Muse will be me. Ha ha ha. Yun Shishir, however, raised a question. Matriarch of the Muse? Aha. Song Enya said smugly, why? Marrying Brother Mu, wouldn't that make her the rightful mistress of the Mu family? I'm more qualified than you. I come from a good family and have a superior background. Between us, the Muse will definitely side with me. The Song's influence isn't as simple as you think. With the help of the Song family, Brother Mu's future would be even brighter. What if he's with you, though? He'll only attract more prejudiced gazes. Don't you know? You have a bad reputation in the Muse. Everyone laughs at you for being a broken shoe. If Brother Mu gets together with you, you'll only be a hindrance to him and drag him down. I, on the other hand, am different. I'll use my family's influence to help him climb to a higher peak. Yun Shishir suddenly interrupted her passionate fantasy. Then, I'll have to disappoint you. Song Enya was stunned for a moment, unable to react as she stared blankly at her. What do you mean? Yun Shishir calmly said, he's no longer the head of the Muse. Song Enya's expression froze like ice. Yun Shishir found her to be too laughable. She was just like a clown. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Song Enya angrily grabbed her hand and stopped her from leaving. What did you say? Brother Mu is no longer the head of the Muse. What do you mean? Yun Shishir sneered contemptuously. Her next words were like a bucket of ice water splashed on her heart. It seems that you're not up to date with the latest news. I thought you should know that just last night, your brother Mu stepped down from his position as the head of the family and the CEO of the consortium in front of the elders of the Mu family. Sorry, I'm going to shatter your beautiful dream. Song Enya was stunned. She bit her lower lip hard. She had never expected such a situation to happen. Brother Mu had resigned as the head of the Muse. Why? Chapter 2154. But for some reason, he had suddenly resigned. Why was that? She could not figure it out. Her vicious gaze suddenly landed on Yun Shishir as she questioned her suspiciously. It's you, isn't it? Yes? It's all because of you, isn't it? She yelled at her aggrievedly and angrily. Brother Mu stepped down because of you, right? Yun Shishir pursed her lips and smiled, but she admitted it honestly. Yes. Her two words were light as a feather, but they pierced the Missy's heart like an awl. She was completely stunned. Brother Mu actually gave up his position as the head of the Mu family because of me? How could this be? What kind of charm does this woman have to make an ambitious man like Brother Mu give up on the Mu group? I don't believe it. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Song Enya still found it hard to believe. She kept muttering to herself, but she could not get an answer. Yun Shishir kindly explained, that's because the Muse wanted him to make a choice between the head of the family and me. That's why this is his choice. Are you satisfied with this answer? Seeing that Song Enya was completely stunned, Yun Shishir did not have the mood to entertain her any longer. She flung her sleeve aside and left on her own. The door was slammed shut with a bang. Song Enya fell to the ground weakly. Her eyes were blank as she looked haggard and lost her soul. Why? Yun Shishir started the car and sat in it. She looked at the rearview mirror and saw that her face was a little pale. She tidied her hair, which had been messed up by the wind, but she still could not sort out her frustrated emotions. It was not that she did not trust him enough. She believed that this man, who was bold and responsible enough to give up his power for her, would never do anything to let her down. What kind of opportunity did he have to make Song Enya pregnant with his child? She had actually read through the report seriously. Because of her experience, she had some understanding of such matters. Generally speaking, it was impossible to fake a personal appraisal, unless one was extremely powerful. Only then would they have the ability to do so. Besides, Song Enya had already said that they could do another paternity test at any time if they wanted to verify it. She did not look like she was lying. She was really pregnant with his child. The results of the comparison showed that there was indeed a personal relationship between them. She did not know what kind of trick Song Enya had used, but the thought that the Missy was carrying her beloved man's child made her feel as if she had swallowed countless fish bones. It was as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat, and it was extremely painful. She might not be able to be that carefree. How could Yun Shishir not guess her niece's motive? She wanted to get pregnant with his child. She wanted to use her to sow discord between them, thus creating a gap between them and driving a wedge between them. Naturally, she would not allow her to achieve her goal just like that. However, there were some things that just couldn't be understood. She was not strong enough to control her emotions at will. Yun Shishir took a deep breath, grabbed the steering wheel, and stepped on the accelerator. When she reached home and opened the door, she saw Mu Yaja sitting on the sofa with his head lowered, flipping through the newspaper. Chapter 2155. After returning from Xingyu Financial Group and reaching home, the two little lads said that their mommy had left in a hurry. He called her and found out that she was on her way back. After giving her a few reminders, he sat back on the sofa and flipped through the financial newspaper he had just bought. As expected, an entire day had passed, and there was no news from the Mu Group. Perhaps the public relations department was preparing anxiously. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the Mu Group would probably send out an official announcement of his resignation. Mu Linfeng was probably in a terrible state now. Dealing with it in such a way could minimize the negative impact of this matter. This was what he had to worry about now. At this moment, he was probably gnashing his teeth in hatred. Mu Yaja heard the sound of the door opening and saw that a certain little woman had finally returned home. He smiled and said, "Why are you so late?" Yun Shishir stood at the door, but she was not elated by his usual greeting. She leaned against the door and casually placed the car keys on the table. Thus, she leaned against the door and lowered her head, looking a little lonely and powerless. At this moment, her state could be described as gloomy. With her head lowered and her frown, Mu Yaja was also confused. He did not know what this little woman had gone through outside to come back with a stomach full of anger. But in reality, along the way, she comforted herself, but she still could not figure it out. Even in front of Song Enya, she was arrogant and merciless in her ridicule. But when she turned around and was alone, she could not comfort her state of mind. On one hand, she could stand in Mu Yaja's position and repeatedly tell herself that he would not betray her. On the other hand, when she thought about how Song Enya was pregnant with his child, she felt sad and even jealous. There was a part of her that felt unbalanced in her heart. At the same time, she felt greatly wronged. After all, think about it. Another repulsive woman used the fact that she was pregnant with her man's child to force her to abdicate. No one would be able to adjust their mood quickly. Given her conservative mindset, how could she have guessed that Song Enya had used her methods to steal the sperm to achieve such a pioneering feat of artificial insemination? Mu Yaja found that something was wrong with her. He suddenly got up and walked in front of her, but he saw that she kept her head down and didn't say a word. She looked very depressed. "What happened?" he asked. Yun Shishir suddenly pushed him away expressionlessly and walked to the dining table. She poured herself a cup of cold water and gulped it down. It was only after she downed the glass of water that she seemed to have calmed down a little. Once she had calmed down, she raised her head and looked at the man, who had sat down beside her without saying a word, and finally said, Song Enya asked to meet me today. Her. Mu Yaja was also surprised. She's back in the capital. Looks like you're not well informed enough. She didn't know why, but there was a bit of sarcasm in her words. It was as if she needed him to bear some of her unhappiness so that she could feel better. Chapter 2156. I'm not in the company anymore, so I naturally don't get the latest news. Yun Shishir used a single word to express her displeasure. Mu Yaja was not annoyed. Instead, as if dealing with a sulking child, he gently rubbed her head with his large palm and asked gently, What's wrong? You're back and you look so tense. How can I be in a good mood after meeting AB*TCH? She retorted self-righteously, but because of the man's gentle patience, the anger in her heart subsided a lot. What did she do to you? Tell me about it. Yun Shishir gripped the glass of water tightly and suddenly exerted force. Perhaps she exerted too much force, so much so that the back of her hand vaguely showed green veins. She blew on her head with a gloomy expression. Her shoulders did not move at all, and there was no undulation as if she was brewing. Suddenly, she said, Song Enya told me that she's pregnant. Song Enya is pregnant. Mu Yaja, on the other hand, was not too surprised by this. He merely raised a brow but did not comment on it as he quietly observed her expression. Yun Shishir continued, I thought it was fake, but she took out a paternity test report. It said, there is a relationship between father and daughter. Tell me, what's going on? A paternity test? Yes. This kind of report can't be forged, right? Yun Shishir waited for him to give a reasonable explanation. But after waiting for a while, the man rested his chin on his hand and lazily said, Oh. Oh. Yun Shishir exploded. What do you mean by, oh? Isn't he surprised? Isn't he going to ask what's going on? Could it be that he knew about Song Enya's pregnancy? But under normal circumstances, other than the person involved, who else would know about this kind of thing? The anger in Yun Shishir's heart surged up again, filling her chest. She couldn't calm down, and her eyes became red and swollen. She shouted at him angrily, Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Behind the wall, Yu and Xiao Yichen heard the commotion in the living room and quietly hid behind the wall. However, it seemed like something troublesome was going on and it was not convenient for them to show themselves. Hence, they could only hide behind the wall and eavesdrop. Mu Yaja suddenly chuckled. I found out that you, little guy, can get jealous too. His tone, which was full of indulgence, did not extinguish the knot in her heart. Instead, it fueled her anger. What are you talking about? Can you explain this matter to me? She was not annoyed by Song Enya but by this man's cold attitude. Yun Shishir glared at him. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she held it in because of her stubbornness. This was clearly such a serious matter, yet he was still laughing. He even used such a doting tone. Did he think that he could hypnotize her anger and calm her down? Yun Shishir suddenly felt quite indignant, but she heard him suddenly ask, Did she tell you that she's pregnant with my child? Yes. Do you believe it, then? He stared at her seriously, wanting to hear her answer. Chapter 2157. Mu Yaja's heart warmed when he heard that. Then, in a gentle and charming tone, he asked her, What other explanation do you want from me? Yun Shishir continued to pull a long face, stubbornly wanting an explanation. She pouted and said unhappily, she couldn't have gotten pregnant for no reason, right? Could it be that the child in her stomach is a ghost fetus? Mu Yaja suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Yun Shishir struggled at first, pushing him awkwardly and pounding his chest with her little pink fists. However, her weak strength was nothing to him. The man reached out his other hand and stopped her easily. Seeing that she was about to flare up, he suddenly said, The child in her stomach isn't mine. What? Yun Shishir's eyes widened in shock. Mu Yaja laughed. You heard it. How is that possible? If it's not your child, whose child could it be? She had burned the report in a fit of anger. If it hadn't been burned, she would have brought it back and flung it at his face so that he could see it with his own eyes. In the report she showed you, before the paternity was confirmed, was there such a sentence at the end, excluding the interference of identical twins, close relatives, and external help? Yun Shusher racked her brains for a moment and suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a sentence in the report. Seeing her pondering expression, Mu Yaja smiled. Do you remember now? Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know how to read that sentence. He teased her, but Yun Shusher slapped his hand away. And then? What does this sentence mean? Mu Yaja said casually, in other words, if she's pregnant with someone else's child, a paternity test will also show that we're related. Yun Shusher was stunned. What do you mean? Mu Yaja flicked her forehead in exasperation and snorted. You little fool. Now you know how to be quiet. You looked like a crazy kitten just now. He coaxed her with just a few words. After she calmed down, Mu Yaja told her everything from the beginning to the end. Ever since Song Enya left the hospital without saying goodbye and went missing for a few days in Sea City, he quickly found out about her whereabouts. Through investigation, he found out that this crazy woman wanted to secretly use artificial insemination to get pregnant with his child so that she could threaten him into marrying her. The Muse were in charge of a private sperm bank, where most of the Muse resources were kept. Song Enya had bribed the higher-ups in charge of the sperm bank. After getting her hands on the stuff, she settled down in an American hospital. After a short period of recuperation and intense preparation for pregnancy, she finally succeeded. However, he had already found out about this matter and secretly arranged for the sperm she had stolen to be swapped with Mu Yanqing's. Furthermore, he had also destroyed all the sperm he had stored in the sperm bank. This was to prevent something like this from happening again. In fact, preserving genes was a common practice in the Muse. However, he had always scoffed at this kind of cooking. Chapter 2158. The reason why his sperm was kept in the sperm bank was because 7 years ago, Yun Shusher wanted to be a surrogate for the Mu family. Initially, she had considered using artificial insemination. However, because her physical condition was not suitable for it, they changed the method. Mu Yaja just forgot to destroy it. It was all thanks to Song Enya, who reminded him that there was such a hidden danger. Hence, this time, he destroyed it all. However, the funny thing was that the quality of Mu Yanqing's sperm did not seem to be too good. Song Enya was completely in the dark and even suffered a lot in order to get pregnant. Test tube babies were very painful and costly. As the one who got pregnant, she had to suffer a lot. However, Song Enya did not hesitate and swore not to give up until she got pregnant. After a lot of torment, she finally succeeded. However, the funny thing was that the child she had tried so hard to conceive was going to disappoint her in the end. Although the paternity test report proved that they were related by blood, it was still because the child in Song Enya's stomach was his nephew. Oh. Yun Shusher furrowed her brows thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Oh. Mu Yaja imitated her tone and suddenly pulled her into his arms and ravaged her. Little fool, I wonder who was the one who was angry at me earlier. Now that you know the truth, your anger has subsided. His large palm could not stop ravaging and rubbing her face. Yun Shusher knew that she was in the wrong, so she let him rub her face. It hurt a little, so she slapped his hand away and said angrily, I didn't know. How would I know that she would use such a shocking method to get pregnant with your child? How would I know that you've secretly replaced Mu Yanqing's sperm with yours? You didn't tell me any of this. How would I know? She felt extremely wronged. Yes, she was not calm enough, but any woman would remain calm and rational when faced with such conclusive evidence. She was angry and jealous because she cared too much about him. Her concern made her lose her mind. When the two little lads, who were hiding behind the wall, saw that the matter had been settled, they looked at each other in relief and returned to their room. Really? How old were they? This pair of clowns was still so worrisome. In the living room, Yun Shishir was still a little angry. Song Enya had already come knocking on his door. Although he had received a satisfactory and reasonable explanation for the matter, he was still very unhappy about it. "Are you jealous?" He was half playful and half coaxing. His tone was gentle, but there was a hint of mischief in it. Yun Shishir snorted and nestled in his arms. Her tone was rather coquettish. "How would I dare? She's the little sister that you've always doted on. All these years, the one who's been by your side is her, not me. How would I dare to compare myself with her and covet her position in your heart?" Before he could finish his sentence, a strong sour smell assaulted his nostrils, making him choke. Mu Yaja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't that he hadn't seen her jealous before, but it was the first time he saw her being so jealous. He rarely mentioned anything about Song Enya to her. However, this woman had heard about it from some unknown channel, so much so that she had a strong hostility toward his and Song Enya's past. Chapter 2159. Mu Yaja raised his eyebrows and retorted disapprovingly, "Thoughts? What thoughts can I have?" Yun Shishir pouted at his nonchalant tone. She punched his chest again and muttered unhappily, "I'm the one asking you. Can't you just answer me properly?" The man asked shamelessly again, "What kind of answer do you want?" Yun Shishir was exasperated. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned her face away, ignoring him. Seeing that she was really angry, Mu Yaja couldn't help but laugh. He had provoked her on purpose so that he could enjoy watching her get jealous over him. What she didn't know was that in his eyes, she looked so cute when she was so spoiled. This little fool had always been so obedient and sensible in front of him. She was so sensible that she didn't seem like his girlfriend, but more like a virtuous sister. The problem was that he wanted her to be like a beautiful and delicate princess, the moon surrounded by stars, high above the masses, elegant and charming. Women like to be a little willful. In front of the man they loved, they would be a little mischievous and aloof. It was the dream of many women to be able to be doted on and treasured like a luminous pearl in the palm of their hand. But this woman, perhaps because of her circumstances, had an extremely insecure personality. Perhaps it was because she was so afraid of losing him that she rarely showed her most common instinct as a wife, jealousy, on her face. In front of him, there were many times when she was trembling with fear and trepidation. She didn't dare to be willful or unreasonable. Sometimes, she would even show her fear that he would be angry. That kind of cautiousness made his heart ache and gave him a headache. He didn't want her to be so uneasy beside him. Compared to being obedient and sensible, he hoped that she would be more unreasonable, more arrogant, and more dependent on him. Even if she was really like those noble princesses, so what? It wasn't like he couldn't pamper her. The greatest love a man could give to a woman was to pamper her like a princess for the rest of his life. He reached out and pulled her into his arms again. Yun Shishir snorted, obviously not wanting to bother with him. Even though she was pulled into his arms, she struggled a little. Her face was dark and she seemed to be sulking. Mu Yaja couldn't help but laugh. "My little fool, you're so cute even when you're jealous." She retorted in exasperation, "Who said that I'm jealous?" Mu Yaja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Every expression on your face, every look, tells me that you're jealous. What do you think?" She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, only to see him smiling playfully. Her face burned as if it had been doused with molten iron. She blushed in embarrassment, but she still stubbornly pouted. "When did I? What jealousy, it's so weird. Be good. Don't let your imagination run wild between me and Enya." Mu Yaja had only said one sentence when Yun Shishir glared at him with extreme sensitivity and gnashed her teeth. "Enya? You call her so intimately." "Cough. That woman." Mu Yaja hurriedly corrected himself. Yun Shishir's expression then eased a little. She suddenly muttered with lingering fear, "Actually, I've been thinking, what if your plan failed this time?" Chapter 2160. Mu Yaja furrowed his brows. He did not understand what she meant when she said that the plan had failed. If you didn't replace your thing in time, and Song Enya got pregnant with your child, what would you do? Yun Shishir looked up and stared at him seriously. She was eager to get the answer from him. Her question was because of her sense of security. Mu Yaja curled his lips, but his expression was full of arrogance. There are no ifs. If a man can't even control his own child, wouldn't he be a failure? What if you failed? It's better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? What if? She stubbornly wanted to know what he would do if he were in such a situation. Would he still be as carefree as he was now when Song Enya got pregnant with his child? Mu Yaja pondered for a moment and then said without hesitation, I'll probably force her to abort the child. Abort. She stared at him with widened eyes and breathless eyes, feeling incomparably shocked. Abort? So cruel. Although she hated Song Enya and even loathed her, the child in her stomach was innocent. However, no one was surprised by his answer. This man had always been ruthless and cold. He would not leave any leeway for others. Such an answer gave her a great sense of security. To her, this was the best way to protect her. In this matter, Mu Yaja's choice was probably to minimize the harm to her. Even so, this man could be so decisive and cold at times that it made one's heart palpitate. Yun Shishir suddenly asked, That's your flesh and blood. Can you bear to abort it? Mu Yaja lowered his head and pulled her into his embrace. He playfully caressed her red lips with his slender fingers, pressing them a few inches before gently caressing them. When he was done, he gently lowered his gaze to look into her eyes. Suddenly, he lowered his head and gently sucked on the corner of her lips. Yun Shishir's red lips parted slightly. With a howl, she bit his fingertip. Her pearly white teeth rubbed against his fingertip and nibbled gently. However, she did not use much force, just like a kitten's bite. From his point of view, the woman sucking on his fingertip was a little too seductive, so much so that he immediately thought of another kind of extreme pleasure. Under such a visual impact, a certain part of him suddenly heated up. Even his body gradually became boiling hot. Yun Shishir coquettishly said, In the future, mind your own business. Don't create such trouble again. Just as her voice fell, Yun Shishir suddenly realized that her words seemed to have implied another embarrassing meaning. Her face instantly heated up. What do you mean by an acre of land? How could she not control herself and say such a dirty joke? He must have been a bad influence on her. When Mu Yaja heard this, he found it interesting and nodded. Okay, I'll mind my own business. Such a thing will never happen again. With that said, the man bent down and kissed her lips. After a charming and inseparable kiss, he hugged the back of her neck and pressed his lips against hers. He said seductively, My child can only have one mother. Chapter 2161. The man pecked her lightly before continuing. My child can only have one mother. It can only be you. Yun Shishir was extremely moved when she heard that. She smiled warmly and hugged Mu Yaja back. Her heart was warm, and under her emotions, she let out a heartfelt chagrin. Do you know? I'm indeed jealous of Song Enya. I'm jealous of her for being able to accompany you in your best years. I've been thinking that fate is really unfair. Why didn't I meet you earlier? How great would it have been if we had met earlier? Mu Yaja was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then, he laughed helplessly and looked at her dotingly. Gently tucking her hair behind her ear, he chided, Silly girl. Yun Shishir remained silent as she snuggled into her husband's embrace, feeling extremely sentimental. The man's gentle voice suddenly sounded above her head. We didn't meet too late. Huh? I'd rather meet you later and be with you for the rest of my life. Yun Shishir's eyes flickered. She had not expected Mu Yaja to say such touching words. This was probably the warmest thing he had ever said to her, wasn't it? She could not help hugging him tightly. Her hands clutched at his collar as tears welled up in her eyes. Shishir, what you have is the best version of me. With that, he carried her in his arms and slowly walked into the bedroom. 11:00 at night. The night was getting darker. When Mu Yaja walked out of the shower and sat on the bed, he saw that the screen of his phone was lit up. Just as he picked it up, his ringtone suddenly rang. It was a call from a number. He glanced at it. It was an unknown number, but it was not difficult to guess who it was. He immediately guessed who it was. Mu Yaja sat at the head of the bed and casually lit a cigarette. Then, he calmly answered the call. Song Enya's helpless and choked voice could be heard from the other end. He was never one to drag his feet. Now that his niece was back, he naturally had to make things clear. Firstly, he didn't want to be the scapegoat. Secondly, he was actually looking forward to the show that was about to unfold. Rumor had it that Mu Linfeng intended to arrange a marriage for Mu Yancheng and had set his sights on the Lin family's third daughter. He was quite well informed in this regard. Although he was not in Mu Group now, the people in Mu Group were all his spies. It was easy for him to know every move of Mu Group. Now that Song Enya was pregnant, if the Muse were to find out that she was carrying Mu Yancheng's child, things would definitely develop in an interesting manner. As soon as he answered the call, he heard Song Enya's hoarse and choked voice. "Brother Mu, what should I do?" "Woo woo woo." As she wept bitterly, she sought his pity. A certain part of a woman's nature was stimulated to the extreme at this moment. Women had always been more fragile and pretentious than men. At this moment, Song Enya tried her best to put herself in the most inferior position, only hoping that Mu Yaja would take pity on her. Even if it was just pity, she hoped that he would reach out and hug her. She really missed him. Chapter 2162. Mu Yaja took a deep puff of his cigarette but did not say anything. He just held the phone silently and listened to the sobbing sound from the other end. However, at this moment, her helplessness, confusion, and despair could not move him at all. He was already so disappointed with this woman that no matter how pitiful she looked, it would not make him feel any pity for her. She cried, "Brother Mu, can you come and accompany me? I have something to tell you." Mu Yaja pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Okay, where are you?" "A cafe in the city center." "I'll wait for you in the private room of the restaurant where I treated you to drinks in the past." She desperately hoped that he would appear in front of her in the next second. Mu Yaja responded. Just as he hung up and put down his phone, he saw Yun Shishir push open the door and walk into the bedroom. She saw him putting down his phone. Earlier in the bathroom, she heard him talking. He seemed to be on the phone with someone. She suspected that it was Song Enya who had called. In her vigilance, she rushed out without drying her hair. Mu Yaja could not help but laugh when he saw that she was full of vigilance. This little idiot is quite vigilant. Yun Shishir cleared her throat and pretended to be calm as she asked, "It's so late. Who called?" Mu Yaja glanced at her and said calmly, "Song Enya." I know it's her without guessing." "Then why are you asking when you already know the answer?" Yun Shishir pouted and glanced at him. Actually, she just wanted to see if he would tell her the truth. After all, in the past, he would never tell her anything no matter what. However, ever since she complained to him about this problem that day, this man paid special attention to this aspect and improved a lot. At least, no matter what she asked, even if it was about company matters and she did not understand, he would tell her seriously. Seeing that he did not deliberately hide it from her, she pursed her lips and said, "I guessed that she would call you. She must be looking for you because of the child in her stomach, right? Poor thing. She probably naively thinks that she's pregnant with your child and wants you to take responsibility for it." Thinking about it this way, it was extremely scary. This man was really super scheming. When he knew that Song Enya was pregnant with his child, he was not angry about it. In a situation where he did not say a word, even someone as vigilant as Song Enya did not notice his trick. He actually carried out his plan without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he was at ease watching Song Enya, like a clown, go through all the trouble and suffering, and finally get pregnant with his child. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his composure. Under such circumstances, he was still able to calmly come up with such a meticulous plan. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve and shrewdness, he would not be able to achieve such a position. Still, after witnessing his style of doing things, she could not help but be surprised. For such a man, one would either be on the same side as him. If one were to become his enemy, one would definitely be played in the palm of his hand and die without knowing how. Thinking of this, Yun Shishir felt better and silently sympathized with Song Enya. She would not die if she did not seek death. The sins of heaven could be forgiven, but the sins of one's own doing were the hardest to bear. She had to bear the consequences of her own actions. Chapter 2163. Mu Yaja nodded. Yun Shishir said, "Go ahead, then. Since she wants to see you." Mu Yaja was a little surprised. "You're so assured that I'll go? What else can I do?" Yun Shishir suddenly fiddled with her hair, which was still a little wet, and smiled coquettishly. "It's already so late. I don't believe that you'll abandon your beautiful wife for another woman." "He wouldn't dare, humph." Mu Yaja chuckled and suddenly said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to blow-dry your hair." His domineering tone was just like his style. Yun Shishir widened her eyes. "What?" Mu Yaja stubbed out his cigarette and took a deep breath. Then, he slowly got up and walked to her side. He grabbed her hand and kissed her fingertips. "You'll go with me?" Yun Shishir was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on her lips. "Okay." Half an hour later, Mu Yaja drove over. After parking the car, Yun Shishir got out and looked up. She broke out in a cold sweat. "Isn't this the place where Song Enya asked me to meet? Could it be that she hasn't left after so long? It's already 11 at night. The cafe should be closed by now, right?" Mu Yaja locked the car and walked forward to hug her. Seeing her dazed expression, he looked down and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's go in." Yun Shishir smiled at him, only to see the man reach out and interlock his fingers with hers tightly as they walked into the cafe together. As soon as the two of them entered, the waiter hurried over and said with a trembling smile, "Hello, both of you. I'm sorry. We're already closed. I have an appointment with someone to meet me here." As soon as he said that, the waiter came to a realization and shook his head helplessly. "It's that lady, right? Actually, our cafe is already closed, but she seems to be in a bad mood. She's sitting alone in the private room, looking very down. We're too embarrassed to say anything. If it's convenient for you, please talk to her. We're in a hurry to get off work." The cafe was supposed to close at 10, but it was already 11 now. Naturally, they could not get off work if the customer did not leave. Yun Shishir nodded. The waiter led them to the door of the private room and said with a smile, "This is the place." With that, he pushed the door open. Inside the private room, Song Enya stood up agitatedly when she heard footsteps coming from outside. "Brother Mu is here. So fast." She had originally despaired and thought that he probably wouldn't show up tonight. She did not expect him to still show up. It must be because he still can't forget her. He must still have some feelings for her. As long as that was the case, everything would be much easier. Song Enya knew Mu Yaja best. He had always been a sentimental person. Although she had done a lot of things to anger him in the past, they were still very close to each other. Moreover, she was pregnant with his child now. He would definitely take responsibility for her. With such hope in her heart, Song Enya quickly walked to the door. When she saw Mu Yaja halfway through the door, a bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face as she called out gently, "Brother Mu." Thus, she was touched and rushed over, wanting to throw herself into his arms. Chapter 2164. When Yun Shishir walked in behind him, Song Enya froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body stiffened as if ice water had poured over her head, and she could not move an inch. "Yun Shishir? Why is she here? Ah, how could she forget?" Now that Brother Mu was with her, the two of them were already married and had a grand engagement ceremony. She should have been beside him when she called him. How could I not think of that? Still, why did Brother Mu bring me here? Was he worried that I would be worried? But in the past, he was not such a man who cared about others. He had always been swift and decisive in doing things. He was rarely so meticulous, and it was all because of a woman. At the thought of this, Song Enya's face fell. Mu Yaja and Yun Shishir walked into the private room and saw her standing there alone. Although the room was brightly lit, she seemed to be surrounded by darkness and was lifeless. Didn't you ask me to talk to you about something important? Mu Yaja hugged Yun Shishir and sat down calmly. Have a seat. Song Enya stood rooted to the spot for a long time before she reluctantly turned around and sat down opposite them. She kept struggling in her heart. If Yun Shishir were to follow them, then she would be in a very passive situation. Some things were not easy to say in front of her. Song Enya held the glass in her hand. The milk in it had already turned cold. Ever since her pregnancy was confirmed, she had been very careful about the child in her womb, afraid that she would not be able to protect this precious bone. This was her last bargaining chip. It was considered a desperate throw. If she could not protect it, then all her efforts would be in vain. Therefore, she was very careful in everything. The waiter walked in and asked politely, "Would you like to order anything?" Mu Yaja took the menu gracefully and turned his head gently to ask, "Wifey, what would you like to drink?" Wifey, she had already changed her way of addressing him so intimately. Song Enya lowered her head and sat where she was, clutching the corner of her dress. Just these two words were enough to stab her to the bone. The two people opposite him were constantly discussing what to drink and dessert to eat. Sometimes they would bicker, and sometimes they would look at each other and smile. They were so intimate and tacit that they didn't look like a newlywed couple at all. Instead, they looked like a couple who had been married for several years and still had a stable relationship, loving and warm. What was this? Was he putting on an act for her? This must be Yun Shishir's plan. She wanted to use the opportunity to show off her affection with Brother Mu in front of her to deal a blow to her. Since when had Brother Mu been so gentle to a woman? Song Enya was jealous and sad at the same time. It was as if a healed wound had opened up again, only to discover that it had festered and turned into pus. No coffee. I want to drink coffee. Mu Yaja didn't care about her argument. He turned his head and instructed the waiter, "Warm up a glass of warm milk and half a bath. Another espresso, no drinks." Okay. The waiter smiled as he placed the order. "Madam, your boyfriend dotes on you very much. He's so considerate. You two look so loving." Chapter 2165. We're already married. As he spoke, he held Yun Shishir's hand and interlocked their fingers. The diamond rings on their ring fingers were undoubtedly a declaration that they were officially husband and wife. The waiter was caught off guard and stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. He apologized, "Oh, sorry, I didn't notice. But seeing how young you are, I thought you were a young couple. I hope you'll be happy for a long time." The envy in his words made Song Enya feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Watching the person she loved embrace another woman and receive the envious blessings of others was like sharp thorns stabbing into her heart. The pain was unbearable. Song Enya picked up the glass with trembling hands. Just as she was about to take a sip of milk, she accidentally knocked the glass of milk over on the table, perhaps due to her absent-mindedness. "Ah!" she screamed uncontrollably, interrupting the harmonious atmosphere in the private room. The waiter glanced at her and saw that the glass of milk had been knocked over on the table. The milky white liquid dripped all the way down the table and wet the hem of her dress. "Be careful." The waiter kindly walked forward, picked up a clean cloth in his hand, and wiped her clean. Seeing the other's hand reaching for her dress, Song Enya reflexively protected her lower abdomen and swatted the other's hand away. "Don't touch me." The waiter waved his hand and retreated to the side, feeling extremely uneasy. Song Enya came back to her senses and realized that she had unconsciously lost her composure. She immediately blushed and said, "I'll wipe it myself." "Oh. Oh," the waiter politely handed her a white cloth. Song Enya took it with trembling hands and began to wipe it carefully. Perhaps it was because she had experienced too much pain during the pregnancy process that her personality had become especially sensitive and neurotic after this period. Her desire to protect the fetus in her womb had exceeded the scope of a normal mother. Her level of caution was so high that others would think that she was neurotic. After wiping it clean, Song Enya handed the white cloth back to the waiter. The waiter asked, "Do you need another cup of warm milk?" "Okay. Still no sugar?" "Yes." After placing the order, the waiter respectfully retreated. Song Enya lowered her head and leaned weakly against the sofa. Her face was pale as if she had collapsed. Yun Shishir glanced at her and then lowered her head to play games on her phone. Since Song Enya had made an appointment with Muyaja, she naturally would not say anything. She was just here to accompany him. In other words, the man probably wanted to use this method to completely destroy the last bit of obsession she had for him. Muyaja had made up his mind to use such a cruel method to draw a clear line between him and his niece. Most likely, no woman would continue to pester her beloved man after seeing such a loving scene with his beloved wife. Unless the person was extremely thick-skinned. Still, Song Enya should belong to the latter. Otherwise, she would not have been so crazy as to use test tube babies and try to conceive his child at all costs. Muyaja turned his face to Song Enya, but compared to the gentleness he showed to Yun Shishir, his expression was cold and indifferent. He asked, "Why did you ask me to come here?" Chapter 2166. He had already found out about Song Enya's pregnancy from Yun Shishir, but he wanted her to say it herself. Since she was so shameless, he might as well completely crush her last bit of dignity. He was heartless and cruel to a person who no longer had any feelings for. Song Enya remained silent. Her face was red, and she did not know how to open her mouth in front of Yun Shishir. Previously, she had announced to Yun Shishir that she had a one-night stand with Brother Mu, which resulted in this child. This was just her way of sowing discord. But in reality, such a thing did not exist. She originally wanted to ask Brother Mu out alone and use both hard and soft tactics, hoping that he would take responsibility for his child and give her an explanation. She also wanted to sow discord between him and Yun Shishir. However, in front of Yun Shishir, she really did not know how to smooth things over. If he were to ask where the child came from, how should she answer? If Yun Shishir was not around, she could tell him the truth. After all, she was already pregnant, and Brother Mu would not do anything to her. However, Yun Shishir was around. Did she have to expose the lies she had told before? That would undoubtedly be slapping her own face. Seeing her conflicted look, Muyaja lost his patience and took a cigarette in his mouth. He did not know if he did it on purpose or not, but he lit it. As soon as he lit it, the air in the room became stuffy. After 2 puffs, the room was already filled with smoke. Song Enya's nerves flared up all of a sudden. She lifted her head only to see the man sitting opposite her puffing away. Her heart was filled with grievances, and tears gushed out of her eyes at once. "Brother Mu, can you put out the cigarette? I am pregnant." "Pregnant?" Muyaja was not in a hurry to put out the cigarette. He watched expressionlessly as she covered her mouth and nose with a wary and disgusted expression. Instead, he found it funny. "How did you get pregnant?" Song Enya was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer this question. Poor Song Enya, however, had no idea that the 2 men sitting in front of her had already figured her out. She was still trying hard to cover up the ugly things she had done, but in reality, Muyaja had already seen through her tricks. At this moment, they were treating her like a joke. Song Enya dared not take a deep breath. She covered her mouth and nose as tears streamed down her face. Choking on her tears, she confessed, "I'm pregnant with your child." "My child?" Muyaja laughed coldly and questioned her, how did you get pregnant? I don't remember anything happening between us. His words were undoubtedly meant to embarrass her. However, since she had already said so, she couldn't care less about her dignity and face. Since she had already lost all face, she might as well tell him everything. She might as well be hysterical. She was barefooted, so why would she be afraid of Yun Shishir, who was wearing shoes? Chapter 2167. I'm pregnant. No matter what method I used, I'm indeed pregnant with your child. Now, the child is almost 4 weeks old. I hope you'll take responsibility for this child and me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Shishir's face remained calm, but she sneered inwardly. This Song Enya was making herself sound so dignified. She actually wanted him to take responsibility. On what basis? She had a child for no reason and wanted to use it as a bargaining chip. Aren't you being a little too naive? Mu Yaja put out the cigarette in his hand, but he was not in a hurry to expose her. Instead, he remained calm and pretended to listen patiently. Seeing that he did not refute her, Song Enya felt a little more confident. She glanced at Yun Shishir and then looked at him. I heard from this woman that you gave up the position of the head of the Mu family for her. Is that true? If that's really the case, Brother Mu, are you crazy? Looking at the entire Mu family, which one of them didn't fight to the death for this position? You actually gave up this position for her. Why did you take things so hard? Mu Yaja was very indifferent to her questioning. Took things so hard. You're wrong. I'm sick of it. It has nothing to do with her. Song Enya was stunned. He was defending her. He was still defending her at this time. How much did he value this? At that time, in order to seize the position of the head of the Mu family, he almost went all out and swept away 1,000 soldiers to sit in that position. How could he be so carefree now? This was not like him. In her heart, he had always been an ambitious schemer with extraordinary ability and charisma. Now, he was actually using the words, "I'm sick of it," to excuse himself. If this was not protecting her, what was it? Brother Mu, what do you mean by sick of it? This woman doesn't know, but I've always seen it. How much have you sacrificed for the Mu group and Dishing Financial Group? How can you be so carefree? It must be the muse who made you choose between being the head of the family and her. Do you know the consequences of your hot-headedness? All your years of hard work have gone down the drain. Are you really willing to accept this? Willing? How could he be willing to accept this? However, he could only give up everything that belonged to Mu Group for a short period of time. Sooner or later, he would take it back with interest. At this moment, the waiter pushed the door open and walked in. He placed the milk and coffee in front of the door and left. Song Enya calmed herself down for a moment before forcing a smile on her face. As if to encourage him, she told him smilingly, "The reason why the muse don't acknowledge her is that she's not worthy of you. But I'm different. My father is the mayor. You should know the status of the Song family in Beijing and the background behind them. If I'm with you, relying on my mother's influence, your future will only be brighter. Perhaps the elders of the Mu family would have some misgivings about me before this. But things were different now. I'm pregnant with your child. The child in my belly is a boy. As long as I give birth to a son for you, your position will only be more stable." Mu Chichi thought to herself. At that time, who would be able to shake your position? But if you're with this woman, she'll only drag you down. Chapter 2168. When Yun Shishir heard this, she could not hold it in any longer and retorted sarcastically, "I don't think that a woman who would use unscrupulous means to blackmail someone with a child can say such words. Song Enya, don't be too self-righteous. I won't be a burden to him. You have no right to criticize me on this." Song Enya pointed at her hysterically and said angrily, "*tch, it's not your place to lecture me." Instead of getting angry, Yun Shishir laughed and said mockingly, "It's not your place to lecture me either, is it? I'm warning you, if you have something to say, say it." don't make me unhappy when the time comes and kick you into miscarriage. Her domineering and ruthless words made Song Enya shudder in fear. She subconsciously covered her lower abdomen and complained tearfully, "How dare you? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Do you want me to kick you for you to see?" As Yun Shishir said this, she clenched her fists tightly. She had wanted to do this for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the child was innocent, she would have kicked the missy when she was pestering her earlier. Song Enya narrowed her eyes and sneered. "A woman's heart is the most vicious. Let Brother Mu see your true colors." With that, she looked at Mu Yaja and complained, "Brother Mu, listen to this. These are the words of the woman you've been protecting all this time. You actually want to harm me and your biological child? Who said that the child in your stomach is my flesh and blood?" Mu Yaja suddenly said this lazily. He stretched out his arm lazily and hugged Yun Shishir's shoulder. It was a casual gesture, but it showed that he was protecting her. Song Enya's heart sank when she saw this. However, she soon realized what Mu Yaja had said earlier and shuddered. She immediately retorted righteously, "Brother Mu, don't you believe what I said? If you don't believe me, we can do a paternity test." Song Enya, do you really think that you can get pregnant with my child without my knowledge through artificial insemination? Mu Yaja interrupted her coldly. His words were filled with mockery and contempt. Song Enya was stunned. "Brother Mu, what do you mean by that?" Mu Yaja took a sip of coffee and smiled, but his tone was so cold that it was almost cruel. "I think you probably bribed the higher-ups in charge of the sperm bank, so that you could get what you wanted." In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to do whatever it took. "However, I'm sorry to inform you that while you were preparing for pregnancy, I've already sent someone to make a swap. Hence, you're carrying Mu Yanqing's child now." Her words had, without a doubt, mercilessly nailed the missy to a bloody cross. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at his handsome face with a ferocious and unfocused gaze. Her mouth was wide open, but she could not utter a word for a long time. After a long futile effort, she finally squeezed out 3 words. Impossible, huh? Impossible. Impossible." She had meticulously planned this plan. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, she went through with the IVF surgery. Now, he was telling her that the sperm had been swapped and that the child in her stomach was actually Mu Yanqing's. How could this be? Chapter 2169. Song Enya's body swayed. She felt as if the world had turned dark, as if doomsday had arrived. She wanted to cry, but she could not. Her mouth was wide open. Her shocked and dazed expression made her look as comical as a clown's, yet it was also filled with destructive despair. She clenched her fists, trembling. Almost hysterically, she cried out, "Impossible. It's impossible. I made sure that it was yours. That's why I went through with the operation. How could you have the chance to swap it? How could he have detected her actions? She had clearly done a very thorough job of keeping it a secret. How did he find out? Impossible." Mu Yaja's lips curled into a nonchalant smile as he lazily leaned back on the sofa, enjoying her despairing look. There was no sign of love on his face. Instead, it was a bone-deep disgust. "What kind of confidence do you have to think that you can hide from me and do such a despicable thing behind my back? Song Enya, it's time for you to wake up. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll only make me hate you." The loathing in his eyes stung her in an instant. Song Enya stared at his piercing gaze. She felt as if all her bones had been smashed into smithereens. As if she had lost her mind, she kept muttering, "Impossible. Impossible." This man always had this kind of ability. With just a few words, he could beat her until she was riddled with scars and dripping with blood. "But, thank you for reminding me that there was still a hidden danger. So, while you were undergoing the artificial insemination, I sent Minyu to personally supervise you and order someone to destroy the evidence." With that, he coldly curled his lips into a nonchalant and elegant smile. isn't it time for you to wake up from your dream? Song Enya bit her lower lip hard as she broke down and cried out loud. She was not just awake, she was already in pieces. How could this be? How could this be? The plan she had planned for so long was actually shattered by him so easily. In an instant, she fell from a high place to the bottom of the valley and was smashed to pieces. In a daze, she raised her head and saw Yun Shusher's calm face. From the beginning to the end, she was so elegant and calm, as if she did not care about such a conversation. That's right. Right now, she was like a high and mighty princess who was doted on by Brother Mu. Brother Mu gave his all to build a tall castle for her to protect her in. No matter what she did, she would not be able to hurt her in the slightest. How much did she yearn for such doting? She also wanted to be a carefree princess and enjoy the love of her beloved man, but, isn't it time for you to wake up from your dream? Mu Yaja's cold words were still ringing in his ears. Song Enya seemed to have gone mad all of a sudden as she stared fixedly into his eyes. Holding on to her last shred of hope, she demanded aggressively, Brother Mu, I don't want you to take responsibility anymore. I really don't want you to take responsibility anymore. So, please, tell me. Don't be so cruel. Tell me that the child in my stomach is yours, right? Is it because you hate him and want me to get rid of him that you said those words? What he said just now was just to provoke her so that she would abort the child on her own accord. Is that so? Mu Yaja said coldly, stop joking. Chapter 2170. Stop joking. These 5 simple words once again plunged her into a state of despair. Song Enya slumped into the chair, her body on the verge of collapsing. She no longer had the strength to speak. Tears streamed down her face as she cried helplessly. Boo-hoo. Why are you treating me so cruelly? I just want to be with you, even if it's in a lowly way. What did I do wrong? Mu Yaja lit another cigarette and casually picked up the phone. Yun Shusher glanced at him and suddenly felt that this man was really two-faced. There was a pregnant woman sitting in front of him, but he casually picked up a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking again. Actually, she had never seen him smoke so much. Was he doing it on purpose? He always had this kind of ability to disgust the people he hated a little. After all, she was not his woman, and the child in Song Enya's stomach was not his child. Naturally, there was no need for him to have any scruples. If it were Yun Shusher who was pregnant at this moment, not to mention him smoking, even if a stranger were to smoke next to him, given this domineering man's usual style, he would definitely kick the stranger away and ask him to scram. At this thought, Yun Shusher was amused by her own imagination. What was this called? Protecting his calf. On second thought, what was this about protecting his calf? She wasn't his little calf. At most, this was called protecting his wife. What nonsense was this about protecting his calf? Just as Yun Shusher was letting her imagination run wild, Mu Yaja had already dialed Jiang Qimeng's number. He had long expected that Song Enya would look for him as soon as she returned to the country. At this moment, the Song family probably did not know that she had returned to the capital. He was looking forward to seeing how angry Song Zhengguo's stern face would be if the Song family found out that such a reckless daughter had appeared in the family. It would most likely be bruised for a few days. At this time, it was already very late. Jiang Qimeng had gone to bed early, but there was no news of Song Enya. She did not sleep well, and in just over a month, she looked much more haggard. Song Yunxi comforted her and told her to rest early and recuperate, but she couldn't sleep well. Half asleep, she was jolted awake by her ringtone. Thinking that it was a call from her niece, she quickly picked up the call, but the moment the call connected, she heard Mu Yaja's voice on the other end. Sis, Enya is back. He had always been concise and to the point. There was almost no small talk and he went straight to the point. Jiang Qimeng snapped out of her daze at once. The moment she heard that her niece had returned to the capital, she was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately asked, "Where's Enya? Can you put her on the phone?" "I'm afraid not now." "Why?" Mu Yaja glanced at Song Enya, who was sitting opposite him in a daze and crying. She was not in the mood to answer the call, so he said, "Something happened to her. You'd better bring your family over to deal with it." "What? Your good daughter has created a mess for you. Without your husband's help, I'm afraid this matter can't be resolved, right?" "Your husband?" This distant form of address left Jiang Qimeng dumbfounded, and she was immediately confused. "What's going on?" "Your daughter is pregnant." Chapter 2171. Mu Yaja hung up the call expressionlessly after a burst of ear-piercing noise and sent the address over. More than half an hour later, the Song family arrived in 3 cars. It was so grand and mighty that even official vehicles were used. Seeing that more people had arrived, the waitress opened the door with a bitter look. Just as she was about to politely say that she would not be serving them anymore, she saw a familiar middle-aged man walking in. She did not recognize him at first glance. After being stunned for a few seconds, she politely said, "Sir, our shop is closed." Halfway through her words, she was immediately pulled away by the store manager. She did not recognize him, but the store manager did. "Isn't this man the capital's mayor? What kind of wind blew such a big shot here?" As soon as Song Zhenghua stepped into the store, he waved his hand, and the bodyguards behind him walked into the store in an orderly manner. Then, as if they were chasing away flies, all the employees, including the store manager, were chased out of the store. Everyone complained incessantly. They were wearing flimsy uniforms. The weather outside was a few degrees below zero. The few of them hugged their bodies and shivered. However, when they glanced at the car used by the Zheng residents parked at the side, they immediately swallowed their anger and did not dare to say anything. D***MN. Today was the worst day of their lives. They had offended someone they should not have offended. They had worked so hard to run a business, yet they still had to worry about offending someone. After clearing the place, Song Zhenghua and Song Yunxi led Jiang Qimeng to the private room. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Song Enya sitting at the table in a daze. It was as if she had suffered a huge blow and her soul had left her body. Jiang Qimeng was about to go up to her when she was stopped by her father. "Stand aside." He was already a little grumpy after being disturbed in the middle of the night. When he saw that this woman still wanted to protect his daughter at this time, his tone naturally turned bad. The man walked straight toward the Missy and stopped in his tracks. Without calling out her name, he grabbed her by the collar and gave her a tight slap across her face. Smack! A thunderous sound was heard. So much so that the small box was filled with the resounding echo of the slap. Song Enya, who had been slapped to the sofa, sat up with a numb look on her face and raised her head. When Jiang Qimeng saw this, her heart was broken, but she didn't dare to say anything. She just stood to the side, worried. Song Enya, who had been crying so hard for a long time that her throat was hoarse, finally knew to stop. However, even though she had stopped crying, she was still in a daze. Even when Song Zhenghua walked in with his men, she did not notice. She still sat there in a daze without any reaction. However, after being slapped by Song Zhenghua, her eyes were slightly dazed and she couldn't react for a moment. She got up from the sofa and felt a burning pain on her face. Her entire head was shaking. It wasn't until her line of sight regained its focus that she realized that Song Zhenghua had come. She then realized who had slapped Rayleigh just now. Chapter 2172. You're such a disgrace. What's going on? Song Zhenghua was exasperated and wanted to slap her a few more times. One slap was not enough to appease his anger, but looking at her, he pitied her. However, on second thought, Jiang Qimeng said that she had returned to the capital, but she was carrying a child in her stomach. How could an unmarried girl from a prestigious family get pregnant before marriage? Most importantly, they still didn't know whose child this child belonged to. He did not know what this bastard daughter was thinking. She went missing for no reason and came back pregnant. Did she think that his life was not short enough and wanted to anger him to death? He was the mayor. Although he doted on his children, he had always been strict in educating them. If such a thing were to spread, not only would it be offensive to public morals, but it would also affect his status. He was going to run for re-election next year, and he was aiming for a high position. Now, she had inexplicably caused him to lose his life. How could he smooth things over? Song Yunshi did not dare to interrupt, but Jiang Qimeng could not help but feel sorry for her daughter when she saw that the situation was getting out of hand. "Zhenghua, let's talk this out," she said in an exasperated tone. "Shut up." Song Zhenghua was already filled with anger, and Jiang Qimeng's recklessness was undoubtedly an act of ignorance. He turned around and did not care that there were outsiders present. He reprimanded her fiercely, "If you keep talking, I'll teach you a lesson too. You even said, 'Let's talk things over.' If you hadn't spoiled her and let her do whatever she wanted, would she have done such a ridiculous thing?" Jiang Qimeng's eyes reddened at his words. She was already worried to begin with, and now that she was reprimanded in front of outsiders, she felt that she had lost all face. She covered her face sadly and turned to the side. When Song Yunshi saw this, she also blamed Jiang Qimeng for being nosy. Seeing that her daughter was being reprimanded by Song Zhenghua, she felt sorry for her and immediately comforted her in a low voice. "Mom, we're outside. You're a woman, so don't interrupt. You have to give Dad face. Don't interrupt what your father is saying." "What's the matter? Can't we talk at home? Aren't you making things difficult for Dad?" When Jiang Qimeng heard this, she could only suppress the grievance and sadness in her heart. She nodded helplessly, but her eyes were wet. When Song Enya saw how angry her father was, she cried even louder in fear and trepidation. She had always been in awe of Song Zhenghua. This father of hers was usually gentle, but once he got angry, he was extremely terrifying. "What right do you have to cry here? Tell me, how did the child in your stomach come to be?" At such a young age, she didn't have any self-respect at all. She was pregnant, and all she knew was to cry when she came back. "Now you look so pitiful. What were you doing before?" Song Enya's eyes became even more swollen after the stern reprimand. From the beginning to the end, Song Zhenghua did not even look Mu Yaja in the eye. Mu Yaja sneered inwardly. Was this Song Zhenghua very powerful? When he was still the heir of the Mu family, whenever he saw him, no matter how big the matter was, he would always greet him warmly. Chapter 2173. Mu Yaja was not a pushover. Since Song Zhenghua was so harsh, he could not be bothered to smooth things over for him. In front of everyone, he said in an extremely humiliating tone, "I don't know what's wrong with your daughter. She stole my sperm from a sperm bank and secretly ran overseas to undergo IVF. She got pregnant with a child." Song Zhenggua's eyes widened when he heard this. "What?" Jiang Qimeng, who was standing at the side, also widened her eyes in disbelief. Song Yunshi, on the other hand, glared at his niece in surprise. "What? This girl actually did such a thing? She stole someone else's sperm and ran overseas to undergo IVF? Is she crazy?" Belatedly, Song Yunshi suddenly realized that when Song Enya went missing earlier, a sum of money had disappeared from his account. The 8-figure sum of money was not allowed to be used. It was left in his hands by his father to manage. Could she have taken this sum of money and used it to do such a ridiculous thing? Bribing a sperm bank and a prostitute, then running overseas to undergo IVF? She must have been possessed by a demon. Song Yunshi bit her lip. At this point, his father had not noticed this matter, so he did not mention it. His father had never asked about this sum of money, but now, he did not dare to say it. If he said that this sum of money had been used by Song Enya, his father would be so angry that he would cripple her. If that happened, Song Enya and the child in her stomach would not be able to keep their lives. At this thought, Song Yunshi broke out in a cold sweat. She could not help but feel worried for Song Enya. Song Enya covered her face in a daze as she sobbed. The side of her ear that had been hit was buzzing, so she could not hear anything at all. She could only vaguely see Song Zhengguo's increasingly angry face, which was terrifying to the extreme. IVF? He. She probably wanted to steal my sperm and get pregnant with my child so that she could blackmail me into marrying her. She stole the wrong sperm, so I didn't manage to conceive a child. Instead, I got pregnant with Mu Yanqing's child. Mu Yaja used the harshest words to humiliate Song Zhenghua. Song Zhengguo's body swayed, and his face almost fell. His gaze was gloomy and his expression was complicated. Then, he clenched his fists. Impossible. To protect his reputation, he denied it and vowed, although my daughter is often muddle-headed, she wouldn't do such a ridiculous thing. Whether he did it or not, won't it be clear when we go home and ask? Mu Yaja sneered again. She knew that I had stepped down as the patriarch, but she still came to me. Not only did she twist words and force logic, but she also confidently asked my wife to abdicate her position. She even asked me to marry her and return to the Mu family to continue to wield the power. She even said that she would use all the power of her mother's family to support me. How ridiculous. Brother Mu. Song Enya could not listen to it anymore. She covered her ears and screamed. It was extremely ear-piercing. With tears in her eyes, she begged pitifully, "Stop talking. Stop talking, just take it that he took pity on her and did not force her into a corner. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. However, don't blame me for this. Even if the child in your stomach is mine, I will never acknowledge it. I won't acknowledge my child just because it's someone else's child." These words were undoubtedly the last bit of Song Zhengguo's face. Chapter 2174. Song Zhenghua sucked in a deep breath of cold air. After contemplating the cold expression on Mu Yaja's face for a long time, he suppressed his indignation and finally spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Hearing Mu Yaja's frosty reply, Song Zhenghua had nowhere to vent his anger. This lad can't possibly be lying. Still, no matter what, he found it hard to believe that his precious daughter would actually say such disgraceful words. Using her maternal family's influence. Supporting Mu Yaja in his bid to become the family head again. Using her warm face to stick to his cold butt. As a result, his status as the mayor of the city had been degraded. This woman had been doted on and protected since she was young, but in the end, she was blinded by so-called love when she grew up. Besides, was Mu Yaja someone she should love? She was so blinded by her so-called incestuous love that she sided with an outsider and wanted to use her family's influence at all costs to help Mu Yaja make a comeback. The point was, did he care? He did not even care. It was not as if Song Zhenghua had not arranged a marriage for his daughter before. What kind of high official and noble family could not find a match for a madwoman like her? Alas, she did not want any of them and wanted to wholeheartedly revolve around an iceberg. This foolish daughter of his, did she not realize that she was like a moth flying toward a flame? He really wanted to wake her up with a loud scolding and let her see how ruthless the man she loved was to her. In front of so many people, he did not care about her dignity at all and made her lose face as well. The more Song Zhenghua thought about it, the more infuriated he felt. He really wanted to slap his niece a few more times, but when he saw her bleak and dejected expression, as well as her eyes staring blankly at her knees, he could not help but feel that she was extremely pitiful. He could not bear to see her like this, so he swallowed the vicious words that were about to come out of his mouth. Forget it. He suppressed his displeasure, but he still had to maintain his poise and bearing. Hence, he waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go home." Song Enya's eyes widened when she heard her father instructing, "Yinshi, help your sister into the car and go home." Upon hearing this, Song Enya burst into tears again. Song Zhenghua immediately scolded, "What are you crying for?" "I'm too ashamed to go back," she shook her head in despair and sorrow. For the sake of this plan, she had put in all her effort and even sacrificed her family's interests, all for a petty and far-fetched reason to stay by his side. It didn't matter if he couldn't see the light, as long as he could stay by her side. But now, she had seen Mu Yaja's attitude towards her with her own eyes. It could be said that she had completely given up. He had completely given up on Chu Yang. Originally, she was unwilling to give up on this man. She had tried her best to get closer to him again and again, but now, she realized that everything she had done was in vain. At this moment, she no longer had any thoughts about him. The moth threw itself into the fire without hesitation and was burned to ashes in the end, dying a tragic death. And now, wasn't she just like that moth, burned and scarred by the raging flames? She no longer had the face to return to that home. I can't go back. Everything can't go back. The past with Brother Mu and everything with the Song family can't go back. Chapter 2175. Song Enya's mental breakdown broke Jiang Qimeng's heart. She walked up to her and hugged her daughter as tears streamed down her cheeks. Mom doesn't blame you. It's Mom's fault, it's Mom's fault. If I hadn't spoiled you so much, you wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. It's the father's fault for not teaching you well. It's not your fault that I didn't teach you well. Her words were deliberately meant for Song Zhenghua. The reason why she said this was mainly because she did not want him to put all the blame on Song Enya. She was already covered in scars this time. If she were to return home and suffer another blow, she was really afraid that she would lose her daughter forever. As a mother, how could she not see her daughter's current state? She was broken down, hopeless, and wandering on the edge of darkness. If she were to return home, even if Song Zhenghua were to say something harsh, it would be the straw that broke her back. There was another hidden meaning in her words, and it was for Song Zhenggua's benefit. If not for him doting on Song Enya so much when she was young, she wouldn't be so childish and immature. Song Zhenggua's face turned red instantly. He muttered a few words but did not say anything harsh. What nonsense are you saying? If you don't go home, where else can you go? Go back. Song Zhenghua paused and sighed helplessly. Dad doesn't blame you anymore. As he said this, he reached out his large palm and gently patted Song Enya's head as a form of consolation. Song Enya started bawling her eyes out like a spoiled child. At the entrance of the cafe, after Song Yunxi and Jiang Qimeng helped Song Enya into the car, Song Zhenghua paid the bill and politely apologized to the waiters and thanked them. Mu Yazhe and Yun Shishir were about to leave when Song Zhenghua called out to him. Yazhe. Mu Yazhe turned around and saw Song Zhenghua looking at him with a serious face. He said slowly, I have something to talk to you about. As he said this, he glanced at Yun Shishir as a form of avoidance. Mu Yazhe's lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at Yun Shishir. Wait for me in the car, okay? Good. I will wait for you. Yun Shishir took the car keys and got in the car without consulting anyone. Song Zhenghua got into another car with him. As soon as the door was closed, Mu Yazhe's face turned cold. She didn't even need to think about what she wanted to say to him behind closed doors. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. Song Zhenghua, this sanctimonious but cunning old man, must want to discuss some conditions with him. Song Zhenghua sized him up a few times, but he was secretly shocked. As for this kid, he was extremely shocked when he heard the news of his resignation the night before yesterday. This was too sudden. What was even more unexpected was that this kid, who had always been a black-bellied ambitious person, actually took the initiative to give up the position of the Mujia's patriarch. He really could not figure it out. However, at this moment, he looked at the man in front of him, who was leisurely leaning against the window with a cold expression. Even if he was no longer the glorious head of the family, it could not diminish the emperor's aura that he constantly exuded. Song Zhenghua said slowly, I heard that you resigned from the position of the family head, heard? Chapter 2176. Song Zhenghua must have found out that he was no longer the head of the Mu family. However, what he did not find out was, even if he had left the Mu family, it was only temporary. Song Zhenghua was stunned. Since Mu Yazhe had taken the initiative to shed all pretense of cordiality, he did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. My daughter's situation this time is all thanks to you. However, I'm a reasonable person. She only has herself to blame for ending up in such a state. On account of your sibling relationship with Jiang Qimeng, I won't pursue this matter with you. In other words, he was implying that he and Song Enya were equally responsible for this matter after leaving the Mu family and falling into dire straits. On account of their relationship, he would not take nothing from him. His words and attitude were all high and mighty. However, Mu Yaja did not fall for it. He sneered and said, Song Zhenghua, don't think that I'm a pitiful worm that can be trampled on by anyone just because I'm no longer the head of the Mu family. The Mu family has been in power for so long, and the power in its hands is definitely not the same as the Mu family's. The fact that I'm able to reach such a stage and now that I'm giving it all up, it can only mean that I don't care about all of this. To put it bluntly, I don't need you to deliberately show mercy and show mercy. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't put yourself on such a high pedestal. I'm not the one who caused your daughter to end up like this. To put it bluntly, your daughter's current state is troubling me. When Enya was young, I used to think that she was obedient and lovely, but now, she makes me feel disgusted and disgusted. His words gave Song Zhenghua a wake-up call. How could that be? Even if Mu Yaja was no longer the head of the Mu family, he was definitely not a pitiful worm that could be trampled on by others. After all, he had offended many enemies when he was still in power. If he did not have absolute confidence, he would not have stepped down from his position and put himself in a passive position. This could only mean that this fellow still had a few trump cards that he had yet to play. At this thought, Song Zhenggua's arrogance and haughtiness finally subsided a little. He nodded and smiled. All right. It's my fault. I was too harsh with my words. Mu Yaja coldly snorted, his expression arrogant. When Song Zhenghua saw this, he couldn't help but be glad that he had 2 holes in his nostrils. If he didn't have these 2 holes, he would definitely be angered to the point of hypoxia. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his urge. Suddenly, he made a request. Yaja, there's something you must promise me. No matter what Enya has done to bother you, I will definitely keep an eye on her in the future and never let her do such foolish things again. However, regarding today's matter, as the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public. Enya got pregnant out of wedlock and secretly went abroad for artificial insemination. Keep it a secret for now and don't spread the news. Until I come up with a plan, I hope you will keep your mouth shut. Oh. Mu Yaja had long expected such a request from him. Song Zhenghua was a man who cared a lot about his reputation. Given his niece's behavior, it was nothing more than a disgrace to the family's reputation. If she alarmed that powerful old man in the Song family, he would most likely chase her out in a fit of rage. Chapter 2177. Although Song Zhenghua scolded Song Enya harshly on the surface, deep down, he was still concerned about his daughter's reputation. Perhaps, he was more concerned about his own reputation. You want me to keep your secret? He nodded guiltily. Sure, but I have a condition. A condition? Song Zhenggua's face lit up with joy. It was naturally a good thing that he was willing to raise a condition. He was just afraid that his attitude would be firm and leave no room for negotiation. If he raised a condition, there would naturally be room for negotiation. Fine. Tell me, what is it? If you ask someone to keep a secret, you'll have to pay hush money, right? What do you think of 10 million yuan? Mu Yaja could always think of an extreme way to disgust others. Song Zhenghua was so disgusted that his eyeballs almost popped out. 10 million yuan. Where was he going to get such a sum of money? Although he was in a high position and had trusted aides around him in business, he could not have any assets under his name, but there were people in his family who took resources from him to invest. However, he really did not know where he could get 10 million yuan in such a short time. Although he was not as incorruptible as everyone praised him, he was definitely not that corrupt to the point where he could casually take out so much money. So much money. He sighed with a conflicted expression. You can't afford it. Mu Yaja smiled, knowing that he could not afford it. It's fine. If you can't afford 10 million yuan, you can use something else. What do you mean? I heard that the land in Xiancheng will be auctioned off by you soon. Song Zhengguo's face froze when he heard Mu Yaja's words. Where did he find out about such a confidential matter? While he was still in a daze, Mu Yaja made an exorbitant demand. You should have the right to decide the ownership of that land before the auction. Therefore, I want that piece of land. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhenggua immediately rejected, impossible. Once this resort was completed, it would mean that it would be a project with considerable profits. He did indeed have the right to decide the ownership of this piece of land, but at the moment, even though there was no investment, once this piece of land was auctioned, it would be as high as a few hundred million. That would be more than 10 million. Mu Yaja directly asked him for this piece of land. This was undoubtedly cutting off his flesh. Song Zhenggua gritted his teeth and looked at him as if he was looking at a devil. He resolutely refused. I can't let you have this land. You want 10 million? Sure. Give me a month, and I'll give it to you. 1 month? I can't wait any longer. Either you give me 10 million now, or you give me that piece of land. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Mu Yaja suddenly smiled deeply. If you don't tell me, how would I not know? I still have some things that you might be interested in. If you are willing to part with it, I will give you face. Something that he was interested in. Song Zhenggua stood rooted to the ground. Could it be the evidence of those unspeakable things that he had done? Once he thought of this, he started to feel uneasy. This fellow, how could he be so shrewd? He had actually managed to get his hands on the evidence of his crimes without anyone noticing. Furthermore, he was holding it tightly in his hands. Now, wasn't this his biggest bargaining chip? Chapter 2178. Ha! But I knew you'd reject it. Forget it, this deal doesn't count. Mu Yaja suddenly added, although I'm no longer the head of the Mu family, I still have Huan Yu's shares in my hands. It's not a problem for me to create a press release overnight. The mayor's daughter went against ethics and got pregnant before marriage. Is this headline enough? That one sentence was enough to make Song Zhenggua shudder in fear. Mu Yaja smiled wickedly and pretended to get up. Song Zhenggua immediately grabbed him. You can't do that. Do you have the heart to destroy Enya with your own hands? Mu Yaja asked calmly, what's there to not have the heart to do? The corners of Song Zhenggua's eyes twitched fiercely. Looking at his disdainful expression, he was about to explode. However, when he turned his head and saw his disappointing daughter sitting in the other car, he suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked patiently, when do you want it? Tomorrow. It's too rushed. I might not be able to make it. Mu Yaja smiled coldly. My patience is limited. I'll only give you 3 days. Either give me $10 million or transfer the ownership of that land under my name. After that, he waved Song Zhenggua's hand away expressionlessly and got out of the car. Song Zhenggua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He felt as if his flesh was being sliced apart by this fellow. In just a few minutes, a few $100 million worth of land was in his pocket. How could he not be angry? On the way back, Yun Shishir asked curiously why Song Zhenggua had called him over. Mu Yaja told her everything about their conversation. Yun Shishir was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Isn't this blackmail? She spat out, flabbergasted. Mu Yaja argued, I got this land based on my own abilities. It has nothing to do with blackmail. Yun Shishir stuck out her tongue. It would be strange if it wasn't blackmail. However, Mu Yaja was also capable. He targeted Song Zhenggua's weakness. If the scandal of Song Enya's premarital pregnancy was exposed, it would have a deep impact on Song Zhenggua's future. On one hand, it was a project worth hundreds of millions. On the other hand, it was his more than 10 years of career. After thinking about it, Song Zhenggua naturally knew how to weigh the pros and cons and could only compromise. Although this was only one step of compromise, this deal was a huge loss. Regardless of whether Song Zhenghua gave him 10 million yuan in the end or gave him that piece of land, it would be a solution to his desperate situation. Now, the Xingyu Financial Group was short of funds. Without capital investment, many projects had stopped operating, and the company was losing money every minute. Perhaps, Mu Yaja did not care about such a small loss. But if they stagnated, they would only grow. That was why he did not stop Song Enya from going overseas for IVF. He wanted to have a backup plan in case of an emergency. Yun Shishir's mouth twitched. This man was far more scheming than she had imagined. To think that he had already prepared a contingency plan and leeway for the future predicament so long ago. It could only be said that this man's ambition had always been unimaginable. Thinking about it, Song Zhenghua must be feeling very depressed on his way home, right? Chapter 2179. Yun Shishir suddenly found it rather interesting. She did not expect that after going around in circles, he would actually gain a lot of benefits from it. Sometimes, this man was quite evil. When he pampered someone, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, if he hardened his heart to trick someone, that person would probably lose all their temper. On the other end, in the car, Song Yunxi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, kept her head lowered and tactfully kept quiet. In the back seat, Jiang Qimeng hugged her daughter tenderly and kept comforting her back. Song Zhenghua, who was sitting beside her, was so angry that his face was ashen. His pair of fierce and sharp eyes stared straight ahead, and his whole person exuded an aura of an impending storm. The temporary silence in the car was more like the calm before the storm. Jiang Qimeng carefully glanced at Song Zhenggua's side profile. In fact, she really wanted to know what the two of them were talking about that caused Song Zhenggua's expression to be so unsightly. However, due to his unsightly expression, she could not muster up the courage to ask. However, after a long silence, she finally could not hold it in anymore. After weighing the pros and cons, she cautiously asked, "What did you and Yaja talk about? You're not allowed to mention that jerk's name in front of me again." Song Zhenghua interrupted her in a thunderous rage. Jiang Qimeng was shocked by his terrifying tone. She stared at him with widened eyes, seemingly unable to understand where his anger came from. However, seeing how angry he was, she did not dare to pursue the matter and tactfully kept her mouth shut. However, just because she did not ask, it did not mean that he would not talk about it anymore. He was full of anger and could not find a place to vent it. Her question naturally gave him an opportunity to vent. She saw him turn his flushed face abruptly, stared into her eyes, and roared furiously, "That good brother of yours is really arrogant. I tried my best to persuade him to keep his mouth shut about Enya's matter on account of our family's many years of friendship. Guess what he said, though?" Jiang Qimeng shook her head blankly and asked in surprise, "What did he say?" At the mention of Mu Yaja, Song Enya, who was originally in a daze, finally regained some vitality. Her empty eyes also regained some focus. Song Yunxi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, also pricked up her ears curiously. He said that if you want him to keep the secret, you have to give him a sum of hush money. The moment Song Zhenghua finished speaking, Jiang Qimeng shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Yaja is never that kind of person. Ha! You underestimate him too much. Now, he's no longer the Mujia's lord, he's relieved of his heavy responsibility. What's the difference between him and a waste? Now, because of your disappointing daughter, he has a chance to make a fuss. What did he say? He said he wanted me to give him 10 million. Otherwise, he would use the media outlets under him to publicize this matter. Humph. He really had a good plan. I have no choice but to give you the money. But he was really capable of saying 10 million. Don't you think that this kid is asking for too much?